ask for roll call for form, please.
Mrs. Vickers.
Here.
Mrs. Normandin.
Here.
Mrs. Wolf.
Here.
Mrs. Perry.
Here.
Dr. Kelly.
Here.
Please stand for the pledge. Let you get that. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a motion to adopt our agenda, please.
So moved. A second.
Any changes or additions to the agenda?
No.
All those in favor of the agenda as presented?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. And we moved to our action item. Item 5, review, discussion, and potential revision of board governance protocols, board member standards, and governance norms for board members of the Laguna Beach Unified School District. And I'll turn it over to you.
What, did we already, I just missed, did we do public comment on that?
You took it off.
No, for this item.
For this item, okay, public comment before Victoria closes the door. All right, thank you, there is none. And that's recorded, right, that there is no public.
So this is being audio tape?
Yes.
Yes.
You go to the door. Oh, that door's open.
We don't want to bother you.
I just realized why she was supposed to.
All right, yeah, turn it over to, I'd like to introduce Dr. Randy Quinn and Linda Dawson from the ASPA Group. I think you've all had an opportunity to speak with them over the phone.
Yes.
But here they are in person, in the flesh, and so we're excited for the morning and the afternoon as well. So I know we'll have some more people, part of our team in the afternoon, but for the morning session, it's just us. So I'll pass it on to you guys. Very good.
Great. Oh, I'm leading.
No, I'll do it.
Okay, go.
Go ahead.
And that's how we begin. Are you impressed so far?
L before R.
Well, we did enjoy talking with each one of you. It helps round out in our minds what the work is, what the needs are, what the hopes are. But without a lot of comment, we'd like to have you just tell us again who you are, maybe what you do, and what would success look like at the end of the day? Because you're spending a day here. So what does it look like when we walk out the door at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock? If you make it that long, be sick. Okay. Should we start with Jan? Sure.
Oh, start with Dr. Kelly.
It's gonna be one of those days.
Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
I lived in Laguna for over 30 years. And I'm full-time retired, but I have a part-time consulting job and a firm with three individuals. And I wanted to give back to the community, and I thought I knew something about education, so I ran the board.
For you. And what does success look like?
For today,
Uh-huh.
I think it would be wonderful if we have a better aloha among the board members and a recommitment to what we're all here for, as far as for the children and families in the school district of Laguna Beach.
Okay. Dave.
Dee Perry. I've been here for a long time. I taught at all 4 of our schools and worked as a speech pathologist and worked with aging and preschool all the way through. I guess success to me would be that we would all understand each other's strengths and work together and celebrate those.
Peggy Wolf. I'm a parent in the district, but I was an educator before I had kids. And I also work in nonprofit work in education. And I actually grew up a number of years in Laguna. My dad was a Marine Corps fighter pilot at El Toro. And success for me at the end of the day is similar to better work among the members and respect for colleagues, but also an agreement that following procedure and bylaws matter because it helps us focus on our job and focuses on students and that we can agree as professional colleagues to do that.
Carol.
Carol Normandin. I've lived here, since lived here since '95. And I've attended 11 schools in 13 years when I was a child. Sometimes it's the same thing, I go back and, yeah. But so, this community is amazing. When I hear Peggy talking about how she was here, went through, and now she's back with her kids, it's a beautiful thing. But I think it also gave me strengths, right? It gives me different strengths. And my husband attended the same place and lived in the same place, balance of that in our family too. And I was a headhunter for 20 years and then did nonprofit work. And right now my mom's on hospice, so I'm praying for her.
Yeah. Oh. We'll come back to you. Okay, Jen.
I've done that. I had my dad for 8 years, so it's hard. It's really hard to do the rest of your life. I've actually been in town and living here since 1964, and so two grown children that went to school here, both very different.
It's so weird.
And 22 years apart in age because we did foster and adopt. So I'm 22. I like children. I like raising children, so that's, but I've worked with maybe 9 superintendents.
I mean,
9, maybe more. I mean, we've had lots of,
There's a lot
but I
of
initially ran for the board because I was part of a parent group that tried to keep Aliso Elementary School open. We had 3 elementary schools, and so out of that was, two of us out of that group ran for the board, and I've been on and off the board, but consistently now I've been on since 2000. And I just, I think that we need, for me, the focus needs to be what's best for the district and the fact that we are not singular. I learned that very quickly when I got on the board. In fact, the guy that I ran with, the high school was considered to need a lot of strengthening. And I learned very quickly that things don't happen at all fast in education, and also that you don't do anything unless you have a majority support. And so that to me is something that is a real focus on the board, and you sometimes lose. You're not in a majority. So it's just important that board members understand that it is a 5-member body. It's not singular. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So success would be everyone feeling this way?
Yes. Well, understanding that that's
Okay.
the overriding
For a board.
and we have a huge responsibility, particularly in areas of confidentiality. It's often a burden to me over the years because you know things that are actual and you cannot discuss that. And you hear people with misinformation, and you hear a lot of things, as I used to call it, because when I go out the back area where we live, there was a bus stop there, I called it bus stop gossip. Because I'd go out there and I'd hear them talking to parents and I'd go, oh, wait a minute. And it's, so that's, that ties with understanding that you're part of that 5-member body, but you can't, there are things that you just can't discuss. And that's imperative.
Rule of law. Carol, you okay now? Okay,
Sorry about that.
okay.
Okay, I'm not sorry about that.
Just be it.
Success at the end of the day, would be the integrity that everyone's talking about in all of those, that we function at the highest level of integrity and commitment to all students within our strengths and our weaknesses, our challenges. To be a pillar of what a school board can look like, because this district is a pillar of what a school district.
You all know that
And before
when
3:30 today.
you go to write on a blackboard or on paper, you forget how to spell. So if I misspell, just go with it. Okay. All right, thanks, Carol. Victoria, are you gonna participate?
Yes. Yes.
Yay!
She keeps us together.
She does.
And I'm fine.
A success at the end of the day for me would be pretty much what everybody has said.
Okay,
I don't believe that a board needs to be in 100% agreement 100% of the time, but I think they need to understand the process and know that if there is a disagreement, like Jan said, you may not get the way you want, but you understand the process and you move forward from there.
Could Victoria tell us something about herself since?
Yes. I got into education after working several other jobs and being a stay-at-home mom for several years and a PTA president and parliamentarian, and decided that if I'm going to give my time away, I might as well go to work for the district. So I did that in Orange Unified, was there for a little over 13 years, and then came here. I just had my 6-year anniversary here. I have 3 adult children and a great granddaughter who's great.
I'm sorry, I already wrote that down.
That's okay. And according to my husband, I'm going to be cremated and put on the mantle with my pets, not with people. So that tells you a lot about
Respect for that one.
That was revealing. Okay, Jason.
Let's see, I got into education really early on, and was something that I knew I wanted to do. Ironically, I did take a little bit of a left turn, and I thought I was going to be a police officer, and realized there's not a whole lot of education there because the customer's always wrong. So I decided to go back into the real education where the customer's right?
Okay.
With the kids, and started out up in the Bay Area and quickly moved through administration. And but that wasn't my interest. It was actually the interest of others around me to say you should do this. So made my way back down here to Orange County where I grew up, and I love education. I love working with kids, and I love being part of an organization that supports all students. And I think for me, the outcomes, obviously I want to work with a board that's cohesive, that has agreements and sticks to those agreements. It's helpful when that happens so that I am not put in a role of being, for lack of a better term, police officer. That self-governance is important from that viewpoint, and I think that is really something that I would value out of the day, so that I can continue to do the great work that I think we are doing in this district. And I also understand that individual board members may have different opinions on how things are going.
Sure.
But collectively, you speak with one voice and we work together, and I appreciate that as well.
Well said. So let's look at, this is a challenge working where you can't. Can you guys see that?
We can put it up on the screen too.
Really?
Yeah, you stick
Sticking
on
up? We were working with,
I have lots of paper if you want.
thank you. We were working in Jefferson County, Colorado, one time, where that is, big, huge. And they had just built this, what the community called the Taj Mahal. And they went into their work session room, and I grabbed a marker and started writing, and it was a white word.
Oh.
So I'm a little scared about screwing up their works. Okay, so success, let's see where the commonalities are. I think better work among members, better understanding and commitment to why we're here, Jim. Appreciate each other's strengths and work together. Got a different color pen here, can you give me one of those? Follow procedures and bylaws, agree as professionals. Okay. Focus on what's best for the district. Work as a majority. Understanding that role and the need for confidentiality. We can understand it, but we gotta practice it. There's the lead, right? Okay. Integrity of members, board committed to all student success. I wrote down pillar, but who said this?
Carol.
Carol. When you said pillar, what were you speaking of? A pillar of the community, the board as a whole? Yeah.
The board and the district, because you referenced.
They said the district is,
Because
the district is already.
The teachers work in that fashion, pillar in California, pillar, and they
People want to come and work here,
yeah.
so that's.
Yeah.
And people want to move in here
immune system.
Yeah.
It's an
It's a
interesting
desirable, right, so then how, when we are the pillar of that.
Yeah.
Then we're only helping them.
Yep.
Stay strong,
Yep.
right, as the bus stop gossip happens, or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
So, and how to model that.
We call it the parking lot gossip.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
That's right.
So it's interesting, how do people in the community know about you as a board? Would you guess, by and large?
Bus stop gossip.
I think a lot of people don't really know about the board.
Okay.
I mean, there's been years when I've been off the board and people stop me because they think I'm still on, and I'm thinking to myself, don't they follow elections even? I mean, that's what being out in the broader community, I mean, I think a lot of people don't, they couldn't tell you, same with city council, they couldn't tell you who's on it, they couldn't really tell you what we do.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they understand the board's job.
No, I don't think
They think we deal with day-to-day things, and I'm like,
No.
that's the administrators, those are the people in the day-to-day.
They do, they think we can come in and tell
And then
somebody what to do.
When we breach that day-to-day, if any board member does, it gives the illusion that we do have power over your child's whatever. And that's not our, it's not our job, yeah.
Yeah.
Clarity of our purpose to the public is probably a really important thing.
We tend to think too, it's not only the gossip or the story sharing, but it's also watching your board meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the image you're projecting of unity or dysfunctionality.
I think when Peggy said clarity of our purpose to the community, I think it's really important because,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I got a text this morning that said, why are you banning books? I'm like, banning books?
Oh, I know.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I was talking to her and I'm not banning books. Right, when we don't ban books, like
I heard that about you, Carol.
Yeah, it's on dyslexic, I ban books. There we go.
Okay.
No more writing for any of those writers.
Okay, so this is a link back to confidentiality, majority rule. This always is important. In fact, we used to do a lot of MBTI. You guys have probably done MBTI work. Colors.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
And who are you, what are your preferences for learning and all of that. So, follow procedures and bylaws, commitment to what you hear, focus on the meaning, work as a majority, honor confidentiality, integrity. It plays out in so many ways, doesn't it? Not just what you say, but what you do. That's why those, board meetings are so important.
Yeah.
And Randy's watched 4, I've watched 2, and we've reviewed your agendas and some of your things, and so we'll have to circle back to that. And then a cohesive board that speaks with one voice, sticks to agreements, and a self-governing board. Would you accept the notion that we've got over 14,000 school districts in America alone, and most of those boards think it's the superintendent's job to make the board behave? It's a prescription for failure.
Yeah.
And I have not met a board yet, or worked with a board yet, who advertises in Ed Week for a new superintendent who can control the board.
Right.
So that would be hugely a big mistake. And for a superintendent to say, I want a board that will self-govern is pretty enlightened.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of superintendents who will say, this is no slam against you or your crowd. I just did this at a convention in Wisconsin where we talked to 350 superintendents and said one of the reasons boards fail is because superintendents think they are controlling the board. My board will, I'll give you, we had a superintendent in California who said to his board, when I want you to have data, I'll give it to you. Times have changed, thank goodness. So, but self-governing meaning we'll self-assess and we'll hold ourselves responsible, where were we? For the procedures, the bylaws, the professionalism, the confidentiality, the integrity, and that means people stepping up to the plate.
The trick is though, because I've read a bunch of books on self-governing, and then I'm not sure how to implement it in the behavior of the board, because it has to be agreed.
It has to be personal responsibility and
Yeah.
personal integrity, and the fact that you have that
Yeah.
to make it work with a group, because we can't make other people behave.
Yeah.
when you're not, I mean, you can call order in a meeting, but when you're out in the community or
Yeah.
taking those phone calls at home,
Cause self-governing is out in the world,
it is, but it's,
yeah.
That's what
it's
self-governing
not just the
is.
board as a self-unit, but it's in each individual as a self, and how we conduct ourselves.
Yeah.
But what I've seen here, and not just with Jason, is board members who feel they can go to the superintendent and get what they want, and put a lot of pressure on that person.
Yep.
And,
Talk about another prescription for failure.
we had,
When I'm trying to please
Yeah.
5 people,
and that doesn't,
yeah, we'll tank.
And it takes, maybe patience needs to go in there, because it takes more and restraint, it takes more patience and restraint. And I know at some point everyone with the kids have been in district, right, but with your kids in district, when something happens and you're like, and you're like, okay, how do I take this in a patient way and restrained way, and how do I look at it for 3,000 and ask a question, and not asking him to do something, but making him also aware of something he might need to be.
Sure.
But not because I got triggered as a parent, right, and all that restraint that it takes to go, now how am I gonna phrase that? Yeah, it's just not, like, I'll type things to him and delete them, right, I'll type them like sit on it, because I'm like, does he really, okay, this is what he needs to know about that, that was my reaction as a parent, or that's my reaction from hearing from someone, another parent who I feel so connected to, or I feel for their story. And so there's something about
well, sharing information, because I think it's critical to share information that you hear, so the superintendent knows what's being
that
said.
still gets shared, I'm just saying the
But-
part that
but-
you want them to take
Right.
action,
Right.
because you want them to
That's two different
say,
things.
they're two different things, and just
Yeah.
separate that within
It's
ourselves,
like
take
an
a
FYI, this is what, this is what this group of parents is talking about, just so it's not, so somebody doesn't get blindsided.
Right, exactly, but the part of you want them to then take action and you don't really know the whole story, you don't.
Most people's interaction with the board is issue-based. They know nothing about you until an issue comes up that's personal to them, and then they
That's true.
assume they know about you.
And they assume because they have a personal relationship, or they can feel like they do, that they can have whatever they want.
Well, it's the same with asking the questions on the board agendas, that, because years ago, I struggled with that, like, okay, and the struggle with thinking, if I don't go to the meeting and ask these questions, people will think I'm not doing my job, that I'm just so that if you ask them ahead of time and you get the information, you can still raise that point during the meeting.
Sure.
So that you impart that understanding, that, because that is really, I think, at least for me, it used to be a really strong feeling that people will think I'm not doing anything. I just come to the meeting and I'm like a yes person.
That's
But if
relatable,
you-
that's relatable,
But the
yeah, that's
idea
relatable.
is if you go to the meeting and ask it right then without having the courtesy to let whichever person know, they're not prepared. And then they feel that, because they have a myriad of things that they deal with and know, and they can't get that fact right then in their head unless they're that guy in Jeopardy now who can think in an instant. But if they have to go look it up, which they'll do.
Yeah.
It's just, to me, it's just a courtesy of how you work together. But if you really feel, as a board member, if you feel that need that you want to ask it again in public, that's fine.
Well, I think sometimes I try to think of questions I learned so much from when I asked, that I thought any parent who may be paying attention, right, to this moment, like this is something important to them, when they hear it, it also gives them a chance, like if it's Jeff, to reflect upon and to kind of pull some, whatever the data is, but to be able to then educate everyone. And sometimes I just tell Jeff, guys, like, do you want me to ask the question, or do you just want to add that explanation when you're talking, right? And he's like, no, Carol, no, I'll add it, because I also heard from Peggy or heard from Dave, right, I heard another question. I'll add that, I'm just kind of missing it, right? And then he grows from it, and the next time he speaks about something, it's in the agenda already, right in there.
Sure.
And so I think that's.
So I'm hearing filter and self-discipline, right?
Filter is filter, self-discipline.
Filter, self-discipline.
We will do our very best to have every one of you leave here today at 4:00 having achieved all of it.
Good.
But let's
And a
face
filter and
face
self-discipline.
reality for a minute. Most of the things you have up there are more under your control than they are anybody else's, right?
Right.
We wrote an article a number of years ago called "The Hardware and the Software of Good Governance." Kind of out of style these days, but the hardware part we're going to be talking with you about today, and that's basically the structure you use to get your work done. I won't get deeper into that yet, but that's kind of a taste of what's coming. The software is the people part. That's the most difficult of all for anybody to deal with. Anytime you get more than 2 people or more than one person in a room together, you have potential for clashes and friction. We talked with all of you before we got here, and we told you we'd maintain confidentiality of those discussions, and we will. But you were remarkably consistent in identifying the frustrations that the 5 of you face. And I'm going to ask all of us if we can kind of launch the day with just a couple of unwritten commitments to ourselves and to each other. Whatever you've got to say about your frustrations and concerns, say it here, or don't say it at all. The only way we can work through your concerns and your best hopes is to deal with them, to confront them, to talk about them, and see if there's a way to get a point of common agreement among you about how you want to behave as 5 people. So be honest, but also be respectful, and I think you will be. I meant to ask earlier, and I forgot it, you guys are pretty formal with each other. Member Vickers, Member Wolf, etc. Is it all right if we do first names today?
Yes.
Good.
That's when watching the meetings?
Pardon me?
Is that when watching the meetings?
Yeah. Look at your agenda just a second. Inside there.
Oh, are we going inside now?
Inside your morning session.
Now it's time for the test taking so we can open it. Don't start before
Break the
the,
seal on your SAT.
it's the mornings that don't start before the instructions.
I do have to tell you, I asked it for it, since I'm dyslexic, you know, the information I just like to read through it, just like, no, you cannot.
Okay, so what's, are we looking at this right here?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
Actually, the day is divided into 2 discrete parts, but today is looking at you.
This morning.
This morning. This morning is looking at you. Having you look at yourself is actually what we're proposing. We've got a couple of exercises that we think will help you do that and help us identify the issues and you identify them and see if there's anything you want to do to change the way you work with each other. This afternoon, we're inviting the administrative cabinet to join us for a look at the structured part of board governance. I know you, a couple of you at least, have told us you read our book, Good Governance is a Choice. And I know Victoria tried to get copies here for all of you, and through no fault of hers, they didn't get here. But this afternoon, we're reviewing essentially the content of that book, but if you want to dig deeper, then you have a book on the way that will help you do that.
And let me say one thing, we're the ones who said don't have staff here this morning. Because we think there's a lot of value in eyeballing each other and just talking amongst yourselves without the audience and without people afraid to speak up. It's not their job, this is set governing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, next steps. You have another piece of paper in your folder called Board Members Wish List. We have, as I said, 2 exercises to try to work through with you between now and 11:30 or 11, whatever. 11:30. And that's going to be challenging. We could spend that entire time on either one of these. So let's try to keep it focused, try to keep it as concise as you can. Look at the wish list. If you had the ability to change life among the 5 of you and for the board and in your relationship with Jason, what would you do? I wish my board could focus more on what and less on what. Take just a minute and complete the form, and then let's see what we have.
all of them or just the first, just?
All of them.
And is this the first thing that pops in your head, kind of thing, is what you're
Yeah.
asking, is this way?
Don't overanalyze this. Just quickly identify what you would change if you had the ability to change. Got another minute. Had 30 seconds. That was a long minute, wasn't it? Okay. Let's start on the other end. Jason, what would you like to see the board focus more on?
I think being outcome-based, focusing on kind of a larger priority of what it is from a higher level that the board wishes that the district accomplish and set that outcome so that staff have a clear
Okay.
direction.
And less on.
Less on, I think, responding to at times the loudest voices in the community, the vocal minority it could be, or individual issues that folks may have. I know it's a challenge, we're so small, being such a small district that there's a lot of relationships that exist that maybe in a 30,000 or 70,000 student district, the board members wouldn't have those relationships, so I know it's a challenge for the board as well.
Troy.
Much what Jason said, I'd like them to focus on the whole district, the big picture, the outcomes, the end game in mind of how do we take this kindergartner and get them to graduate with everything that they need to learn to succeed.
All right, and less on.
Gotchas.
What?
Gotchas.
Gotchas. I bet you all know what those are.
Oh, yeah.
Jan.
Broader educational directions and less on individual parent singular issues.
Single issues, you said?
Yeah, singular, that seems fine.
Okay.
That's coming from parents, in other words, that shouldn't bog down the board as far as,
Sure.
I think sometimes board members lose perspective of,
Yeah.
that's one parent and maybe, there's always another side of the story.
Carol.
3,000 size. All students, and then less of one student.
Less what?
One student. Same,
Less
the same thing.
of course.
Yeah, unless it's my student. Never. He's like, I'm more
I have to share with you this past year, Jim, you'll relate, with a lot of airline travel, I lost all the hearing in my left ear.
Oh.
So I'll keep going, what? It's become the byword in my family, what? So, yeah.
The district as a whole, kind of a holistic view, and less on small singular grievances. We're about the big picture.
Okay,
Dave.
In terms of looking at the district as a whole, but looking more at student voices and letting students be more a part of determining what their education should be. And really respecting their points of view. And the negative, just focusing on one thing, one area.
And the last again was what?
Focusing on one specific issue.
Jim?
Process. As far as what we focus more on and less on content.
Less on content, meaning what kind of content?
Getting caught in the weeds.
Okay.
And when we get there, as far as to get it back to the big picture.
Less on weeds, getting into the weeds. Let's get everything up there and then take a look at the total picture that we're painting here, if we can do that. But I will tell you, this afternoon, we're gonna hit all of that. Every piece of that will be focused on somehow in this afternoon.
And Randy, when you mentioned for us to share frustrations here, is there a time in which we'll share those or as we just go along?
I didn't understand it.
You said you wanted to share frustrations here and work them out. Is there a time, like when you keep flipping through, is there going to be a frustration time in which we do that? Is there a time to that or is it just a go along?
I think whenever you feel frustration reach a certain point, you need to let it off, go for it. Did that give you the chance to do that? Or?
I think the next exercise will give us the ability to do that more.
Yeah, that's
If you-
what-
Okay.
yeah, well, that's what I wanted to know, because you said that, like, say it now or don't say it, so I was like, as we go through.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean, today, sometime during the course of the day, if you came prepared to confront an issue, then this is the place to do it.
I'm always never compared to fun and shit, but.
I think when we get to the next.
Okay, the board's relationship with the public. Jim, what would be your wish?
Jim said it's more inclusive.
That it's improved, that there's more trust.
Wait, I didn't hear G. I'm so sorry, I was moved deaf.
She said, oh, that's okay. I said that it was improved, that there's more trust.
Okay. Okay, Becky.
More informative.
From them to you or you to them?
For me, from my position, that from the board out to the public, there's that information gives them a greater understanding of our role, what's not our role, that's really key, what we actually do in meetings, what we're trying to, I think it's from us to them, that we can be proud of the communication and information going out, that we're being clear.
Okay.
Carol.
And that's what I the most wrote, except I had clarity also around policy. So it really is that we're more informative out to the public of what we do, but speaking from and understanding what our policies are. So I would love if all of us, when someone said something, we could just say, that's policy, blah, 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 and give the number. And like, that would be the most beautiful thing.
Wow.
You turkey and cream.
Beauty to you and me are really
I
different.
know.
Affectionately.
You know what I mean? Because then everybody can read the same, it creates equity and equality when it's like, that's what we work off of. And when we don't know what we work off of, I don't know, right? That's what we get for directions, that's what
You don't agree on that.
and we don't agree with what it says, and that's fine, because we have workshops for that, and we can go and have agreement or disagreement around it, and how we're defining what something means for us, but, I just, yeah. Okay.
There's a frustration there. Okay, mine would take a little explanation actually, but to have more people actually want to come and positively engage. Because I have experience from a long time ago where we had a room full of people all the time that were here on a positive basis, not here to complain, not here to harangue us, but here because they were interested in how the board functioned. And, I mean, it was done in a much better spirit. So I would wish that people had that desire. I don't know how to create that.
Do you think that's partly us?
No, I don't think it's us. I think it has to do with what we hear from the negative side, that you may have put it in the paper, you may have posted it out here, you may have, whatever, but you didn't come to my door and say, we're meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, would you like to come? Because you might be interested in these topics that we're going to have on the agenda. So we seem to have crossed to a group that they only come when they have something they're unhappy about. And then they represent themselves as representing hundreds of people. And it's very difficult for me to deal with that, and everybody wasn't happy with the board. We had one gal that they moved away,
Can I
she
cite
used
an
to bring Robert's Rules of Order.
Right,
and
can
then
I
they-
cite an example that I think you might agree with, is the people on the organic
Yes.
roundup group
Right,
came to our meeting in non-agenda items,
but they had talked to Jeff already.
but they had really, they had
And they talk
presented,
Mm-hmm.
were hoping to make a change, were really thoughtful, respectful, presented beautifully,
Well prepared.
well prepared, and treated the board with respect, and the board treated back. And then that was the engagement of a group of public citizens who said, we wanna make a change, and that's great. And they came and they were impressive because they're engaged in their community, but they're not belittling or haranguing, it's a kind of a different vibe. So for human beings, it's more receptive on both sides, in my opinion.
I just see the differences in desiring a positive outcome through a positive expression versus kind of fear mongering kind of expression.
I've lost that interest. I think it's just probably a societal progression of what people, there may be more, but the copy of the agenda used to be placed at the library. I mean, this is, I'm talking, because I'm older, that was before computers, anything. So it was there, and they had to keep it behind the desk because people took them, because they wanted to take it home. I mean, it was, I'm sorry that we've lost that kind of interest, and, that's.
I don't know if we have, and that's part one, that's why I bring up meetings, like different types of meetings, because that's what I want to explore, is meetings where we can just get business done, right? And then meetings where we can have exploration, to figure out, maybe we're not asking the right question, rather than like, why do I want to come meet? I don't know, maybe we're not asking the question.
It's
That
their
gives them an
school
answer.
district. I mean, it's like, that's our business meeting, but it's conducting the business of the district. I mean, it's just a wish. I wish that we could have that kind of engagement.
Yeah, no, I just
Because I think it's we have,
really engaged parents.
well, we have people that have a lot of areas of expertise that,
Well, you've got the whole community who are following role models at higher levels. I mean, they see the rancor, they see the frustration, the confrontation. I think the whole face of public service is at a major shift right now. And it's all starting in DC.
Well, that's why integrity started.
has really ramped up the lack of civility at our meetings, in my opinion.
But I wanna state this, there's a difference between, I can disagree and have an idea on a policy, and that's not, I'm not being rude to others, I'm stating a difference of opinion, and that's where I think it's conflating with, if they don't get their way, sometimes in the public, it's seen as the board is terrible, or the board, it's like, well, no, all of us have a vote and a voice, and that I may disagree with your opinion or your idea of the policy is not, I'm not a negative board member, I just have my opinion, which I'm allowed to have on the policy, and somehow in the
Well, I think
last,
it's important that
that's got
board members share
conflated
that.
though with like,
No.
we show up here and you don't do anything, and I think, what? Like, I just have an opinion. And I'm supposed to state it, that's our job. So I'm sometimes at a loss for just, you have an opinion, I have it, and
They're different opinions.
they're different opinions, and we're supposed to have them, but it's not, the public, some of them doesn't seem to receive that as just a debate on the policy, on the idea, the concept. It's framed differently for them, and I almost don't sometimes understand that framing in such a negative way.
Okay, the wish is we could improve. Okay.
Absolutely, okay, absolutely, yeah.
All right, Victoria.
We'll talk more about.
I had very similar, that the relationship be developed with a positive and respectful tone on both sides, from the way the public presents to the board and sometimes the way the board responds back. And that a trust be built. I don't believe, again, in a complete and total trust of anything. I like Reagan's trust but verify. But people need to have trust at some level. The district, the board is not out to create havoc for anybody. They're out in the best interest of the students, so I would like it to be developed. One thing for attendance, when I was in PTA, we had a legislative position, and that position attended every board meeting, every school board meeting. And so that's how I got interested. I served in that position for a while, and it made more people attend the board meetings.
Oh, that's it, yeah, great idea. Yeah, it used to be that way, you're right, in BTA.
Yeah, it's school parties can take a while. But trust, I guess the trust is, that's part of the thought of mine, but trust in that our intentions are good. Not all disagree, we all disagree on the same policy or the wording of a policy, but that the intentions are good. None of us are here because we don't like our kids.
Well, I don't think that, and I think it's
We don't want the best, we don't want the best for all kids.
I think it does a disservice to the board and the functioning of the district when the concept is, if I didn't get what I wanted specifically, which often centers around their own child, then I can't trust them.
Yeah.
But that's not trust.
It's a weird
Trust is having confidence in a person doing their best. And I think in my opinion, we have staff members, administrators who are doing their best and working hard. And so because they just don't roll over and do what if you did what anybody asked for, you're just gonna have chaos.
Sure.
Because the next year, the next person's gonna want something different.
Jason,
I guess less of being the complaint department and more of being the focus on larger concepts of what it is that the board wants it to be like here for kids.
some board members invite the complaints.
Well, and I think going back to
Yes, yeah.
Jan's point, what I think happens at times is that if you receive a complaint, and you hear it, it breeds a level of distrust that can spin out into the community, because now this person's telling you this information, and how do you go about verifying it? It's one individual person's complaint, and then it just kind of spins out.
They're gonna spend some time this afternoon again focused on that. Who are you here to represent? Who are you here to serve?
I'd like to make a comment. I only ran for the board because the narrative, all I knew about the board is the narrative in the local newspaper. Because I was a commuter for most of my time here, back and forth to Northern California, and I loved the community, and the only way I knew about the community was reading the paper. And I thought the narrative that the paper had was on sensational journalism, and it was not focused on the outcomes of how can this school district be doing so well, and how can the paper be focusing on these bombs that, and these groups that just want to throw more bombs at the school board and the school administration. And that was my only motivation, because I thought I could offer something that could change the focus. The other thing is, I've only been on since December, and it's been like one grenade after another that has befallen us. And, a lot of people thought I was crazy for running for the board and laughed their heads off. And my partner thinks it's the second dumbest thing I've ever done in my life, and can't understand why I continue to go back. But I think to focus more on the positives, that in the old, and I also am confused a lot because I never was really intimately involved in the Brown Act, because I was part of the Cal State system where the trustees met in Long Beach, and there were 23 fiefdoms that we had nothing to do with the Brown Act and whatnot. So I didn't know that, we can't talk to one another, we can't socialize together, more than one of us, I guess. I think this precludes an awful lot of bad feelings, or an awful lot of, we could have more cohesiveness if we could do things, as a group, or talk through things where we're not set up in a certain way that we have to follow the law. The other thing I'm wondering about, Jan talked about the going to the library and getting the agenda, would we be able to put out a newsletter once a month? I always, in all my administrative positions as provost, dean, president, every month or every week, I sent an email out to all my faculty, what I was doing, why I was doing it, and requested their feedback back. And that allowed them to hear from me or from the board, instead of hearing from the local newspaper and the sensationalism that seems to be what the narrative of this school district is.
And I love that idea. So it's like, do you know what we're looking at?
You're correct on that about the local newspapers, and I don't know why they've taken that direction, where they seem to want to make us look bad. I don't understand that. I mean, we have our own press releases that get in the paper, but when they, take their positions, I've never understood why they chose to go that direction. But I think, some of it has to do with who's in charge of the paper. They're looking, I don't know if they think it increases attention to it, but it hasn't always been that way, but if we could get something out that's.
I like the idea of also asking for input. I know I have a friend who's on city council in Laguna Hills, and he's nobody. I mean, couldn't even find 20 people to sign for him to run. He knows that he's a scientist, truly a rocket scientist. Anyway, what he did was he listed some issues in Laguna Hills, and he asked the public, do you have any solutions? What do you think? And he wrote back to everybody who wrote to him, and he won that. He did really well. But he not that they have a lot of people coming to their meetings, but people felt like they were heard, that they actually could respond to what they thought. And if we could do something like that.
Well, I think there's a difference between positive communication and we hired someone to run the district, that's what he does, and we're looking for a way to explain that process, not to get into the weeds of what he does. And so that's more like Lieutenant Reddit as president of the organization, that comes from that. They do release information on that, but it was more kind of like, what are we doing, or what do we do, or did you know that there's this thing called the Brown Act, and the purpose of it, but how it keeps us from, or whatever it might be, but communication
I
from
think
the
if we
board
do this, I think these ideas are a good idea as far as.
to ask what.
To ask as far as what interest does the general public have for the district or for the board? And if it's for the district, it's administrative, we just send it on. But if it's something big picture or something that we, the board, can help focus on. My belief is we're not getting to, this is modern America. Everyone's on a device. Everyone, is working 24/7, and the only ones who are going to come to our meetings these days are people who have a gripe of some type against us. But what we need to do is reach out to all of Laguna Beach, or to the parents of, the newsletter could go to the parents of everyone, just as far as from the board. This is where we're at, or what we're thinking, and what input do you have?
We did It's a Wrap for years.
Yeah,
We still do this wrap.
It's a wrap, we have It's a Wrap.
Does it go out
Ask
email?
for input.
I don't even know what it is, I'm sorry.
That's okay. But I don't know if everyone reads
It's
It's
a
a Wrap.
summary of the meetings.
Summary of the board meetings, action you
Is
took.
it, the
things
problem
that
is
you
it an attachment?
Okay,
And where do you get it at?
Okay.
so,
did. Email.
so it tells me something that you have a communication vehicle and you don't know you have it.
I don't know,
I
I
know
don't know about it at all.
Because I read it as a parent.
I've never seen it.
Well, we write it. That's the issue.
Where does it
It's
go?
If it wants to be something that the board speaks, my opinion is that's your
Right.
responsibility,
Right.
So
Is that about right for
we
you?
would have to
Right,
agree what
right.
goes in it, and we would have.
Right, and so then it goes back to like meetings, how do you have meetings so that you can have these conversations to create something that you would then put out, and then everybody would have to agree upon what you're putting out, because you have to send it from the board, right? Or do you designate it as a role, and then you'd have to meet though publicly to have a discussion.
And I would say,
And that's the
Jen, that the
complication.
Brown Act has gotten more constraining over the years. And I think that's been hard for boards. I mean, it used to be a time where if you were meeting in a closed session, board members could bring up an issue. It didn't have to be, and this is a long time back, but they keep tightening it up because
People are
because
using
then
it.
people were misusing it and they were talking about things in a closed session that they shouldn't. But it was a time then for a board member to bring up a concern about something that was confidential, that did belong in closed session. And then everybody would hear it at the same time. But we can't do that anymore.
Well,
Because
you
they tie,
identified an
and-
issue and you
so,
attached a wish to it. We're gonna try to
sorry, it
give you
is
some
constraining.
recommendations before the end of the day.
Okay.
Just think about how you can begin to build the relationships that I think you want, and it's not easy, but I think we can help you grab hold of it with some strategies.
Well, actually, I think if we're really good at self-governing ourselves, then we actually can have social time together. But as long as we are not self-governing, we cannot socialize. And that's
Well, let me just say, one thing you can do to change the dialogue is to change the agendas that you follow when you have a meeting and focus on a different thing. Every one of you said you are here for the kids. I'm gonna jump way ahead and say this. Can you take some straight talk here? I'm looking at 4 agendas and watching 4 meetings. I don't see a focus on kids. I see a focus on stuff. So if you want to change what the public sees you doing, and therefore lead them to a different level of interaction with you on a different topic, then spend your time doing something other than approving recommendations and looking at the inner workings of the operational side of your district. That's the bottom line recommendation that we would come to you with. Focusing on kids and focusing on the activities of the district are 2 entirely different things. Jason said earlier, his first wish, focus on outcomes. Why don't we find a way to do that? And look at what kids are able to achieve and what they're not, and if they're not, what are you gonna do about it? That's the meat of being on the board, not approving recommendations.
then that becomes our communication device.
As long as you mire yourself up in the minutia and the stuff of operating the district, that's what the public is going to expect you to do. So let's change the dialogue.
And that's the feedback that you will receive when you ask for feedback, is it'll be operational feedback,
Right, and that's what I was trying to.
which is the challenge, because the board doesn't do operation. So that is one of the challenges, especially with the local control accountability plan, of our job to reach out to the community. Oftentimes, what we get back is operational versus kind of outcome-based. And then when you don't do what they want, the way that they want it done, operational,
Right.
then we didn't do.
Oh, interesting.
And we can also around tell everyone how they didn't operate
But
the
when
same way they
it's,
should.
what do you want us to focus on from a broader perspective related to what does a K-12 student look like in this district? That's feedback that is powerful feedback. What does a K-12 student look like?
And when you change your dialogue, a lot of your internal rancor can go away too. We've seen it time after time after time. When board members sit around the table and dissect the operational side of the district, then differences occur. It just splits. But when you focus on kids and what they're learning and what they're not learning, and what are we going to do to make it more successful for them, the dialogue changes. It just does.
And we seem to do that more in the only place I think of that we really do that is in the evaluation, right? And that's because he leads us down that path.
Why not find I'm
Yeah.
jumping way ahead.
That's okay.
I'm gonna say again, if you're gonna
Professor.
change your behavior, you gotta change your board agendas.
Okay.
Because your agenda is what drives what you do. And if you wanna change what you do, change what you focus on, we've got to find a way to build an agenda that will put you in a position of spending half of every board meeting. Envision this, half of every board meeting looking at what's happening to kids in this district.
But we're not talking weighted grades for AP, honors. Am I talking too
I
softly?
can't hear.
I'm sorry.
Not talking site.
Our hearing is gone.
Yours too? Okay. We're not talking debating AP, honors, weighted grades. Those are a means to an end. But you have to hold him rigorously responsible for the outcome. There's a difference here.
Yes.
So when we're talking operations, we're not talking garbage pickup and clean facilities and that kind of stuff. We're talking, are kids achieving and how do we know? Not hours, not schedules, not at this point at least, the choice of assessments. So here's what I took from what you just said that we will for sure circle back to. The question, who do we represent, who do we serve? Two different things. How do we call it link with the public, build on positives. Jim, you said this on our phone call with you. And you're all right. It's the board's job to undertake that communication, not the superintendent's job. He's got his own district initiatives to keep people in the loop and keep them informed. But it's the board's job to determine that initiative and establish that narrative, and we'll talk to you about different ways to do that. There's lots of different ways. So you just have to figure out where you're gonna get the biggest bang for your buck, right? And usually the buck really is your amount of time. How much time do you want to spend? And we will talk about board meetings and how you can structure those maybe less formally, but more informative.
That would be great.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let's
the fun
move.
stuff. Okay.
We're running out of time, and I wanna get all these up here. How
See, when
about
he talks, we can take a lot of time, but when I talk, we have to move. All right, go.
the board's relationship with the superintendent? Role clarity between the board and superintendent, I think is the way we say it.
Oh, did we get you on the last one? We did, sorry, yes, okay, all right.
Jan, start with you.
This is the clarity between the board and superintendent?
Yep.
I'm looking at this not from the board's perspective, it needs to be, I just think a better understanding that we are 5 individuals with 5 different backgrounds, and the scope of what the superintendent oversees, that we have a better understanding of that, and how our behaviors can impact that. So I think maybe sometimes that everything will end up as his responsibility, and then he is required to answer to us. So to me, we have a responsibility back that we work in a unified way. So it's not that perception on any superintendent that we would work with, that you don't have 5 employers, you have a board that employs you.
I'm hearing clear direction from the board to the superintendent.
But done as a unit.
Yeah, as a unit, you're unitary, I guess.
That's why a number of superintendents ago, we went to having not just a year-end evaluation meeting, but hopefully 4 meetings. So that it started out with just a mid-year, so that you didn't have the board come in at the end of a year and saying, oh, wait a minute, we wanted you to do this and you didn't do it.
We're gonna talk with you about doing that every month.
So it was so it was an idea that you're working then in a positive direction. You're not coming in and saying, well, now we got you on this because the year went by and you didn't do X.
Yeah.
And so that's what that developed out of, and we've kept that going. And I think but I really think that it's incumbent on us to understand our role in that.
Yeah, you gotta get your act together before you can do much with him. You really do. He can't work for 5 people, he can work for one entity.
Yeah.
And if that one entity is fragmented, you know what that does to him. Carol?
I had written that my wish would be that we practice self-governance once we learn it here. And that once we do that, that no matter who the superintendent is, the relationship will be better. Right, like that's a model there.
Mine's really similar, so that the role clarity is understood, that kind of operational versus big picture, but practiced by all members. I feel like sometimes members get really operational and wanna tell the superintendent what to do, what to research, and sometimes as another board member, I'm like, wait a minute, like, that's an entity for the design, to decide. So, understood and practiced.
I agree with more clarity, but I also think that the board should step up and take more responsibility. I think we put too much on Dr. Gloria.
Responsibility for what?
Well, so for instance, the relationship between the public and the school district, I think the board could be helpful in that area. And that Dr. Gloria can't run around and be expected to do all that. That's just one example of it. And I know however it comes out, the board is ultimately responsible. I mean, we can say it's his responsibility, but truly, we're responsible.
Tim?
I said be clear, and what I meant by that is, I have done Jason's job. I have had the operational side of the house, and I've had to work with boards. I've also been the president of a national board, and I have basically had a national board that have had an executive director. So I know and have learned, what are my responsibilities and what are the administrator's responsibilities. And my big responsibility is to evaluate, hire, and fire. And the other responsibility is the message, to be helpful in getting the message out for whatever the organization is, that we are on the right track, doing the right things, all in the interests of children.
I know I only do your higher support, right, because,
Sure.
and support, part of what you were saying too, is how do we take the political side of it off of him, but we're not creating the political side for him either, and that's the self-governance, right? Yeah, but the support. Is that not accurate, from your being on the side, is that not accurate? If your board hires you but doesn't support you, that doesn't,
Oh, it's
why?
oh yeah, it's
Okay.
just very dysfunctional.
I just wanna make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I hear it, I'm like, just.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not just the support, it could be just the other as far as being divisive, as far as trying to pull the rug out for
Right.
every good thing that you do, that they basically want to make sure you
It's
don't.
the gotcha.
What you do when that happens, or not you do, what boards do when they do that divisive behavior, you train your staff not to take action. So the initiative and propulsion to move forward and do really good things pretty much can come to a halt because you're afraid to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh,
That makes sense.
in doing so, if you just have even just one board member that does that, then it stops the movement.
Sure, it can, sure.
Okay.
So we're processing. When you work with boards in this kind of environment, you go in with a game plan and the game plan changes based on what you hear. So we're kind of thinking through how to be most helpful to you. Okay, where are we at? We haven't heard from you guys yet.
I'm gonna pass.
You're passing?
I think for me is that, going back to kind of the operational side, is that the clarity is, if a board member doesn't agree with how I did something, that is not then to put out into the broader community, that they use the processes we have to bring into the larger group, that then the base of the board speaks to say, this is what our intent was. All too often, I'm getting kind of the clarity role here is that people go to the board members and say, well, I don't agree that they should have done this at my school. And then a board member will say, concur. Oh yeah, I agree with you, they should have done it differently, but I don't speak for the whole board and then what that then does is it makes it look as though it's an evaluation of the work we're doing. Maybe not intended as such, but the way the community person will receive it. And so I think clarity is, again, staying up here, and when the operation happens, you may not agree with the specific operation piece. However, if I get the outcome that the board agrees with, then I have achieved the outcome. But also I think it's, for me, clarity is board speaking with one voice to the community and to me. And moving away from individual members.
To me, it's interesting, it's a way to do that if you have a constituency and you represented that constituency on an item and then the board majority went another direction, then I think you can still say to that constituency, yeah, I really felt strongly about that, and because it doesn't happen very often, that I didn't vote for that. But the majority of the board did, and that's the direction we're going, and then my role as a board member is I support that for the district. So I think it's not, then you have to, I mean, you can do it in a positive way, so you still, your people that you feel you're responsible to for something feel that you represented that, but you didn't come out in the majority, and that's okay.
What I think,
We don't have a lot of split votes, although on the other hand, and not this board, but I never was comfortable with the idea that everything needed to be a 5-0 vote, and you had to, because if you feel really, really strongly about something and you made the argument for that you can still not vote for it if it's important to you. We don't give up that right.
The unity of purpose is something that, as I came up through the ranks, I had the hardest time with. But I couldn't understand, if I voted against something, why can't I say that, I voted against something? Why every consultant came in and said that it had to be unity of purpose as far as, and I figured it out over the years that it's not helpful for the organization if the policy body does not speak in one voice, even though we may have voted together on that, but for us to move on with our work, that it has to be unity of purpose. And I've read everything I've read talks about it. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to come up with, as far as being so opinionated and Irish.
I had those same experiences, you mean because I was in McGuire? Yeah, I understand that. But I also learned what you say, I learned that it's for the good of the organization. That's a higher responsibility.
Right, outcomes for students. Yeah, it's better for students.
Okay, can we talk about the board's meeting? I wish that the board's meetings could. Hey,
So, just kind of going off recent experience, I wish they could be more respectful from the public side sometimes lately. And I also would like to clarify sort of boundaries and how they're run. I feel like sometimes they get a little off the rails. And I feel like they could be a positive place for people to come and engage in discussion about the holistic view of the district.
About what?
The holistic view of the district and students.
Keith?
I wish they could be more inclusive, friendly, and welcoming.
Inclusive of whom?
Inclusive of people who come to speak and,
What would that look like?
friendly, welcoming. Well, I think part of it is just manners and kindness, that when people speak, you look at them, you aren't,
Well,
So
now,
frustration there is I have to write
frustration coming out
notes.
about making notes, I will make notes because I wanna write down what they say. Because I'm not gonna try to remember it, and I'm respecting that it's important enough what they're saying.
That's
and
why I'm writing
gonna
it
make my
down.
notes. And I look up and I glance at them, but gee, I can't just sit there and stare at them, and I know myself, then I'm gonna start thinking, oh gee, did I feed the cat before I left, or is anybody else gonna do it? I mean, that for me, that keeps my focus, and that is respectful to them.
I write their points.
And I will say there was a headline in the paper today, which I didn't get to, that they now are deciding that contrary to that old cliche we got from our parents, sticks and stones, that words do hurt.
We read the same article.
And so we sit up there and we listen to people make terribly inappropriate, rude, demeaning statements about us as individuals. Okay, that's,
And I wanna
I
be
mean,
clear,
that is
one of the
not
things that
acceptable.
came up or Tuesday, where I got lambasted again for not giving somebody eye contact. This is the board meeting, this is your meeting.
Yeah.
My job in that meeting, by our bylaw, is that I am the secretary of the board. So what Victoria and I do is write so that we can do the minutes, because I'm responsible for the minutes. So when I get lambasted by a person in the community saying that I need to look at them, I am doing that, they're here to speak to you, not to me. If they wanna speak to me, they can make an appointment. So this is the second time it's happened, and I was really taken aback. because they're there to speak to you. You then give me direction. But I am there, Victoria and I are there writing stuff down, and for me to be called out for that
That is
is
not
a role
unusual.
player
I've seen
issue.
superintendent after superintendent do that. In fact, make notes continually, or make notes also with initials on which staff person, which other administrator you need to consult with on that just came up. It's a standard practice.
We cannot rely, obviously, on technology to get everything for us, and for me to use that as the only system.
But you're not supposed to. You're supposed to take the notes.
Well, I think we all take notes, but how do we change that perception that we're being rude and not listening?
Is you don't agree with them when they tell you that.
Well,
And
but
then
none of you have been accused of
But
that.
we have.
But I've never
Well,
been.
more recently,
But it is you, Dee,
there
is
must be.
if that was in that person's position, I might think it, I would not say it.
Right.
Oh,
I might
that's true.
contact that
Yeah,
board
that's
member
true.
individually and say,
Oh, right,
I felt
right.
like you weren't paying attention to me, then I could explain to them
Yeah.
that I use that as a personal tool to help me keep focus and to make sure that I'm attentive to what they're saying.
No, I mean, I
So,
wouldn't say it
but I
either.
wouldn't say it in public,
But,
because
I mean,
it's-
one of the other things I hear from people is they're upset about the way the flag salute is done. I think we're not really showing respect for the flag the way we brush through it.
Women rush.
rush through it.
That's what I
We
agree.
say the pledge in a cadence that
I'm
seems
just-
like
I'm
a
just
fourth
saying,
grader would say.
As we're talking about how to improve the board meetings and how they could be more welcoming or people would wanna come, I'm just, okay, I won't say anything else.
No, we
that's
want
not-
you to,
That's just, I'm just repeating that because that's astounding to me that we would be criticized for the way we say the pledge.
Well, you know what I have to say, so when
We
we
had a
have
board
little,
member for years who never participated in the pledge.
when we have little kids
That
in
was,
there,
I don't know why, but
we have little kids in, we'll go, I thought it was because they go so fast. And then when we don't have kids, I think we take much longer, and for me,
when we have little kids, it's real slow.
well, little kids, but we had the last group of kids that we had in, it was so fast, I was like, I am going too slow, I am now.
But I don't
not.
think we can debate the cadence
But
of
no,
the
I'm
pledge.
not-
Someone
no,
has
I'm
a
just saying that
perception.
people have a perception
Right,
that we're
and
not
that, I
being
don't,
But that's the operations of things, and so I think our response back, when someone comes up to me and says, I don't like the way you guys do the pledge or whatever, or I think you should do something different, they could tell us they don't like how we park, or that you've offered them a way to come complain about operations of things, and you welcome them. And
But I
think
wanna
we'll
say,
all-
here's the conflation of having a different opinion and the board meeting not being welcoming. I listen and respect that every person gets their 3 minutes at the podium. I welcome it, whether we have the same opinion or different. I think the conflation is, they think it's not welcoming when the position of some of the board members is not their position. That's not unwelcoming, that's the debate and the job of the board. That I may disagree with them, I'm not unwelcoming them, they're here to speak, this is a public meeting. But I also have a right to have an opinion, and I think that's what gets conflated for me. The unwelcoming is they're not getting their way,
Or they get cut, or they get asked to finish up
because
they
I
only say
am
3 minutes.
silent, I take notes at every person speaking, I go home, I review my notes, I write their major points, I respect they're there with a strong opinion, but to say we're not polite is, I don't see it, I see every board member being respectful and listening. But if they're conflating that we don't agree with their position and they take that as a negative, then that's something different.
So it would be interesting, do you all ever watch your board meetings on TV?
Occasionally when I want to research something, go back and look at
Yeah.
something.
Okay, that's one tool to use
To see how you
to
look when
see
you're,
how
okay.
you look.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
And
that's
you
a
can
fair,
even, you don't even have to listen, just watch it and you can even put it on fast forward. When we worked in Fairfax, Virginia, 12-member board, they would eat throughout the meeting.
oh,
So you get up to speak and 3 board members get up to go to the back to get something to eat to bring back in. What are you telling me?
yeah,
Okay, so that's my example. Eye contact, absolutely, that's why we're doing this meeting this way.
But the board meeting is for us to meet as a board, because we don't meet any other way, for us to have eye contact, when we're all sitting like this and we're trying to go like, what
I
do
know.
you think?
We're
There's
gonna
no eye
circle back to
contact at
that.
all.
So what does that tell you?
So we're not having a board meeting about the board, we're having a board
No,
meeting.
are you in charge of how your board meeting's set up?
No,
Could you be? Should you be?
yes,
yeah.
as a board,
So
yes.
if you can't make eye contact, I think these tables are on wheels.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on, circle back.
Jen,
mine was not focused on the weeds, since that's all I've been in since I've arrived here. But I think that, again, Dee's thing about the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance, I think it's an easy thing to fix. And so we have wonderful kids here at every meeting, honoring them in some ways, and maybe asking the kids to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
We did that for a while. In my opinion, it was often awkward. In other words, there are some people that don't like to do that.
But could we try it again?
And
Give it
and could we even
I mean,
try
it's-
for volunteers? I mean,
Or
there's
you should ask
there's
them.
so many kids that are here. I'm sure one of them would be very, very proud.
Let's circle
our
back to
board.
that, we've got good examples for you, okay, good.
All right,
Good suggestion, Jen.
I have it. You have it.
Jan, did you get yours?
Oh, this is something that can't happen. I just wish they could be less constrained and still within the law. And Peggy mentioned something, when you used the word discuss, we're not allowed to do that anymore. And I think that's a shame. Years ago, there was a group in Laguna called Dialogue on Schools, and they met outside. It was a parent group, a lot of educators, university educators. And then we would have, we reserved the fourth week of every month for study sessions that were actually, study sessions that didn't really have, they were actually discussion times where you could sit down and discuss. And I don't know all the reasons why. It happened a long time ago that we moved away from that because, and I don't know how, I've never talked about this specifically with Jason, but there was always a fear, I think, from administrators' side that there's no control. When you actually bring people in and say, okay, we're just gonna talk about homework. And because I know that came up when, I think it was when we had Denise Pope here at Coffee Break years ago. Bob Fraser was the superintendent. And I remember asking, do we have a study? He did not.
PTA did a bunch of
They
those
didn't
on
want to
homework,
open it
yeah.
up because it just can get messy.
How often
And
do
I
you
wish
meet?
we could still do that, but right now with the lack of stability, it would function.
How often do you meet?
We meet twice a month, but it's been reduced. And it's now 18 meetings basically a year for regular meetings. 6
So
months
are-
have only one meeting.
Are all 18 of those meetings the same?
Yes.
Well, summer study sessions.
Well, we have added some study sessions, but they're very organized study sessions, and they're not a separate meeting. And I've just gone with the change over the time, so that this question is just a wish list. I just wish that, and I'm not sure that we have the makeup in the community anymore that would make that a constructive process.
But we could try it.
But we could,
Well,
With
what I would say for
optimism.
my response to this is that, to your point, that board meetings are about what the board does. So to your point, if the community was aware that what the study session was gonna be about was, this broader terms, less about the specific operations, but that's where typically things devolve to, is that
Right.
you should do this,
exactly.
Right.
and
Exactly.
which is the operational side, but the board has to be adept to keeping it at a much higher level. So that's what I believe, it would be great if the board meeting could stay at a much higher level related to student outcome base and hold me accountable to the achievement things that we have set as a district.
Yeah.
That's the community
That's the
conversation.
balancing act,
Correct.
because I think if you can have those discussions, there could be good things that would come out of that, idea-wise, or just to understand, to clarify some of the perceptions of actually how the operations work. But would be the balancing act. People would come to that discussion and then say, well, I brought this topic up and you're not doing it. Because that would not be, and the clarity of what, you can have a discussion that doesn't indicate action. But it would inform us also, I don't know, it's a wish list.
Jason, did you have something about meetings other than what you already said? Victoria?
I have one thing I wanna say. I think our presentations need to continue to be not overly lengthy, but they need to be more descriptive and cover how they're focusing on the student. We need to get a little more, not so rushed in presenting the information to the board and why we're doing it.
Intentionality.
To go along with that, I think they've definitely improved.
Yes.
And mine were that they be focused on the kids, more informative, and that we have a variety of meetings. This is book thing came up, including like a book club meeting, which is like it's right, a
Well,
conversation. No,
I don't,
a high level thought
No,
of
we had
futuristic
that.
educational.
Jay Turner brought that to the board and we,
But not really, but
but
it
I
is
say,
a
no, we
book
had
club.
assignments, we had books and we were to read those books. And there were several board members that did not like that.
Well, no, and I'm not saying, and I thought,
She was a voracious reader.
right, as not a voracious reader, I just thought, like, something that we kick off the year with, this is the big futuristic thought that we have,
Right.
however that is, it doesn't have to be all based off the book, I
I
just
have a
use the word
shelf
book.
of them at home.
And,
We
And
can
that
suggest a
we
couple
had
of
a
books when you start with.
yeah, and then we had a community conversation around it, a community conversation, that's what it really is, so. I said book too.
This was the best conversation yet.
I'd like to add something, but I don't want to do it until Dee comes back.
Okay, then I'll finish what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
yeah, maybe we should have a bathroom break, so
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Jim, I was.
I want to add a process comment, but I don't want to do it until everyone's in the room.
Okay.
And it's on this part of what's going on.
On the meetings,
I'm sorry,
on the meetings.
yeah,
He just wants to wait till she returns from the restroom.
of course, I was waiting for you to return.
Sorry, I tried. A whole bottle of water got me.
I wanna say this, Peggy, you've done a great job of reinforcing what if we try.
I'm trying,
What if we
yes.
try?
Yeah,
And the maxim you're gonna hear from Randy and I is the board's meetings belong to you as the board.
yeah.
If you wanna change the room setup, change it. You wanna change the agendas, change it. You wanna change the way you interact with people, change it. You want time constraints on presentations and requirement that they be student focused, change it. These are all good ideas.
Yeah.
And how do you involve kids? We have several clients who have kids lead off every meeting and do the pledge and even speak to one of the outcomes that's been successful in
Oh.
their school or for them personally. And so it's not the dog and pony show, it's always tied to your outcomes, but from the student voice. So all of these things,
And it's
Or
inspiring,
do it.
right? It's connecting to our actual,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're making some progress, definitely made progress, and with our student rep per se. But we, over the years, had more student involvement because, and I don't know what's changed with students, what I hear is that they're so inundated with work that they can't fit this in, but I mean,
but all grade levels, we could, and I'm
Right.
optimistic. If we start to shift, my hope and my thinking is the public will shift. It's the same thing with parenting, like, and being married, like, I'm gonna start to shift, and then slowly, hopefully, the people around me will effectively shift, I'm hoping.
It's the way, it's the way.
Yeah, and
So let me finish
okay.
what I was trying to say.
thanks.
You guys, even in our phone calls with you, I hope you remember we said, you can't change other people's behaviors.
Right,
You can only change yours and how you deal with situations. So expecting the community to be more respectful and positive means you have to set that agenda and that demeanor. And
I
if
agree.
part of it is is this eye contact, and these are the simple things to get after. The bigger thing will be changing your agenda. So we'll come back to that. Jim had suggested we take a quick bathroom break.
Oh, no, I think,
well,
unless,
we have a 10 o'clock break and here comes.
unless anyone else is leaving, I'd like to just.
you had to tell anyone to
Oh,
just
here
make
she comes.
everybody in the room.
I was here, I heard the conversation, I'm suggesting we take a 5-minute break now.
Oh, okay. He was
Oh,
just-
but Jim had one last comment.
He's waiting for D.
Oh, God, no?
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Jim,
I know why you have a problem. Go, Jim.
My process comment is being new, that I think it's been very hurtful for all of you being on the school board. I think it's been very hurtful for your superintendent. I think hearing him say how hurt he was concerning the person talking about him not giving eye contact, it felt really hurtful to me as far as that this has happened to you all. I mean, I was scared to go out to dinner last night after I basically stopped the election of putting the agenda on of the waiting list, because I thought one of these people is just going to come up to me and freak out, and it would not be bad for me, but my partner would not stand for it. But I mean, I was literally concerned about going to dinner last night. So you people have been doing this for years, and so I know how hurtful this experience is, and I don't think we're alone as school boards. As I read about school boards all over the country, as far as the craziness that goes on. But I just want to say that I'm sorry for the pain that you've all suffered as far as doing your civic duties.
Okay, let's take that 5-minute break
Okay.
and maybe we can help.
5 minutes, just confirming.
So Victoria,
No.
she cut.
I work with a bunch of CEOs and they're really into the facilitation of pitching.
The audio's still on.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Get my wheels rolled.
Yeah,
I'm not adjusted to these chairs yet.
There's a whole bunch
This is a 5-minute break, is that right?
in
A 5-minute break?
Do you have the ability to impose some ground rules for public speakers?
We do have those. You mean the 3 minutes as?
Well, I mean, the kinds of things they can say.
No, we're really not, I mean, I think that
Red Root.
they have the right, see, that's another thing. I come from the time when a person stood up at the podium and started making negative comments about, say, a teacher, that our position was we could not allow that.
No.
They can say it about board members, you can say it about elected official, anything you want. But then that went away, the laws changed, and so now we can have.
I've seen that too, isn't it? But we've seen a lot of district policy damage. And I would venture to say 85% maybe of what's in there is driven by state or federal statute. Would you
Oh,
guess?
more than that, yeah.
Majorities.
So most of them
Or
have no
exists.
discretion of it.
Correct.
So let me ask you, to what extent do you as a board use what's in that book to govern the school district? When do you
It's a
look at
reference
what's in
for
that
me.
book?
It's a reference.
But I don't look at the book itself, I go online and I look at it, but the reference in there, so there's like one that's about conflict of interest, that I still cannot stand the policy because there's 20 binders of federal law and then there's binders of state law about it, and we're trying to summarize it in this little statement and it's incorrect. It actually, our policy is violating what the law actually is saying. But we don't need it, we don't need that policy, there is a law. We just need to say that on a yearly basis, we'll evaluate conflict of interest, or we'll fill out our form and submit it and we'll have an explanation about it. Not that,
To me, some of where we are now has been driven by CSDA, which I often find myself in conflict with, because I think they talk about local control, but then they want to control what districts do throughout the state. And so, and that, a lot of it has, and this precedes Jason, but we had an issue where there were policies that were proposed where there were optional sections, but they all went out there and the public saw that. And to me, it was then really critical. You don't put something in a policy if you don't intend to adhere to that policy.
Well, that's a
And
good
so it
one.
has, but then, and having seen that over the years, it changes. That usually there's a different policies change and sometimes there was a period of time where we didn't have anything in our policies that was in Ed Code. There was just a reference at the end to the Ed Code section because it's there, so why did we need to repeat it? And then it became like, well, that's not clear because we need to see it here. I mean, there's different ways to do it, that's for sure.
so I
But
love
I think we get bogged down in it as far as, to me, what we're legally required to do. So we don't want, we have to do that.
Sure.
But what format do we have it in?
I think one of the challenges is we have at least one contentious member of the community who likes to come and monopolize the meetings and harass us with his knowledge of governance and policy and cite these things. So I think that's one reason why, I like having this so that I can know what's accurate or is not accurate, because a lot of times it's not accurate what is being said and people are all believing in the room.
Well, we're gonna talk with you about policy in a whole different context from that, and that doesn't go away, it can't go away, because it is legally bound, but that said, just keep your mind open to a whole different way of looking at policy. And for this gentleman, I say thank you for coming and for your wisdom. Let him go sit down. Who have we not heard from?
I'm sorry, I have to laugh at that.
Everybody went.
You said that.
Well, I think sometimes you're too kind
Yes.
and allowing,
See, I think that's my role as a board member, not any specific,
as the,
Function,
as the president,
but as a.
I think your role is to protect the group. And that when the 3 minutes is up, particularly on someone who's not in any way talking to what the issue is, thank you.
And then but then that meeting, when I did take that on, you saw what the backlash was.
But then other public people stepped up and they
So
handled it.
it's, you know, that's a tricky one.
But I think we need to be consistent as far as it's, when the 3 minute buzzer goes off, that's 3 minutes.
You know, I talked to, actually, because I talked to Mark Brzee about that when he was here at that meeting, and I asked him for any advice about how I could better handle that, and he said there's, you know, two things you can do. I mean, you can, because there really isn't a lot you can do in our small room. If we had a larger room, then you can move on in a more direct fashion, but it's very difficult when you keep getting that backlash talk as they go back to their seat. It's still interrupting the meeting. And so then I guess we don't go to the position where you have a sergeant at arms who removes that person. That's a contentious, it's a problem. I say it's a problem, and when Carol talks about what she thinks about the meeting, that's what I think about. How could I handle that better? Or actually somebody said to me recently, they'd like to see what's in the cloud over my head. Because there's a lot of times you think I would really like to have said X, but you don't say it because you're trying to model what, you know, you don't want to get.
Civility.
You don't want to get down in the weeds and think that, but it's, and you look at Jason, see, he's younger than my oldest son. So I have a whole other
But we can still have
I wanted to
boundaries.
say to that person, how dare you think that you, as an adult, can scold another adult in public? I mean, but I don't say that because then I'm joining into that.
But there's all different ways to set boundaries with your comments.
Right, and 3 minutes is that's the law, and so
It is the law, but if they don't respect that, then
we have to respect it, and one of the, maybe it was Mark, I can't remember, you can always, as long as you do it every single time, you turn off the mic, right, every 3 minutes, the mic goes off.
he said that to me, but he said in our small room, that doesn't stop them.
That's fine, but the mic goes off.
Yeah.
And we're being civil.
We don't have a mic.
No,
Well, when we're looking at revamping the technology, maybe it would like.
no, that's what I was
And
gonna
you
say,
heard
with
the
our new
hours the other night
technology.
when I told
And I've
Sarah
seen
she
that
was
done at other
Oh,
board
we changed
meetings
the
that I've
policy,
gone
that's
to.
our new policy now?
They turn off the mic.
The Trump mic, yeah.
We don't have a mic.
But we will.
We will.
We will.
We will, and then that can just go, it has to go off consistently, every
And
single.
then people get the idea, and they get, well, look at like when we even had our forum, the mic goes off. I mean, or maybe it was city council forums, their mic went off when their 3 minutes was up. They caught on really quickly.
Yeah,
I
when
think
we
it's a
saw
little
one of those
easier
forms
easier
where
said
they
than
had
done
to
because we have
space.
we have a very small space. We don't even use a microphone, and even if we do have a microphone, the space is so small that they just continue to talk. This is the size of the classroom.
this space?
We do not have to be in
We do
this
not have
space.
to.
The board
Unless
has
we
to.
have it all set up for the recordings.
But we get,
Right.
we're
We're
about
going
to
to
change all of
review
that,
that,
so
so if the board's direction was to
travel or whatever.
look at potential other opportunities,
Let's talk about
locations.
traveling, because we don't recommend that.
No,
We-
not trouble,
it
but
hasn't-
like a meeting
We've
somewhere.
tried that, it did
Yeah.
not
I meant-
work.
I meant
People
that-
didn't come.
I meant technology can travel to some other space, that's what I
Yes,
meant,
you're right.
not us
I don't know
traveling.
what space we could use that would be.
Maybe the library.
Okay, here's what I'm writing down. Lucas? That's what my 5-year-old grandson does all the time. Okay, enhanced communication among members, the eye contact, the setup, the tables, all that. Control of your agenda, consistent protocols, agenda setting, we want to talk with you about. Dealing with public comment, huge. And being able to turn off a mic is huge, right? And then changing your space. Okay, anything else there?
I do want to clarify, I make comment of eye contact among us, but I don't think Dee or Jim's comments, I think their comment was eye contact with the audience.
I heard it for both.
Okay,
The audience and
okay, you said
amongst
among us, so I just want to make sure we weren't leaving out.
No, both.
To public speakers and to.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure that, okay.
Both, yeah. Okay, so we'll circle back to this one, okay?
All right, Dee, what do you wish individual board members could do?
Let's see. Appreciate each other and our differences more.
Jim?
get along.
Okay,
Follow bylaws and protocol and understand that we operate as a 5-person body.
Carol.
Self-govern. And how do we see our own blind spots? And that's, we need each other in self-governance. Self-governance isn't just you governing yourself. We need to rely if she says something to me or she says something to me that they're not saying because they want to. That's hard, I don't want to hear it either. Jan calls me to tell me something, or Jim tells, like, I don't want to hear it, but then I have to know that it wasn't comfortable for them to say that. But we're trying to work cohesively to be that.
Jan.
We ask for a lot of information, we get a lot of information, and we need to make sure we're always prepared.
Okay, Victoria,
Be transparent in their requests.
talk more about that.
If they're requesting information, be transparent in the reason why. If they don't like something, if they need more information, let us know why, so that we are prepared and giving them the right information.
Okay, I'm gonna deviate from the script just for a second, not to provoke a long talk discussion about it, but what do you do when one board member requests something that requires substantial staff time and effort to provide?
They're supposed to do that request at the end of a board meeting, and then the board is supposed to reach consensus that they want staff to spend time on that request.
So the board as a group would agree that this is worth having you spend time doing.
Right.
Good for you. Jason?
To stop working as individuals and start working as a majority.
Okay, I told you at the beginning we're gonna protect the confidentiality from the talks we had with you. But all of you hit on this when we talk with you. So I don't think we're violating anybody's confidence when I say that. So what's preventing you from resolving this dilemma that you got yourself into? Why are you not working together as a group of 5? And if the frustration is there, and it obviously is, why don't you fix that problem?
That's pretty tricky. I think, so when I asked earlier about the frustration part was when, kind of, and in my comment, and everybody says it differently, it's all that we focus on all the students in the bigger picture of the concept, which is why my dream is the policy, that we're talking about policy, right? So we're thinking at that level. When there's a joy you can get in a joyless job when you're thinking about policy, that you can get from solving one person's problem, right? So you get something from it. And when, remember Perry and I were sitting on the forum stage, she had said, call me anytime and tell me about your problems. Tell me about what you're thinking, call me anytime. And I thought, well, that's not really our role. Our role isn't the complaint center to come tell me about your problems, because it's not our role to fix it. It should be like, if you have a complaint, you have an issue, go to your school site. If you want to talk about education in the future of it, and what a public education provides, to the United States or to California or to our own community, then that's a different conversation. That's where we have elevated ourselves to. We said, vote for us because that's the position we're going to be in. Not we're going to be your personal advocate, because that fractures who we are. It fractures our entire district, and it makes it dysfunctional. And I think that it's hard to manage that, because I think, like, remember Perry and I, we have completely different thoughts, and I think she would say it's just opposite. That she would say her job is to be an advocate to your child and their concerns, and I don't know how to get to a place where, without spending an enormous amount of time.
You can't change the person.
Right, I can't, and so all I can change is me, but I don't, so am I supposed to then drop and become an advocate for a child? That's an easy job, right? That's easy.
And if parents do contact you, there are ways to, I've done that over the years, and basically I can tell the person, I can listen to you. That's what I can do. But I can't, I can't empathize, I can't join in, I can't say, oh, I experience that also, or I see that also as a deficit in the district. you can listen, but you have to be very careful, because you can't commit, and you can't take up someone else's problem. We've gone round and round with that over the last several years of that we have a complaint process for every type of complaint, and where that person needs to be referred to, and they again, we know that we have people that they may have talked to the teacher, they didn't get the result they wanted. Maybe they got told, no, your child's just not doing the work. They don't wanna hear that, so maybe they go straight to a board member, and then it's that teacher isn't doing the job. But there is that chain, but if they will go through that, but they're not getting the answer they want. So it takes a tremendous amount of interaction ability on the board member's part to listen to that person, but to not engage.
Can I try to answer your question? I don't think there's trust among board members. So I have people here that I see out in the public individually and talk to, but there's other board members I would not be comfortable discussing anything because it feels like they're waiting for a gotcha. And it will be fed to a negative group of people. So I instead refrain, so it's trust.
Sure.
It's trust. That was your question, for me that's what it is. So I professionally want to protect
I concur with that.
myself.
And particularly in closed session settings, it's constraining.
Mhm.
Because I feel I have to be careful what I say, because it'll be piped.
It causes a potential
It'll
violation.
be pipeline.
Doesn't the Brown Act address?
Brown Act addresses it, but again, unless it's not done, what am I gonna say, you have to have proof. It's not easy, but when you see certain comments that are made that reflect things like, how could that person have known that?
Mhm.
So it's indicative, but it's still, it's a very difficult situation, but I just know that it makes me careful in what I say.
And I'm gonna try to carefully make this comment. So in the restraint and speaking stuff, I think part of the trust is like being well aware of the liability that you can create. But when you ask the attorney, was that liability to me personally or to the district? That shatters trust. Because if, as a board member, I'm only worried about what is liable to me as a person, I'm not part of the board. I'm not looking at the liability and the integrity, and I'm not being the pillar of the community. I'm looking at myself, and if it doesn't jeopardize me personally, then I'll talk about and do whatever I want. Because a lot of the Brown Act comes back to punishing the district. It comes back to punishing the board. And now there are many attorneys in town, and some of them are very aggressive, and they personally might go after something pro bono or might, but how the criminal system of the Brown Act is created is really about the district. Now there's the personal side of it, but you have to spend all your time personally upsetting another attorney to want to go take an action on that, and then you have to make sure you're not violating any Brown Act in doing it. So if we're looking at it, well, does it personally, am I personally liable if I make some comment or I do something? I don't know how you get me to be. Because if I say something crappy about this wonderful man over here on purpose because I want to set him up and make everybody think like whoever's against him, I'm with you, and I purposely say something really crappy about him in public, in a formal setting, well, yes, you can, but there's a liability to the district. When a judge goes to take action on that, they fine the district money, not you personally. And when you ask those questions to delineate where your liability as a board member stands, your liability is to the entire district. That's what you're voted for. That's why you're here. And when it's just to your own personality.
Jan, you were kind of
I'm talking to as far as why we haven't been able to move along or why we stayed in the weeds, and I think part of it had to do with we had such contentiousness about the election of the president of the board, and I think it's been very embarrassing for you as far as how this continued to be stirred up at every meeting, and the community members just wouldn't let go of it, and I just think that it was just an awful thing to occur. Then the next thing that falls out is the weighting issue, and again, it's another issue, a content matter that the parents wanted it one way, a small group of parents wanted it one way, but it wasn't really good policy. But it, again, the stir up, the minefields that went along, I don't know what else we could have done. But it was, it was like 1, 2, 3.
And we just wrapped up the calendar, you weren't here for that.
Yeah, it's like
So-
calendar before.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, we were a little bit exhausted
Yeah.
from that,
Yeah.
which
And
is
the,
about a policy.
and the present thing is, and I think the texts that I received from friends of mine were that Dee and Howard Hills and other people were out raising money to sue the board because she didn't become president and when she didn't nominate her. And again, I took it with a grain of salt, like, I don't know, I wasn't at those meetings that they were at. No, like I wasn't at those meetings, but Dee kept talking about it in the press over and over. She kept talking about it and dragging it out. Because she wanted them to force us to take an action to change it. But there's all those laws around how that works. And we couldn't just like go, okay, let's change it. And I think it's beholden upon us to spend our time reading all of those policies, every single one of us, and understanding how elections work, how elections in here, how action works, what we are doing within those, and at reading the Brown Act, and everything that dictates how we conduct business, and then figure out what our flavor is and how we want to hold meetings and have agendas and focus. But I think we can't have trust when Dee doesn't want to follow what's in there, and blatantly tells us she does not want to follow it, and she has no personal liability, so she's fine. The liability of the district ends in suit.
That's not true. I asked about that because I was concerned, but I very much care about the liability of the district. I also believe in my First Amendment rights, and I don't think I'm not gonna lie. If somebody asks me what I think about a subject, I'm gonna say, in my opinion, this is what I think. And I feel like that's what you're asking me to do.
To lie about how you feel now.
To speak with the one voice.
Unity of purpose and unity of voice is not the same
Right,
as
I can do the
as
unity
sitting
of
at a
purpose.
meeting and saying that he didn't respond to a sexual harassment. When that wasn't even what the topic was about. Right, you accused him of failing to do his job over something that is legal and he's bound to do. And all trust.
Let me give you an example of if you have those concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Not one time since we've had any evaluation sessions with Jason have you said to me, I have some concerns and we need to ask Dr. Gloria to leave so that I can share them with the other board members. That hasn't happened, and that's the appropriate place for those concerns are shared. The only appropriate place, and that's your responsibility, but it's not, personnel is confidential.
All personnel is confidential.
So that's not First Amendment rights, that's not having an
So
opinion, that's
all-
not telling the public how you feel,
Well,
that's,
first of all, I wasn't told that I ever had a right
oh, come on,
to
Dee, you've been on the
ask-
board over 4 years,
to ask
that's
Jason to leave and to talk to you privately.
We did that regularly with Shereen. We regularly had Shereen leave and they would have
Yes.
discussions and
Yes,
And sometimes Jared had like for me, because I was new, and I'm like, oh, this is where they have those conversations and they were hashing out what their thoughts were.
Anyway,
We haven't had it because it hasn't been contentious. But we did it regular, you and I, with Jan and Bill and Ketta, they would have Shereen leave. Sometimes Shereen didn't come until later. Like whoever was the president would tell her not to come in until a certain time and we'd all have discussion beforehand. Sometimes something would come up and people would say, and she'd have to leave.
that's standard.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and so, and we haven't done that.
well, the sexual harassment thing didn't come up until September.
But clarify, when you just
And I
meant,
did
you just
talk-
dropping a
and I
bomb,
did
by the
talk
way,
to
we're
him
talking
about
bomb, dropping a bomb is what you just did, the sexual harassment thing. We all received information where that wasn't sexual harassment. I have personal knowledge about that, and you just dropped a bomb, the sexual harassment thing. And I cannot share what it is because I have confidentiality, because I care about the liability of the district. When you just said the word, a sexual harassment thing, you do not care about the liability of the district. It's being recorded, the liability of the district, you don't care.
If I can make a process comment, you seem very angry. And
Jason, I think, is also angry, because again, he's not giving eye contact, and you should not be taking any notes as far as I'm
He did look
concerned.
away, he looked away.
And I think we need to get over this anger if we're going to be effective. That
Well, then we have to have
we-
trust
we-
that we're not thinking about individual liability.
It is frustrating, Jim, because over the last few years, the district has been progressively put in a more negative light.
and
It
I've been
feels
trying-
purposeful though.
I've been trying my best since I've been on to write letters to the editor.
Right, I understand that, but I mean,
To ask for, the WASC. WASC is, from my perspective, the gold standard. And I asked for a report, which is coming. But again, I think that might be one of the ways to change the agenda, that we talk about such a fabulous success that we've had, and we explain to the community about what this means, what it is.
It is, and I don't disagree with that, although just a little warning for that is then, if we don't do it really, really carefully, then people say, we're just putting on this great stuff, we're ignoring the problems, and we're just saying that we're great. And not this board, but we've had boards before where it's like, and even a board member who supported that one time said, we need to stop patting ourselves on the back every time we turn around. So I don't disagree with doing that, and it just needs to be done
Again,
very subtly in a sense.
My response is, the newspaper's controlling the message.
Right.
And they're
Right.
throwing us as far as under.
But somebody is feeding that message as well.
That's what
I wanna-
that's where
and
the
that's
trust
if we
is.
can agree to trust and agree to protocol and bylaws that we all agree, because we are elected officials, then no one would be out throwing the newspaper about. That's our hope
But getting
for
to-
this.
But what you're addressing, I think the underlying issue on the anger comes from a number of years of frustration of feeling that we're being undermined. And I'm sorry, I mean, I have asked, I've tried to understand, I've tried to ask, and the question that comes up, and this is something I've avoided saying in the group dynamic, like you look at Howard, what is his issue? Why is he wanting to make us look bad? What is it? And I don't understand it, and there's so much inaccuracy in what he says. And he has a way of speaking with such authority that people believe everything he says. And he's very linked with Dee, and we know that, and it's very concerning. And so and I've asked again, I've tried to understand where all this negativity comes from, and there is a pattern.
Well, I think
Principles down the line, I mean,
Deep,
I'm
right?
sorry, Dee, it is a pattern.
Well, an example would be, Howard wrote an article, a letter to the editor, that was not very nice about Keta. I was appalled when I saw that. He doesn't tell me about these things. I called him immediately and said, that is not true. Where did you get that? And he said, well, I have other sources. And he said, when things aren't recorded, I can just kind of take my own view and do what I want. And I said, well, I feel very uncomfortable. I don't, I would like you to retract that or something. And he said, I will contact Jan. I said, great. So he contacted you.
No.
He said he wrote an email to you. Well, he
Who is
told me,
Howard?
Howard
He's-
Hills,
he told me he did.
Attorney in DC and Guam.
he left here for 30 years after he graduated from high school. And these are the things that bug me, just as an individual person. He indicates that he's been here forever. He doesn't let people know, when he moved back to town.
Let's not get into the details.
Okay, just a minute.
Can I just,
He asked who he is,
I
just a
know.
second. When he came back here, I thought he only had 2 children. He had 5 children. Because he raised them in DC, and so,
You know what I think? I think you guys are being held hostage by an element at least of your community.
Yeah.
Not the whole community. It
Correct.
seems like an element of your community has just got your hamstrung.
he's run in the board twice.
Are you
And
paying?
they're very good friends.
It creates fear, it creates fear and reticence
I
on
don't
our
tell
part.
him things, he makes it, I don't know what happens, and I said again, well, Jan he told me that Jan didn't respond. I said, try again, he said, well, if Jan will tell me what happened, I will write a retraction. I said, great. And then, but it wasn't I mean, that does not come from me. You blame everything Howard does or says on me, and it's not me at all.
It's an element, you named it.
I am friends with him, but I certainly am not feeding him everything.
Well,
Everything, but you feed him some things. So you don't feed him everything, but you feed him some.
It's not just an individual, it's a cohort of people.
He
that are being fed.
He pours through all kinds
I
of
don't wanna debate Howard, because it's just.
He's an argument looking for a place to happen, and if you feed him, you feed him, and you're a feeder, you're a feeder.
But it's more than that, it's a faction.
It is. That's not focusing on
So
all
this
of it.
is
And it has
fundamental-
nothing to do with students at all, nothing.
This would be a fundamental conflict of interest, right?
Yeah.
So if you're on the board,
You're elected to it.
you're elected to this board, you've got a trustee role, and you agree that you want to, in every one of those policies, govern as one, then your allegiance, when you're undertaking this board's work, is to this board, not to any other entity. And we've seen it all, blood banks, university positions, I mean, it's just rampant. But if you can agree, you've been elected or appointed and you're here, and you're undertaking this board's concerns, your fidelity has to be to this board.
I agree.
I don't.
Yeah.
I agree that my looking at the overall good of the students in the district, it needs to be there. But some of the way it's handled, I don't agree with. Like, they have told me that it's against protocol to meet with students, it's against protocol to meet with my neighborhood, that I shouldn't be speaking even though I speak as an individual, not the board. I think that is my job as an elected official, to meet with community.
So we talked a lot about developing positive relationships within the community, each one of you, right? And your fundamental individual rights will never go away, they're there. But what is the responsibility to this organization, to this board? And as you're undertaking those meetings, for what purpose? And if you're representing the board as a trustee, there's some guidelines, some parameters for the conversations. Would you all agree?
I agree.
Okay, so you're elected, can you go meet with students? Sure, but why? And make sure everybody is agreeing about that intent and that purpose. You called it unity of purpose? What did I hear?
We said unity of purpose.
Okay, and if it's to incur more backlash,
Yes.
then it detracts from this board's ability to do its job. So that the role clarity in my mind for individual board members is whatever you're doing as a trustee, then is how to support and build this group and not to detract from it. And as far as speaking to your personal point of view, I think it's fine to say, you know what? Read the minutes, look at the tape. I spoke to my point of view, I didn't win the vote, my vote speaks for itself, now we're moving on. If you can't do that, you're training, believe me, I've been there, spent years there. You're training your staff to stop doing their job.
Yep.
Because they can't trust you
Trust.
without the backlash. And I was sitting here while you guys were interacting, every one of those is about trust.
Everyone is one.
About trust. Role clarity and trust.
I apologize, I come from a background of not trusting the board before I was ever here.
Yeah.
Because, like for instance, on the SARC report that's published, they said that all the teachers had proper validation for teaching non-English speaking students. Half didn't. The district did not follow laws as far as special education students.
How many years ago was this? Just, because I don't know the reference time.
When you filed your lawsuit,
12.
12 years ago.
What do you call it?
So things, you know, maybe they're better now, but there are many things that the district, in my opinion, covered up and didn't follow.
Let me
Back then,
pursue that just a minute. Did you say, Dee, when you came on board, you came in with a mistrusting attitude?
I did.
Our experience is people who don't trust become untrustworthy themselves. So that's That's probably the
That's
basis
probably
for
what
all of
happened.
this going
Yeah.
on here.
Yeah.
You don't trust these four, they don't trust you.
I thought that maybe the board was naive and didn't know all these things were going on. But
I wasn't
I
on the
later-
board then, that's
Oh.
the problem, I'm being conflated with history, and these leaders are being conflated with history. It's like me
Also was thrown out.
conflating my father-in-law with my own father, it doesn't, I can't connect the dots sometimes with that kind of anger or distrust coming into me. I had a 5-year-old child then and I was a PTA president. I was working my tush off for this district. To conflate your old agenda into present day is really upsetting for me.
well,
It-
it's
it
just that I
doesn't-
can't automatically trust.
But it
you.
doesn't validate the intellectual heft of the people we have in this cabinet, the thoughtful people who run for office, myself included, who put time. I just feel prejudged with a veneer that I'm not trustworthy, so I think, okay, I won't trust you back. You treat me with disrespect, okay. That's how it feels to me, that I am carrying a historical load from you. And I can't get out of it, because I have nothing to do with it.
Well, since I've been here, I also feel like other things that are, like you said about the kid, I do get into the weeds with individual kids that I feel really badly about. I mean, when I hear from a kid, I'm just been in bed 2 days, I'm just looking at ways on the internet to kill myself. I feel badly. And when I ask, why didn't anybody see him? And I'm told, oh, the counselors are too busy. I am not, I don't feel good about that. And
I
that's,
don't think that's the
Okay.
response you get, I think that's.
no, that was the response I got.
From me?
See, you're going into,
I did not give you that
No,
response.
it was not from you.
So,
Yes,
you're going into operational and going into school site levels where that's not our place.
The only place to get that issue.
When you heard
addressed
this kid
would
was
be
thinking
there.
of killing himself, did you refer him to the
Calling
appropriate
111.
school?
Yes, and yes.
I did call 911 and have the police go to their house to help them right then and there.
Well, let's see if we can cut to the chase.
Yes. I did call, well, I called the parent and, yeah. I mean, I did, but the school did not help this kid.
But we are not operational at the school.
Dee, would life be better for you, more enjoyable for you, if we could find a way to cut through this mistrust?
Oh, yeah.
And how do you want to do that? Do you want them to change their opinions of you, or do you want you to change your opinions of them?
It has to go both ways.
Good, right answer. Same thing for you four. Would life be better for you if we could find a way to bring Dee into this group?
And yes, and stay in the group.
So what is it going to take in terms, trust once lost is awfully hard to get back. So it's going to take some hard work. 4 people don't trust you, you don't trust 4 people. So how do we fix that?
Well, I'd say 3. I'm not sure about Jim yet.
Well, 3.5 at least.
I'm too new.
It's not
I feel the
just-
pain,
It's not just
the
board
anger.
members, it's also our administrators. And they feel it. And that's, there's been damage done already, so, that's to the district. So it's bigger than just other board members and feeling uncomfortable in how we work. It's a lot of repair that needs to take place.
We're coming in completely, we have no knowledge, opinion of who's right, who's wrong, or who's done what. That's not our role. Our role is to try to help find a way for the 5 of you for one team and not 2 teams, if that's possible. And we've worked with boards that just found it impossible. And essentially what they had to do was become a 4-person board. The 5th one is there, the 5th one votes, the 5th one speaks. But the rest of you, if you just can't build a bridge here, you've got to find a way to move forward and not let this district simply flounder in the dust.
You made a comment that those who distrust are often the, and I didn't hear what you said,
untrustworthy.
are the
Or
So you
untrustworthy.
become untrustworthy.
I mean, if I don't trust you and you know it, you're not gonna trust me just by the nature of that relationship.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, but there are some people who are just untrusting by nature.
And how hard is it to trust them?
You can't. I'm just that confident.
That's a dynamic you can't debate, like it's,
I just break
you
it
know,
down every
that
time I trust.
you have friends like that.
So Dee,
Break it down.
I heard reference of 12 years of history of things that happened in the past on this board, and you referenced this recent situation with a young man. And you went to the school and you went to the school and you didn't get a good answer.
I spoke with the parent.
Mhm.
I told the parent also that we had, I asked the student if he had had some counseling about this. He said no, nobody talked to me. I told the parent that I was very proud that now we have a new school resource person that could see him. And so she went and asked if he could be seen by that person, and I also asked why he wasn't, and was told that person had a very busy schedule.
And then what did you do?
Then the parent got very upset. I told Dr. Valori about the situation. Anyway, they decided they couldn't deal with it anymore and they withdrew.
They withdrew their student from the school system. A couple things occur to me, and maybe you guys want to build off this, but the empathy for a child who's contemplating suicide is huge. It would be for any one of you if you heard of that. So what are the protocols to address it and yet not carry the water? And it would seem to me that something of that magnitude would go straight to him.
They're missing pieces to the
There's
story.
missing pieces,
It's
it's
all-
only one part of the story.
Yeah.
That's the dilemma.
And that's often what we know. There will be the parent perspective,
Yeah.
student perspective.
Yeah.
And the actual conversations that were had,
Sure.
the offers that were made to the student that were not ever followed up on, but not yet communicated. But I think what it goes back to is what Member Perry, commented, there's a lack of trust.
Yeah.
So, I think, if we say something that we did something and the parent says we didn't, the staff view is that if Member Perry hears it from a parent that we didn't do it, then she believes them over believing us. And I'm using collective staff. So that becomes a challenge oftentimes to overcome, because there's we know two sides to the typical story, so.
All right, so this is, pardon me, I think it's a great example, even though it's a painful one. But to raise it and take it directly to the superintendent, I think, and not get involved with the parents, that's not a trustee role.
Yeah, when they're calling you, but another situation.
Well, let's take,
So people who don't trust and are contrary, they don't trust anything. So when the student would say that, they also wouldn't trust the student that this happened and they didn't hear from a counselor. They might have, because the kid could say, well, I didn't talk to this one explicitly about the counselors, but I had all those counseling instead. They just say no, right? Because they're not giving all of the information. But someone who is truly untrustworthy, someone who is just born contrary and just asks questions and really doesn't trust anything, like doesn't trust unconditional love, does not trust any of that. I'm optimistic still about this, that it's just they want to have more conversation about things, to feel firm before they take the next step. That is not what's happening here. Is a kid in distress made a comment, a kid in distress who did many other things that caused much other distress, made a comment. That comment needed to be handled, it needed to go. If that kid is suicidal, call the police, alert, right, get someone out there right now. If they're laying in bed suicidal, get help from them immediately. Beyond that, it's notify the superintendent and let the process work. And I say that process was working clearly. Behind the scenes, all of that was working and everything was in place with my own personal knowledge of that through my student, my kid in school. And so she's choosing, you choose to just distrust everyone here, even though they weren't here when you were upset and sued the district 12 years ago. But you're distrusting them over the word anyone else says. Even though all the people here are different. Jan's still here, Dunny's still here, like there's a few people still here. Everyone else is different. But yet you mistrust, you choose to do it. I don't believe it's part of who you are. You just choose to do it. I'm gonna believe what someone else says because it's negative, and I'm not gonna believe what the district says because it's positive.
I don't mistrust everyone. I just wanted to say, here was kind of a basis of that. I had another student, 2 students that got in a big fight at the high school. I went to Jason, one of them was in the hospital. Dr. Valoria looked and he said, no, that didn't happen here. And then he looked and he found, oh yeah, there was a big fight here. And one of the kids was in the hospital. Well, I happen to know both of those students. Later, the kid who was in the hospital had really bad headaches, still does. Dad lives in Mexico most of the time. Mom wouldn't advocate for him. I wanted him to get insurance for the medication for his headaches. I went to Jason, Jason sent me to Jeff. Jeff said, yeah, we can do that. He will turn 18 in December. He will be able to advocate for himself and we can do the insurance for him. Okay, great. Come December, he's told, oh, this happened in the spring. It's been 7 months. You had to do it within 6 months. So I put it on, I put it out there, but he didn't get any help. He was told he would. I was told he would.
I don't know what that looks like.
Well, it's more that the energy you're putting to save someone, it's like you're going to feed them instead of teaching them how to cook for themselves and fish for themselves. The school districts to do that, and why you wouldn't just say, go talk to Jeff? You wouldn't send them to just do it and step out of it.
I did, no, I went to Dr. Valoria.
But then you said that you talked to Jeff and then you did
No, he said Jeff will handle it.
Okay.
I'm gonna assume there's a lot more to this than,
There are always a lot.
yeah, there's always a lot more, because it's the nature of being a part of a bureaucracy and managing human beings.
Part of it is confidentiality.
Yeah,
That's why I
what
think
you
they could
can-
want Kim.
Yeah.
The constant seems to be the role of the board member in advocating for part of the constituency. There are people in your community who unload every burden they have on you if you're willing to let them do it. They'd rather have you fight that battle for them than do it themselves. I'm not saying that's what happened in these instances, but Linda's heard this so many times, I'm saying it again. If you will allow it, there are people in your community who will load you up like a pack mule. All the burdens they've got, they will transfer to you and expect you to fix it for them. And if you believe that's your role, that's the conversation you five need to have among yourselves. But you've got a complaint department, and he's there. That's his job, to fix those problems. And if you try to do it on behalf of somebody, your life's gonna be pretty miserable, and I think the rest of you will get caught up in the aftermath of it.
It creates a distrust throughout the.
It's terrible, it's
Pressures.
systemically fatiguing on the board. Because then those singular agenda items come about singular issues, and mine had always been, when you're advocating for one child, you're not advocating for 3,000. And it seems we lose sight of that big picture once.
So let me ask this, when complaints would come to any one of you, and they were,
They
serious-
have.
I was serious,
Everybody
Yeah.
gets it.
you wanna hear about them?
Of course,
Of course,
that's our
100%.
Now,
Doesn't care when it comes.
Even a mild nature, it's,
Even a comment you hear, say you go to a sporting event and you hear two parents talking, they're not talking even to me. But if I hear that they're talking about something and I know there's some inaccuracies there, I wanna share that, so it's an FYI, because they're out there, they're
Got it.
talking about
I got
this.
it.
We all do that.
So you all go to him and you share your concern.
I know we do.
And then what do you want to know in return?
Depends on the case, depends on the issue. But generally for me, I trust there's processes in
I don't
place.
wanna know.
I
don't need to know.
sometimes I let a parent know, I've handed this off, I connect via email with them.
Yeah.
My job is policy, and so we have wonderful administrators here to help you, or the site principal, the parent might run into me and say, thanks for the
If you're talking
contact.
about the result, I don't need to know that.
And sometimes,
I don't need to, I mean, it's a different trust level.
Right.
I don't need to have it come back to me of 1, 2, 3, these are the people that dealt with this. And first of all, if it's students, it's also confidential. So then anytime that the administrators who dealt with it, if they share it with us, then there's a risk that it will be inadvertently shared out and we have to protect the student privacy. So I don't need to know the outcome.
Would it increase trust if Jason were to communicate back to you, you brought this issue to my attention, my staff and I are working to resolve it?
He does
It
that.
would
He does that.
absolutely
He does
be
that.
No, that was my point, so
He
let's
does that.
listen. Okay, so you present problems to him and he says, I want to be the recipient of those problems, complaints, concerns. But I think it would be helpful to build trust for you to know then that it's been addressed.
But
You don't have to know confidential information about it.
But hyper managing, I think, is the issue. So as an individual, I'll say, oh, did you get that email from that parent? I did, I followed up with them. Great, for me, that's
Okay,
enough. For
Okay,
another board member, they wanna be in the middle of it. And so that's an error, I believe, because they're not the parent, they're not the guardian, whatever it may be. And so that's the.
got it.
and I was
I
gonna
would
say,
like,
oh, go ahead. I was gonna say, my turn sometimes with him is, especially as I get out her kind of comments here, I was like, what can I do for you? What can I be listening for you or give back to you that I might hear? Or whatever, if they follow up with me, is there anything you want me to ask them that helps you understand the system and how it works? Because he's running it. So I might ask, how can I aid him in his job better? But I don't need to know anything back. And sometimes it can get tricky because it's someone I personally know who's, their kid is suicidal or something. And I need him to know because I need the system to know in case they haven't already been flagged. Right in the system, they're not getting attention. I don't need to call and say, are they getting attention? Are they getting whatever?
I'm agreeing with you. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay, to build the trust, I think D in particular wants to know that it is being addressed.
And
that
you
it
can
hasn't
just
been
see that
washed
it's
out.
being addressed, but not hearing anything, and then having a person come back to me and say,
Let's see.
this wasn't addressed.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I do that.
He
I
does.
assumed you would.
Yes.
And what often will happen is that the parent will go back and say that they didn't like the way it was addressed, or they will
Right.
claim that it wasn't addressed. So for
That's
example,
not
in
the call.
one situation, a student said they didn't investigate my claim.
Mhm.
However, it was requested at that time.
Mhm.
Questions were asked of that student, the student couldn't provide anything, hence there's nothing to investigate. But from the student's view, I told them what happened, these staff member said, okay, but yet, when it goes back, there's a lack of trust that we didn't do anything because that's what it's being told.
Which is a good argument for your closing the loop by letting the
Yes.
board members know that you did.
Right, we did, I mean, that's what I said, and then it would be,
But he
well,
does.
you didn't do it, that's not what they're saying. Well, you need to refer them back to the school site because it clearly is a miscommunication there. So that's part of it as well, is that, oftentimes, most of these issues are specific to a school site situation. The principal needs to be involved and have that conversation. And I think at times, people aren't gonna always be happy with the resolution of situations. And if that is the intent of bringing a complaint to me that the person's gonna walk away satisfied, understand that is not the business we are in. We are trying to address the situation, but there are multiple times where that parent will not be walking away happy. And to circumvent processes that we have legal compliance around related to, uniform complaint policies. This state has all sorts of rules related to where complaints are supposed to go. we have to follow that. And if the board members give them the wrong advice, we, as a district, are now liable. So it's really incumbent that, it directly come to me, but at that point in time, the board backs out, you are not the problem solver. And I will address it, and I think in my evaluations, I will candidly say, that's what I get told. So that I address those situations and I keep the board informed. If there's a difference of opinion, I understand there are going to be potentially times where people disagree with how I handled something. But I have made it a charge to address situations head on.
I need to bring something else up that I was thinking of in Dee's comments, and I have to say the Howard name, but I'm not going there. It's a general concept, and that he had another letter recently, and this is an issue that is distressing to me. So when I read the letter, then in my role as a board member, and the insinuation that he puts in his letters, that you could fix that. And I just wonder oftentimes, and would be one example, but he has done it repeatedly, where he gives this message clearly, that you are his board member who does things correctly. I'll take Jim out of it, because but the rest of us don't. And so we know that from the tone of when he writes, that when he talks about the board, he's talking about us. That you could, in a sense, set him straight. And you don't do that. And so he repeatedly brings up the same topic that I think then when you talk about that, I go into a volleyball game and I think, okay, people are looking at me, and I have to just do it anyway because I can't hide. And they're thinking, oh, she did that. And that really distresses me, that you have that ability to say to him, you can't talk about things in closed session, but you certainly can, know what your position was. And I don't think I'm wrong on this, because I think I've asked this legally. You can address your position, and you have not chosen to do that. And so I don't understand that, because it keeps coming back again and again, and I find it's unfair to the rest of the board.
I think you think I have a lot more power over him than I do, and I'm distressed very much about some of the things he says, and I tell him that, but I don't control him. I don't control my own husband.
But you tell stories to him, just like this one, and then that feeds him. That's what I'm talking about, feeding. When you give him, if you give him 99% positive comments, 1% little comment that's not even that negative, he feeds off of it. He has an argument looking for a place to happen. That's all it is. It's broken watch. His argument looking for a place to happen, and he gets bored in whatever he's doing, you're going to find something to argue about. And you feed those arguments. You create the topics for him in your conversation by starting with a mistrust in a negative space of anything an adult does to any of the things that children do. And I want to piggyback onto what you said about if you're the dumping ground for every complaint, everyone's going to offload. When you bring him a complaint and he talks to whoever he talks to and finds out, well, they gave them the answer, but it's not the answer the parent wants, that there are times when I so wanted someone else to own things about my children. I did. And you can't drop that.
Let's see if there's a solution to this. What would I'll put Jen in the mix too. What would
The next letter's about me, so it's all gonna change. I hope you know. So wait till Friday.
Well, you've already been subjected to that. You put a positive letter in and he gets slapped
whether
across
it's
the
right
face.
or not, Jen, your part. What would the four of you advise or recommend that Dee consider doing to resolve this stalemate? I'm not gonna ask her what she's willing to do.
Right.
I want
She
you to
could
tell
write her
me.
own letter.
Pardon?
She could write her own letter.
About,
That she's part of the group, and that she may have had a difference of opinion on something, but she won't do that because she doesn't believe that. She stated that earlier. She's not going to go with that unity of purpose, that her First Amendment rights supersede that. So that's not gonna happen. but that if I were in, I mean, she could do that. And that would let the public know in answer to these insinuating comments.
I don't think there's a single action, I don't think that's how
No,
trust
but-
is built. I think it's built up over smaller actions. I'm just gonna always refer to it as the element, because I think that's a better way, instead of to not feed the element that's number one inaccurate and negative would be nice. I actually don't feel that's the case, I think it's being fed. But I think it's a buildup of action over time, because for me, I feel gun shy, I feel nervous to have any candor. And I feel like all I do is read bylaws, follow rules. I feel like I'm following the rules and procedures, I'm not intervening in children's, individual cases. I refer every parent who talks to me to the right people and say, we have excellent public servants. It feels like injustice to me, which feels really frustrating, because I serve proudly as an elected person who wants to always make the right decision for the kids. And this feels mired down in BS that is about self-gratifying, and that bothers me. So it's a process of building trust, of step by step by step by step. And I don't have a clear answer, to be quite honest.
I would like, for whatever reasons, that you join the board, that you put those up here and say, when I create this trustworthy environment, when I have unity of purpose, when I don't care whether I'm personally liable, but I look at the liability of every comment I make to the district as a whole, that I will reap those benefits. That's what I thought. If you just to believe it, just this, I said.
Jim, do you have any words of wisdom?
I think we're at the point, process-wise, of there's still a lot of anger, and there's a lot of health. I mean, I value all of you with sharing what you've said. I've been in other groups where people would be very dishonest and not say these things, and I'm very impressed that you didn't put yourself up and run out of here. And so I'm grateful for us all hearing this. Behavioral change doesn't change overnight.
Correct.
It's a process, and it's something we have to work on. And I think we are all capable of this. I think that we're capable of. I know you want everything best for the kids, but we just need to all redirect ourselves as what our role is and throw the shit over there like I've had it my whole career. And I'm so grateful to be on this side, of it. So I think for some reasons, I understand totally why you'd be angry, but because I've been angry for a long time. But I'm very happy to be on this side of the table.
Indeed, I know this hasn't been always pleasant, but I think it has been a candid conversation. So I guess the question is this something you're willing to work on?
Yes, I
Are we all willing to work on it?
believe all the other board members care about the students. I truly believe everybody is here for the kids and the right reason. I know we have different points of view, and I obviously don't think my minority points of view are respected or cared about. And I'm willing to work on to having more trust. I look at our obligation, our biggest obligation is to our students and our community. I don't think our biggest obligation is to the administration.
You just said we don't care about your minority points of view. That's surprising to me, because it's not about not caring, it's about having a different opinion and position. There's a difference.
Well, what I mean is the sign or I don't know, like somebody reported to me at the PTA meeting, you called me a Russian operative. I mean, things
Who,
like
me?
that. Yep.
I've never said such a thing.
That's what people reported to me.
But see, there's a dilemma. You're believing
You believe them?
comments that I've never said such a thing. I don't talk about you in public to anyone because I respect the role I have on the board.
But I have heard you, even in a board meeting, Peggy say, like we were talking about meeting with students and you said, why is she talking about that? I meet with students all the time. Just little side comments that are
Right.
not very, you can go back and listen.
That I said I meet with students all the time?
I have kids at my house all the time.
But
I
you're
did
taking
not
out
say such a
But
thing.
even if she said that, I'm trying to think of an example where it's even close to that, like you've made comments, I see students all the time, because you.
Well, I'm at high school all the time because I'm a
Yeah, you have
student.
2 kids, that was your comment, is that you have 2 kids and you haven't heard whatever Dee was bringing up. That was a comment.
But I wouldn't speak to you to other parents, that's not what I do.
But the fact that you.
That's disrespectful to the board itself as an entity. But so you're coming in with preconceived ideas about me
That people have said, yeah.
that have fed to you.
Yeah.
But I can say I disagree with you on some issues, I have. But that's not disrespecting your issue, it's having a difference of opinion. And so that's where I feel like
No,
you have a different idea on something, I have a different idea, we each get a vote.
Right.
They get a vote, they get a vote. I can't majority rules, I'm one person, I can make no promises to citizens in public that I can change everything, because I always say, it's a majority rules board, I'm one vote.
And I respect, you have a different opinion, I think that's good. I think we come from different places and we have different opinions. It's not that, Peggy, I feel very disrespected by the way I'm treated by you, and maybe people are making these things up, but it isn't about having another issue, it's about.
The only place I see you is a board meeting. I don't see you anywhere else out, so I'm not sure where I'm disrespecting you in a board meeting. Well, I'm sort of puzzled.
My
But I'm gonna call-
observation is that a lot of times Dee wants to say something or tries to say something, and that you're so angry that you go over her and you don't allow her to just say what she's trying to say.
Okay,
Thank you
And
very much.
I think that's my observation,
okay,
Jason.
I will digest that.
And I would like to,
Shut the folder.
I sense I'm not
I'm just
angry.
looking at time, because
I'm not angry at Dee, I'm taking a position on an issue that has been riled up.
But I think that the anger is such that when she's saying positive things or something that we should be involving her in, that she gets.
Okay, I will digest that comment and
and I wanna bring, before you were here, let's start back. So 2 points. When we campaign, we say things about each other, or other people say things about each other. And Peggy is very vocal in the community. So if someone heard anything, and whatever get past her telephone, if she said anything, it'd be vote for someone else, right? And if they said, should I vote for Dee? She can say no. She's allowed to say no. You don't trust us, right? It'd be the natural thing for her to say. However people interpret that and what they say, that's not the same as when we're legislating. Once the election's over, we go back to working together. And that's all of us, right? We have to go back to work together. Campaigning is very different. So that's one piece on the campaign side. Before you're, I think Dee and I, before you arrived, I think we sat a lot of times waiting to speak. We just patiently wait until everybody was done and then we went in. But then for a while, Dee was controlling it. And everybody looked at Dee and Dee talked first, and everyone had to wait till Dee finished. So I think you have a big voice, I think your voice gets louder, not because of anger or anything. And I think it's sexist that we would think you would change that. I think you should have the voice you have.
this is my voice.
Right, that's what I mean, like, I think it's sexist to ask you to be something different, because I think with women with big voices, we think something negative about it. Right, and so I don't think that, but I think when I hear that, she has a big voice. She's allowed to, she's a woman, she's allowed to have, like, people have big voices and little voices. Just
Okay.
like that, okay?
Yeah.
So I feel that some of that is just in sexism, but you just need to be aware of the fact that you have a big voice, which I think you are, sometimes you pause and look at me like, but because when you're talking, you're loud. But I don't think it's anger, I think she's just loud and has an opinion and wants to share it. I think Dee is soft when she has an opinion and wants to share it. But they just, right, so sometimes sitting next to each other also.
So
It
do you
looks
guys
like
ever
clashing.
debrief your meetings, or does
We're
everybody?
not allowed.
Yeah,
We're not allowed to
Yes, you are.
refer to me.
yes, you are. We've done it all over the state. So we'll come back to that in a minute.
Oh, okay,
Really?
because we were under the impression that we could not, because that's a conversation amongst the 5 of us.
Yeah, yes, but you can still have them public. We'll talk about that, okay? Hold on.
It has to be part of the meeting then, at the end of the meeting?
Uh-huh.
Okay, as long as it's part of the meeting then.
That sounds
agendized.
nefarious though, that sounds like a discussion that's not agendized and the other issues would start to ramp up.
Will you trust me, and we'll come back to that?
Oh, I'm not gonna be trusted.
Okay, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that goes on, that just goes on and we gather it. She said you're a Russian operative. Did you ever ask her?
No.
I mean, that's pretty big. So in a debriefing, if we help you choose how to get to that legally, you could say, I felt shut down. I didn't get a chance to speak my piece. I felt disrespected. I mean, you can't bury this stuff, and then it seems to me it feels like revenge. Some of this feels like revenge. Something that happened 12 years ago, and now I'm going to gather data to support a previously held opinion that I'm working with untrustworthy people, or they don't care as much as I do. And so we've decorated the walls. It all comes back to this, do you all really mean it? And if so, what are you gonna do to get there? And we've got processes to help you with that, but I think that this kind of conversation needs to go to probably a deeper level even. I mean, you've gotten some negative feedback now.
Yeah.
Constructive feedback.
Yeah, constructive.
And it probably goes beyond, hey, but the conversations have to happen, right?
Because otherwise it's percolating internally.
It's still there.
Yeah, and that's not a workable
Yeah.
dynamic.
You can't get to trust if you can't.
My observation from looking at the wall that Linda decorated, take a quick look back there. You've identified public perception, a negative element of the public, which may be an exclusion of what I'm about to say. Not entirely, but partly. Virtually everything on that list, if I'm reading it correctly, you have within your control. So if you're able to control it, if you're able to change it, if you're able to fix it, why the hell haven't you?
Oh, because we don't feel like we really own it, because we feel bound by we can't speak outside of those the business meeting. So we don't feel
No,
like.
I'm talking all five.
That's what I mean, we as a group, like, we must not believe we do control it.
Yeah, I'm
So I mean,
saying,
like, from a,
all five of you have the ability to attack everything on that list.
individually and jointly, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm seeing.
Individual discipline, group responsibility. Individual discipline, group responsibility. So if you assume good intent and you come together to build that trust, let's say I'm on your board and I misstep, you need to address it with me. You can't bury it. You gotta say, even individually, Jan could take me aside and say, Linda, do you understand what we did and what happened there? And what the impact of that is on our ability to move forward on our achieving a common purpose.
Oh, otherwise we're creating gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, I think in conversations we had with a couple of you, just like we said about you wish that you had respectful, positive engagement with the community, you can't control them. What you can control is yourselves, and you have to control this board. And that is your responsibility.
What you can control with the public is the dialogue, the subject. You're waiting for them to come to you, and you know what that message is going to be. So if you want to change the topic, you've got to initiate something different with them. And that's a part of this afternoon again, but it's in a method of deliberately engaging with that public on your terms and on your subject, not theirs.
And then other people want to be a school board member.
Pardon me?
Then other people want to be school board members, which is our goal.
Sure
what
it
it
is.
is.
But I would tell you, looking at your meetings and looking at your agendas, there's no way. There's no way, and God help each one of you, that you're doing this because it's painful, isn't it? It's painful. And are you being successful? So,
Well, to that end, I
Yeah.
think that's, for me, for the trust, because I didn't speak
yeah,
during that whole
good.
conversation, but for me in trust is I need to be able to be certain that board members will not be speaking out of turn to the general public about my evaluation.
Yeah.
And about the work I'm doing in a negative way. If they have a question or a concern, they have a process by which to use to bring that forward.
Yeah.
That is the legal process.
Yeah.
But having discussions or openly talking about it in a board meeting, or emailing people about things that you disagree that I did in a negative way and I could have done better, that's an evaluative term. That sends a message to the community that I am not doing something. And you have a way as a group of 5 or majority to address that. Addressing it outside of that scope is not only painful to me as a human being,
And your kids.
keep my kids out of it because I do a good job of doing that, but it is so bothersome to this organization because we are always playing defense. And you wonder why it is that we can't get out there and talk about all the things that are going so great, and there are a lot of things that are going great in this district. It's because my staff and I are playing defense. And that's because of the things that this board says, does, or doesn't do as a single voice at times. Speaking about the positives as a unified voice, about the work that's going on. I am the first person, and you all know this, and Peggy made a comment to me about this, that I look at what's going well, and I also look at areas that we can do better, and I have done that. And that is a change from previous administration
100%.
that I rarely get credit for, but I don't need the credit because it's just the way that we are going to work with me as the administrator of this district. But I would appreciate if the board as a whole and as individual members would not spread distrust in this community and encourage people to come to the board meeting to blast me as a gotcha. And if there is an anger and a lack of distrust and sadness, that's where it stems from me. Is that there is not a belief that I every day come and do my job, and I do care about this community. I may do it differently than you as a board member would have done it, but you are not the administrator of administrators. That's my job. And I'd appreciate it if the board would not comment when they would do it differently, and if instead would bring it to the proper process to say, could we collectively agree that we would like it? Not how it's done, but let's hold him accountable to the outcome that we have set for that.
Jan, did he say anything you disagree with?
No, but I want to follow
Carol,
this.
hold on, Carol?
No.
Peggy? Dee? Jim?
I'm grateful for
Linda
everything
made
you do.
Linda made a comment about our meetings that I don't understand that, and I need to know what you're referring to specifically. When you say you watch our meetings and that we'll never get there, I mean, that last comment you made, I don't know specifically when you're talking about how our meetings are conducted, so I'm,
It's not the conduct, I'll speak for you if it's okay, because I understand it's not the conduct, it's the topics. And what the meetings are built a little too much around operational pieces and not enough about us, my staff, bringing to you and reports are related to what it is that you as a board have set as a goal for the district.
We'll show you some samples.
I thought it was more with the interaction that you were talking about.
The concern I would have is that it looks painful. You all look like you're in pain. And you work at running a an efficient meeting. But then when it pans over to the administration, they're all sitting there like whipped puppies.
Well, that, and I know you're looking at the recent meetings, I mean, we have the contentious group.
Yeah.
So I think
That's painful.
it is, but I mean, the topic changes, but over the years, I mean, boards have that. And then it goes away, and then it'll be, often you don't even know what the issues
The
will
level of
be.
engagement.
With the administration.
Well,
No, the public that comes in that,
Sure.
I mean, right now, their behavior is some of the worst I've ever seen,
Mm-hmm.
as far as the words that they use and the attitude. But I mean, like when we had huge meetings over the baseball reconfiguration, who would have known that was going to
Trees.
become a huge issue? So you often don't know what the next spark plug issue is going to be.
Sure.
But, so it's not always like that, but it is hard to listen to that, and we do let the public speak.
Mhm.
I mean, that's,
Let me say this. You are a unique environment. You've got a lot of history here. You take a lot of pride in living here a long time, and you've got so many advantages. Natural beauty, level of wealth, level of sophistication and education. It is unique. But what's not unique is having community members who find, I like that term, spark plug issues, that they want to come and beat you up about. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying, I think for a group of such intelligent people that you could grab hold of your agendas and grab hold of your relationships together, you can build that, and your relationship with what seems to be a high-achieving district of administrators, and make this a meaningful use of your time. But you gotta wanna do that. And part of it is the self-discipline and the self-reflection and the group reflection. Being able to do what you're doing today, I think, has to happen. To say to each other, what do I need from you? You said to Jan, we need consistency of application when it comes to public comment, right? Okay. Peggy, we need you to act inviting, kind, reciprocal, or not, that's not the right word with Dee. Dee, what they need from you is to be part of this team. And when I hear individual rights versus individual responsibilities, every hair on my head goes up. Because there's such a responsibility to be on this board. See, my hair goes up and my earrings fall off. And every person here, I think, has a heartfelt need to care for and work on behalf of not just the whole, but the individual student when that comes to your attention. But he's the problem solver. And you can gather data to support previously held opinions. We've all done it, haven't we?
Well,
Yeah. And so I think to say in a debriefing or on a phone call with another member, I felt disrespected. I didn't feel like I got my chance to speak my piece. I didn't feel listened to. Is fair. And it's actually a responsibility. It's the only way you're going to weave the fabric back together.
Okay, we are at the lunch break, and you notice the agenda did not get accomplished.
We didn't think it would.
We talked, or I mentioned to Jan at a slow point, it was okay if we proceeded with the work that we were doing, because that seemed to be headed toward where you needed to go with your conversation, and I hope you agree with it. I'm not sure any of us are satisfied completely with where this conversation ended, but I hope you feel like it's a start. I hope you can believe that. You know, our best hope for you is, this is back to the software versus the hardware. This is the hard part. Changing years old biases, viewpoints is not going to come easy, but if you want to do it, you can do it. One of our clients has asked, they're not unlike you in terms of the type of community Linda just described. High wealth, high expectations, everybody knows better than Jason, and you, by the way. And they're not reluctant to show up at a meeting and tell the board how stupid they are. Unfortunately, it's just, it tends to be the nature of some high-end districts, and you're one of them. So, I guess in one way, saying get used to it, but in another, don't just accept it as reality. You've got to work to change it. And we'll try to help give you some tools to think about.
My favorite comment from the other night was when we were being told that we worked for people who are paying taxes. And I was looking around the room and I was thinking that I think we pay probably more taxes than the person who is berating us about, not understanding that we are tax-paying volunteers.
Yeah, it would work. Well, there was a reference made to our reward, and I wasn't exactly sure what that was.
It's in heaven.
That we got that, no, they were saying we don't do this.
That we do it
We
for
get a
a
reward, I'm
reward.
thinking, okay, what is that?
It would be interesting actually to talk about what's happened in Aspen and a couple other districts and where it went wrong and has really spiraled down, and now they're gonna have to build back up. The critical mistakes made when this kind of conflict isn't addressed. So, okay, lunchtime?
Yeah, I think we have for 12:15.
What is Romney, what? Oh,
Unless you're gonna have a lunch together, you
no,
probably should gavel
so
out
we
so that
have,
you're gonna have.
so we have a motion to adjourn
So
the lunch.
A second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
So are we leaving and coming back? Is
You
that-
can if you wish,
Okay.
or you
Lunch
can just.
is not here yet, it will be here shortly, we're running a little behind, so
Okay.
we have a few minutes to do that and have it set up.
Okay.
I need to go put my car on charger.
So now we take out afternoon folder. Even though we didn't finish with morning folder. Pencils down. So are we starting with the.
He'll leave that off in a second. I just want to recap for the staff, good to see you all. We've seen you on TV. Police.
We're smiling then.
Are we, this is it, the three of you? Jason. This morning was spent trying to address different topics for the board to focus on to increase their ability to work with one another and for the district. And it came to being focused primarily on how do they develop trust sufficient to address matters of importance with fidelity and with integrity. We haven't resolved all that issue, can you imagine? Yeah,
That was fast.
yeah. Would anyone disagree with what I just said? Fair? And in order to build trust, we talked about in order to be trusting, or in order to gain trust, you have to extend trust. And it's easier said than done, and we haven't resolved necessarily process steps to doing that, other than there has to be more communication. Communication between and among board members, with each other and as a whole. I think clearer communication with Jason and hence you folks. That is respectful and has role clarity. And there's still some, I would say, if you all agree, still some difference of opinion about what those roles are and how they should be executed. So that having been said, we've done this work, it means we have strategically to address where to go from there. But, so this afternoon was, and the reason we were brought in was to say, how do we organize, how can we help the board organize itself to perform at a higher level? Not so going beyond the communication and trust, but what are the strategically, could there be governing policies, look at the final one on the top. I wish board policy could be simpler, simplified, understandable. Randy, I'm reading that one. Okay, good move. Policies that would be used for evaluation, which means they have to be understandable. Here's what we find our bias is most policy meetings are so voluminous, and we've worked with districts that have 5 of those per board member. You know, they say, I used to put them on my nightstand, committed to read through them, and pretty soon there were so many it became my nightstand, you know? And we say policies, rules and regs like that basically are referred to by board members when?
When there's an issue.
Exactly, there's a problem. But you guys have to know them. Those rules and regs really are them. And the state legislature and the federal government in their wisdom write this stuff and say, we're gonna put the board in charge. Right. So, in order to address this conglomerate of policy, in our history, we found we would do all this and not have coherent governance. We'd leave and nothing would change. So how can we, here's our intent. Our intent, what we will do is lay out a process to govern that achieves that with board policy, is based on values, and requires the highest level of communication. And I think there was a commitment to do that, even when it's painful. And there's strategically, we talked about, can we change board meetings so that they have better eye contact, so that they have better communication with one another, so they have better contact with people who come to present. Talked about consistent application of how presenters are treated. Sound systems, what else do we say about board meetings?
Just for, you're talking about eye contact with the 5 of us with each
Yes.
other.
Yes.
Okay, I think there's a mistaken understanding that we're supposed to look out at the public.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
The only time I get on eye contact with boards is when we used to do this with Fairfax, Virginia, all 12 of them up on the dais, and they'd all have their computers open, and people are presenting to them, and they never look up from the computer. And so you get done talking, and it's like, well, I spent my time to come and talk to you folks, you know, you're looking down here and getting something to eat. So, no, I'm talking about between you guys.
We have to see each other and talk.
Yeah, I don't know how you build relationships if you're not looking at each other. Yeah.
Because we're looking out at the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you, I mean, you've all said, and Jan, you said this earlier, it's one of the mantras of NSBA. It's a board meeting in public, not a public meeting. If you're there at those times to be learning about each other, your concerns, the expression of your opinion, and being able to vote and hear from one another, I believe you need good eye contact, which is why we wanted to meet with them along this morning.
That's a totally different configuration.
Yes.
Excuse me?
did it for
That's a totally different configuration than what we've switched to,
And
which
we've
is
done that
public
before.
Yeah,
outward.
yeah.
We've done it
Which was
before
in
when it was
response to
5.
public request. Because it felt awkward to have our backs to the public.
Well, you can do this and not have your back to them. You can do this and not have your back to them.
I would say over the years that we have changed different configurations.
Sure.
Sometimes I've come to a meeting and it's different than it was the meeting before.
Sure.
But it's always been in response to how, in my opinion, to how do we make it accessible to the public so that they feel that they're part of the meeting, that we're not having our little meeting and they're just sitting out there. So, but there are different possibilities. And even, I don't know if you've seen that, like we have the chairs and nobody comes to the front rows. It's like most public venues, that people don't wanna go to the front. So they don't come in, by choice, they'll stay in the back.
Well-
It's an interesting, and that's a human nature thing.
Sure.
I don't know how we.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you off, Drew. I just want to make sure I understood.
You
It's
did.
eye
Thank you,
contact.
thank you, yes, yes. If you believe it's your meeting to get business done, I'm saying you need to be able to look at each other. And it's a great encumbrance to achieving good work to be able to speak out here and not look at how you're reacting or you're reacting to what I'm saying. So we talked about changing the way board meetings are set up.
And I think that might be
Maybe
something
look
at the
at-
beginning of every meeting, if the president could remind the audience that the role of the superintendent is the recorder, and the role of the board is for the discussion, and their role as far as is to observe.
Although they have public comment, I mean, they
No,
participate.
absolutely.
Right.
I just know when I was running my board meetings and such, I used to start off with explaining the roles of everyone. And even though it was repetitious,
It's
it was,
valuable.
I think it's a very valuable thing for us to do.
Context is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the meetings after, I did that with the public comment, and to reiterate that it was 3 minutes, and, I mean, we can do it every time.
We should.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I think it will stop people from saying to the superintendent, why aren't you looking at us? Because his role is to be recording what's going on, and the same thing with Victoria, as far as to make sure that what the audio and what the recollections are.
Okay, so in any case, it was a tough morning. And usually negotiating human relationships is tough. And then you put it in a public environment, it's even tougher. So, why this system? Randy's gonna roll it out for you and explain to you what this looks like. Have you got, any of you read our book? Have you guys? Okay.
Trying.
You know what's gonna happen? She's ordered them 3 times, so you're gonna get 30.
Yeah, today.
Okay. Today, right. So, why this? Because after our combined careers, leaving this and walking out the door doesn't work. You're left holding the bag. And we believe this is a system that can help good people with good intentions do good work. So that's what we're going to explain to you, and we don't know if it will work for you or not, or if you would want it to work for you or not. But it gives you an alternative to consider. Okay?
We didn't tell the board this morning much about us, deliberately, so we don't want you to know a lot about us.
Might scare you.
Before the Aspen Group, we created the company in 1993, but before that, we both came out of the State School Boards Association. And we, in large measure, were responsible for trying to help boards understand what governing a district looks like versus what managing a district looks like. Linda just said, we knew no better, we didn't have a vision for any way to do that other than the way CSBA does it, and all state associations do it. They hold conferences, they'll come into town and do a workshop for you, show you neat materials and examples, and then leave town. And typically when we left town after a good solid weekend of work, we thought we had made a splash or something of a difference, and typically we just didn't. Life may be better for a while, but eventually people revert to what they know and have always done and what they're comfortable with. We concluded after a lot of years of head banging that what was missing in terms of changing behavior was a system. There was no operating system to hold all of those agreements, covenants, understandings together. People would agree that we act as a majority. We agree that we'll be nice to each other. We agree, and all of those things to be plastered with flip charts, and believe that people would really do what they said they would do, and in fact they just didn't do it. So that's what led to the creation of the system that we're talking with you about. And let me say up front, we are not here to try to sell you on adopting coherent governance. If it makes sense to you, if you believe it's a better mousetrap, that's great. If you don't, we would rather you not try to do anything with it than to try it and make a mess of it. It's as plainly as we can say it. We've seen the system work and we know it will, but it's going to, it's not a panacea, guys. It's just not going to make life good again if you just simply adopt a new governing system if you don't use it the way it's intended to be used. What we at least want to do is roll out the theory of it, let you see the wisdom, in our opinion at least, of why it's a better way for a board to try to get its work done. Linda's going to show you some examples of some documents and processes that play right into the theoretical part of it. But for those of you who are familiar with John Carver's policy governance model, this has a lot of kinship to that model. It has a lot of differences. And the differences are primarily aimed at trying to accommodate some of the unique features of trying to run a school district, to govern a school district. You're a little different from a chamber of commerce, or even a community college, or a university board of trustees. You know, in fact, that we spend most of the morning talking about some of the things that make you a little different from some of those entities. But the changes that we made into this system are primarily aimed at trying to help an elected school board have a system that would allow it to govern the district and not try to help your superintendent manage the district, if that makes sense. Managing the manager is not your job. Helping your manager is not your job. So if those aren't part of what you're here to do, what are you here to do? Well, let's see if any of this makes sense. I want to start with just some questions. And you don't have to answer these, just think about it. Find any of those difficult to answer?
Couple.
If you ask any board on earth of any type, what is your fundamental responsibility? Sooner or later, you're going to get to an answer that has something to do with policy. We're here to do policy. And yet, if you look at what boards do, say it again, Carol.
It's not policy.
It rarely is. It rarely is policy. Most boards approve things. That's what boards do. Come to a meeting, your superintendent is playing Mother May I, and he can't play it until you say he can. May I do this? Yes, you may, or no, you may not. So the question is, how much leadership is there? And the board's playing that kind of role. I want to hit one more question.
My dog decided to run extra walks to release stress.
I want you to think about this for just a minute. You have 2 meetings a month. A lot of person hours go into each one of those meetings. Your staff has to prepare the agenda. And I don't know how many hands get into that mix, but several. How many hours collectively did you guess, Victoria, is involved in preparing an agenda? Typically.
At least 10.
10 hours. You got to get it out several days in advance, and then you've got 5 board members, hopefully, and I'm sure they do, prepare for that meeting. So how many hours of each one of you guess you spend preparing?
Including talking to him?
No, I'm talking to you now.
No, but including
Yeah.
like asking questions of?
Yeah.
2.5, right?
How many?
2.5 to 3.
All right, let's say 3 hours times 5, that's 15, now we're up to 25 hours. And then you have that meeting, and that takes how many hours?
3 to 4.
3 to 4 hours times 10 people. That's a lot of effort to put on a board meeting, and yet, if you can't comfortably answer
I
that,
can answer that, no.
because you met Tuesday night, whose life is better today?
Teachers and people that got the teacher grants, the students who
Well,
came,
the teacher grants,
the teacher grants, the kids that came and got recognized for Destination Imagination.
well, they feel better.
The spelling bee, yeah, so they, I mean, and I think that for like, Lisa, the honoring the retirees and the preparation she did for that, our principals who recognize the retirees, I mean, that's,
I'm not diminishing the power or the value of recognitions and making people feel good and honored and respected. That's a good thing for any board to do. But I'm saying fundamentally, what difference does it make whether your board met Tuesday night or not? And I'm not being critical, I'm asking you to answer that question. Meaning,
From a writing of checks and issuing of contracts, because we do the mother may I, they have to wait until we say yes, and then they can do that. But that, everything else is either about feeling good or feeling bad, it wasn't.
so you're asking what we feel was the purpose of having that meeting?
let me come at it another way. Whose life would be disadvantaged today because you didn't meet Tuesday night?
Well, it's not exactly how you're framing it, the context, and even though it's a contentious issue, that I think if we didn't have that weighted grade issue on and show that work had been done to answer those questions, and then we again heard from the public, that's their issue, that's the big issue right now, and even though it wasn't pleasant, it's important to do that, and if we hadn't had that meeting, then I'm hoping that perhaps with information that was shared by the district, with the work that they prepared, that a few of those people had a different thought.
I hope they did.
Jim shaking his head,
But
but we
that
can be
information already,
cautiously optimistic.
but that information was already discovered earlier on, and had already been addressed and was already working in the background before that ever came to us. And like the grants were already given, the teachers already were recognized in many other ways.
So you're right to recommend dissolving the board.
Oh, no, changing what we talked about, so that if we, I mean, I never thought of it that way. If we thought about like whose life are we actually making better because we hold a meeting, well, that makes me think very differently about our agenda and what's on our agenda.
So where do we put the business items?
I think
Let's hold on, we're gonna get to that. Let's see what the model's all about, first of all. It's based on a set of principles. In all those years that Linda and I worked with boards in a traditional environment, these are the kinds of things we try to encourage them to think about in terms of their behavior. Number one, you're accountable to an ownership. You may not think about an ownership, but in our view, somebody owns every organization on earth. Who owns you?
Taxpayers.
Taxpayers, people who live here, citizens. Any disagreement?
Actually, it's who votes, I guess, really.
Not
People that actually
necessarily.
vote.
Not necessarily, because it's all citizens in the
It's
community
public
that you're
education,
serving.
so
Well,
even
trying
if
to
they
get
choose not to
another
vote,
narrow,
they
still a
still
choice.
own it.
Right, correct.
Don't you believe you're here instead of everybody who lives here? They're not here, they've empowered you to be here
Correct.
instead of them.
Yes.
So don't you believe you are essentially the proxy for the people who live in Laguna Beach?
Yes.
Are you here for all of them or some of them?
All. I have a different take on that though. I'm here to be responsible for educating the students in this district.
Let's separate though.
That then ties back to the people that might pay the taxes, but that's the responsibility of public education.
But let's separate owners from clients for just a minute.
Okay.
No question about who you serve, but who do you report to as a board?
Citizens.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The board, not individual members, governs the organization. And we talked a great deal about this morning. Ideally, you're more than a collection of 5 people. You're a single entity that happens to be comprised of 5 different people. The beauty of the way representative governance works is, unfortunately, 5 of you didn't choose each other.
Exactly.
You didn't have that luxury. Somebody chose the 5 of you, and all of a sudden, here you are, thrust in a room together with all kinds of differing values and expectations and loyalties. This is the struggle we spent the morning talking about. And I'm telling you that we say this to every board we work with, not just you. If you had been given the power to choose your colleagues, chances are you wouldn't have chosen the same group you have. And that's not said with any disrespect. Nature boards. But here you are with all of this conglomeration of values that you've got to cut through and try to find a way to forge a single entity. And that's hard work.
I never thought of that way. Having built boards, you build boards, you build around the next strength, you bring people in to make it better, you know. It's not the voters just picking between whoever's available for a limited amount or a lot, right, you're picking. Who thought of that? I mean, have to then, gives us room to accept each other at another level.
I don't think you
Set
want to
space.
pattern your behavior after Congress, do you?
No.
Congress is a collection of individuals.
And that's what people expect of us. That we
Some
have
people
educated,
do,
some people do
Carol,
things
you're
like
exactly right. Some of your ownership will drive you to look like that. That's their concept of what representative governance looks like. Number 3, the board deliberately and thoughtfully creates its culture and policy. Every board has a culture. Question in most cases is, how did it get to be what it is? Did it just happen? Is it an outgrowth of, in your case, the 5 of you, or would it be to your advantage to sit down and thoughtfully create a culture that you believe represents what you should look like, and then commit that to policy?
So I think that's what we're working on today. That's step.
We'll show you the model in a minute, but that's where we start working with the board. The board governs by policy, not by random directives or approvals. This is a major shift in thinking for most boards. I'm telling you, most boards conceive their role to be one of approving superintendent recommendations. If you're going to govern by policy, how can we get past that approval routine and give proper direction at the level of policy, not at the level of prudence? Board makes big decisions before it makes small ones. We worked with a board in upstate New York once that presented an example of a dilemma they were having. And they had already moved past the problem itself to the solution by saying, we're going to put video cameras on every one of our buses. That was the vote the board had just taken. They never identified the problem they were struggling with. What was the board's concern? Why would you be inclined to spend money putting video cameras on buses?
His parents were complaining to the board about their kids being bullied.
Treatment of students. Just
Discipline or safety, maybe? Is that the
Yeah,
only
the board
way
has
you
that.
can create a safe bus? Would it not have been more appropriate for the board to attack the concern by giving direction to the superintendent about making the buses safe and disciplined, and letting the creative juices on this side of the table figure out how to do that, as opposed to jumping straight to the solution and making that decision for them? See, that's what
It
boards do.
stifles creativity.
Pardon me?
It stifles creativity. Without creativity, right? Yeah, we stifled their creativity.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I meant, yeah.
As
What
we
if-
as
what
in
if
all
that-
boards
What
and
if
all
that item had come from the fact that the administration had already addressed that there was an issue with the concern brought to them, and so they're bringing it to the board and saying they've identified the solution?
Then why not let them make it?
Pardon me?
Why not let them
make
make
the
it?
Then let them make the decision for the solution.
So
If you're-
that,
if
so
you're-
that didn't even need to come as a board item, is that your point?
If your concern is creating a safe bus
Right?
or undisciplined bus, let them figure out how to make that happen.
And so in that situation, if the complaint had come in and there'd been whoever handled it, like it might have been in Jeff's department, and then they had talked to the bus company and they made that decision, then it wouldn't even need to be voted on. Because they would solve it within their department as an operational issue that
Yes.
doesn't need board approval.
And then we might get a report holistically later that
If you've heard
says,
that there's these concerns, this is how we've addressed
we
it.
have this goal to make safe and disciplined, happen in buses, and here's what we did, the administrators, and the board can say, wonderful, we created the higher level and you do the operations, correct? Am I reading it?
Yeah,
State
because
your-
otherwise the mother may I, which I'm not sure, that was what we all individually said, I'm not sure if Jim did, but we all individually said that we don't want to be the yes board or just cheerleading, but we want to talk about positive things for the kids. But if we constantly do mother may I, well, their work as solution telling us about the solution drive is letting them, we're just saying yes, when they've got part to make the decision.
I would prefer that you had,
Oh, yeah, or prefer you would have done it some other, then that opens it up for us to then talk nitpick operations instead of staying up here. Oh,
Play around up here, not down here. That's what this principle is trying to say to you. Boards get great joy out of making little decisions and a lot of, I'd rather see you make one big decision that drives many small decisions. And we can show you how that can happen. Number 6. What are your expectations for student achievement? You've got parents who have trusted their kids to you for, how many, 13 years? And they have some expectations that's, in some cases, undefined, in many cases, unmonitored. How do you know this district is producing those outcomes once they've been defined? This is what we'd like to see you spend your time on the board meeting.
and that's what we discuss in the evaluation. That's what we talk about, yeah. That's what we spend a lot of time discussing it, is all that, we come out of that and it's such a high and say we wish everyone could be here.
This one I'm gonna come back to in a minute, put some flesh on the bone, but rather than approving, we would rather see the board think in terms of defining the expectations, make the buses safe, make the buses disciplined, and then delegate to the staff the means, decisions to produce that outcome.
and they're betting on the come that they made the right decision.
Right.
But that's where the debate belongs.
This one is fundamental, and I want you to look at that one carefully. Do you believe that?
I do, we actively make the decisions, but they're making the decisions.
Does that give anybody heartburn?
Well, isn't the board accountable for everything essentially in the district?
Ultimately, so.
Ultimately so.
And how we execute our accountability is we hire and support our superintendent or fire our superintendent. That's how we hold accountability. We don't hold individual operation accountability. It's in the overarching.
Let me put it this way, if you have a board meeting agenda that has 30 approval decisions on it, and if the board votes to approve all of those recommendations, who is accountable for the actions that you just approved?
Really? No, we are, because we just voted on it.
Nobody made you approve it.
Right.
Right, but I meant like it really, he has to execute the work and we're then holding him accountable for it.
For your decision.
Yeah, based on his knowledge, which makes it uncomfortable.
Well, that's what boards want to do. They want
No.
to approve, but then hold him accountable for their approval.
So our proof, well, a smaller version of that. And hold his interpretation.
You see, this probably more than anything else is what leads to role confusion in public schools. The superintendent and the staff are pretty much hamstrung against taking any independent decisions of consequence They can make the little ones, day in, day out stuff, but when it comes to a significant decision, those have to come to the board for approval. So now we've got both parties with their hands on this decision. One's recommending, the other is approving. So when it hits the fan, as it many times will, this debate starts. Who's accountable? Who's responsible for that lousy decision that didn't work? The finger pointing case.
So isn't that why the board really needs to do some of their own research, look at things, and decide if it really should be approved or not just
What
carte
the
blanche?
board really should do is define its expectations and put them in policy.
And not do this at all.
Not do this, unless the law requires it. In some cases, the law will require it.
Right.
But for the most part, if you do your job of defining your expectations, how should this place work? What are the operational one of the questions at the beginning, what are your operational standards? We need to define what those are. And there should be no debate about what they are, but then once the definition has been created by the board in policy, then the execution of it is the superintendent's. This is all going to come together in just a second.
And that was, when I was making my comment, I meant as the mother may I shouldn't be happening, because it really relies with it. They are executing that, so they really should just be making the decisions in an operational management standpoint. And we should be guiding those policies or keep us out of the weeds.
Well, the cascading is you define your expectations very clearly, very clearly. We talked about clear policy, simply. Here's what the gold standard is for facilities, for personnel administration, for the learning environment, and your sub-values to that. Then they have a framework for decision making. They do the research, and they come back and say, here's how we're gonna do it. But the third piece is, you hold them accountable for the results. So there's the trade-off. You get the authority, but then you also have the accountability.
And is accountability then more of what becomes the evaluation and then the evaluation that we do, which is all the great stuff happening, then that kind of becomes more what we're in the public about? I know you don't know what we're going to evaluate.
It's very substantive, great though. Do you know, it has to be a real examination of how do you know? How do you know what you chose worked?
And that was the one thing that when you said anyone in part, I was like, I don't know how I know that, besides asking him to give us data. I was like,
Yeah.
Right, or see how many people graduated, or like all the rest of it is just, there's no evidence behind it, it's just observation, right?
This one,
I think we get a lot of data.
No.
Okay, I lost your point
I
there.
meant like how we know would be, we get the data from him, not how I know what operating model we use that we get data from him, or, right? Because it asked a series of questions, so if it was serious, I was like, oh, well, no, I don't know unless I asked. But I don't know individually, except for stuff I asked, or that he presented to us, right? But then,
Yeah, we'll show you how it works.
I know you're getting there.
this one you almost have to buy into before you go any further. If you don't buy this, this is not going to be a comfortable model for you to think about. Just accept the fact that you can make any decision as a board you want to make. You can approve anything you want to approve. But if you approve it, if you make the decision, you own it. If you delegate it, Jason owns it and is accountable for whether it works or whether it doesn't. Okay? There are two more. Number 9, the board empowers the superintendent to do the job without approvals. But the superintendent is accountable for achieving the results and will be evaluated accordingly. And 10, this is a big one as well. Performance of the district and the performance of your superintendent are the same. Theoretically, you've hired, in this case, Jason, to do only 2 things. Be sure the district operates according to the standards you're going to create, and be sure students achieve in the manner you've defined. Do you think there's anything more that he should be expected to do than those 2? Be sure the place runs right, be sure kids achieve.
Sounds so simple when you say it.
Well, it really is that simple. It has more moving parts than that, obviously, but in the big scheme of things, that's Jason's job description. And we'll show you how you can monitor it effectively in a minute.
But let me say one thing, to go back to that. We've had, I think, 2 clients where we're working through the values, the policies, and the superintendent has said, "You're gonna hold me accountable?" We're done. This happened in New Jersey. The superintendent got up and walked out of the room. And we had another client in Colorado where they said, "Yes, we believe that." Superintendent bought off on it. In fact, even put in a performance pay plan that, so everybody's responsible. But then when it came between him being responsible for student achievement, I thought he was gonna have a heart attack on the spot. And in fact, he left his job. So it's not a slam dunk. There are superintendents who say, "I don't want the incumbent accountability for how the district will operate, and they want the board to own it, therefore we'll go through the approval processes." And then when something doesn't work, we're rewarded for it. So there's
How do you get
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's only happened to us a couple of times out of our whole client list, which you can see on our website. But this ratchets up accountability. This is no joke stuff.
And I think he already lives in that space. He doesn't
Well, I
get,
think he does too.
he doesn't, I'm talking about, I heard Jason doesn't get the attaboys around that.
Yeah.
He holds it.
All right, this system, we call it an operating system for the board, is a policy-based system. And I'll tell you that our definition, our view of the policy is very different from what you're seeing in this 4-inch thick manual over here. They're stated broadly, and essentially what the policy is simply the shared value of U5. Dee comes in with one set of personal values, Peggy comes in with another, Carol with another, etc. The challenge when the policies are being built is to look at the differences, the disparities, and let's find a way to discover what it is we share about school bus safety. And we may not be unanimous, but at the end of the day, the shared value that each one of us brings is going to be the genesis for the policy that drives their actions. We'll show you some samples in just a minute, but essentially that's what it is. It's a single value formed from the individual values that define what you bring to the table.
So the difference between that, I'm pointing at the policy manual, not Lisa, that becomes a lot of regulatory language, right? They go beyond stating a value and instead say, and hence, here's how you're gonna do it. So when we were in Colorado with the association Columbine, we had in our backyard. And the next day, the legislature was like rolling up their sleeves writing policy. The policy wasn't aimed at the board, even though the board had to sign off on it. The policy was aimed at approved class and resource officers and, you know, it went resources. And it became board policy in a very reactive way, rather than what we're suggesting, a creative, proactive way.
Just like the quote, Peter Drucker. A good system will allow ordinary people to do extraordinary things. And that's what the system is intended to help you do. All right, I'm going to shut it off here for a minute. I won't shut it down, but I'm going to draw a little over here rather than being captive to the PowerPoint. For the board, we've talked about most of this morning, but you have an ownership.
He has a Sharpie, will that go through the wall, the paper?
No, that's what I was using on mine.
Okay, just wanna make sure. Just checking on you. Okay.
It's a good thing.
We'll paint it over again.
The good people of Laguna have selected the 5 of you to, some boards think represent only, represent, and then some, to some extent, that's exactly what they've done. But is there anything more to your job than representing that ownership? Does it have any different features or characteristics beyond representation? Say yes, it does.
We have no idea what is the
Post lunch.
Do you believe that a part of your job is to help lead that ownership?
Yes.
To serve that ownership?
Yes.
Do you believe there can be a vast difference between representing what they're telling you and leading them or serving them in a manner that represents what you think is their best interest?
Yes.
Sometimes you hear
That's not
from
very
your
smart.
owners that you need to go north. Based on everything you know about this district, you believe you need to go south. So how do you juggle those two competing sets of concerns?
You remind them that they need you to proxy for a reason. And if there's people that are talking with you directly, a lot of times just reminding them you need a proxy to spend all the time to figure out which way they should go.
When did you pass a bond issue last?
So that was in the 90s.
91. 91?
Yeah, 2000, and then the work started in 2004,
Yeah.
most of it 2000.
So let's assume,
But the school board didn't pass the bond, did it?
School district.
The school district, okay.
let's assume you reach a point when you realize we've gotta have another one because the buildings are crumbling, we need to grow. How many people among that ownership do you expect to show up at a meeting and ask you to raise their taxes?
We had one
still around.
Zero.
Again, they'll show up.
Those that voted for it will tell you, not ever again.
You won't get many. So it's times like that when you have to put on your leadership hat and convince them that the way you see this district is the way they should see this district. And you've got to play hard. But the point is, there's more to this relationship than just pure representation. You talked a lot this morning about engaging that citizen. Part of the commitment that you will be making in policy, in fact, it's the very first policy in this section, I'll define in a minute. It is a commitment on your part to engage with that ownership in a continuing, ongoing, deliberate, strategic way. It sounds like you've been waiting for them to come to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever gone to them? You as an individual have. Has this board gone to that ownership in a structured, strategic way to talk?
No.
That's what I was gonna say. This is about board commitment, not individuals. It doesn't negate individuals meeting and talking with folks, but this is a structured board approach.
This allows you many options, many advantages. You build the message. It's not you're sitting here waiting for their message to be presented to you. You know the response you're after, and you don't have to play defense, you can play offense.
Well, we do have some study sessions sometimes that are the offense. And I think when Jason first started, we did a lot more offense than someone we switched to defense.
How so?
He was thinking of, as he was recognizing what's going on, he was looking at things that down the line as he talks and, I don't know, I call it bubbling up, but things bubble up, right? That he could start setting some meetings to have study sessions out
And
here.
who is he?
Jason.
I'm
Not
not
us.
talking about
Not
Jason.
us.
I'm talking about you.
We have no, that's why I stuck with no, but Victoria gave me a look. Like she has, he has, we have.
Jason's gonna have he'll have his thing going. We expect him to.
Okay.
But I think your owners expect to hear from you now and then, don't they?
Yes.
Linda's point was a good one. There are 5 of you, you all have your own networks, your own group of people you interact with, and that's not gonna change. But we're talking about a collective board strategy here.
But I just have to say, the board has requested some of the study sessions, and so that's why, to me, they are reaching out, in some respects.
Well, fair enough, some of that is that, but I still think he might. Okay. It's his leading us sometimes.
When we start the work with the board, we always try to start with a section of policy called, there are only 4 kinds of policies, by the way. Instead of, I don't know how many subparts you have there, but there are 4. The first one is governance culture. And I referred to this a minute ago. You have a culture right now. Is it what you want it to be? Most boards don't think much in terms of its culture. If you were creating this school district from the ground up, let's assume for a minute you have no district. There's never been a board. You're the first one. So here you are, 5 people recently elected. How would you choose to build a culture for these 5? How would you deal with each other? What would your commitment be to the owners in terms of the role you expect to play with them? What would your annual work plan look like? We would be asking you at some point to define 12 months worth of work, so that then drives your monthly board meeting agendas. You remember the first question, one of the first was what's going to be on your agenda? You would know that because the annual calendar would already have it. The last policy in this section deals with board action in the event of a member's willful and continuing violation of policy. If you have collectively developed a culture for yourself and you've got a member or members who choose to behave entirely contrary to those standards, what would you do about it? And that policy would define corrective action.
Are you going to tell us what the other 3 types of policy are?
What is the
She's a
policy?
step ahead, you Randy.
Well, you said 4 types of policies, so I was asking if you're gonna get us the other 3 as we go along, or if you're gonna tell us all 4 right now.
I'm gonna give you all 4 right now.
Okay.
Number
Right.
2 is coming right now.
Okay.
We have hired a superintendent to run this district. Why have we done that? We've done that because we don't want to do that. We don't want to run the school district. We're not,
I'm not qualified.
well, you said it, I did.
I'm not qualified. I can stand in.
But you've hired somebody who is supposed to be qualified, and he in turn has hired a staff who's supposed to augment his efforts. But the question now is, what is his job? What's Jason's job versus what our job is? We've defined our job here in one of these GC policies. I'm not going to read it to you yet, but we have a job description for the board. Jason has a job description as well, and we're going to define that in this section of policies called Board Superintendent Relationship. I kind of spilled the beans a minute ago by saying that he has 2 things to do. One is to be sure the district operates according to your operational standards, and be sure students achieve at the levels you think they should. There is a monitoring cycle that determines the outcome of both of those 2 categories of work. I'm going to come back to this in just a second and flesh that out a little bit. But in major substance, the board is saying to its superintendent, we have hired you to be sure that the finances of the district are managed appropriately, to oversee and plan the instructional program, handle all the discipline, be responsible for facilities, HR, all the things, all the moving parts of the school district, the superintendent is responsible for. I think you know the answer to this, but how do most school boards assure that all of those operational categories are being done I'm gonna use the term right. How does a typical school board oversee HR, finance, facilities?
How are we doing that now? Because
Sure.
I don't know what a typical is, I just know
How do
we
you,
ask lots of questions, usually prep the meetings as well as on a weekly basis. We ask questions.
and you approve?
Yeah, and we approve, and we
Yeah,
get
but
updates.
weekly updates.
We get weekly updates.
Most boards oversee those actions by directly involving themselves in making the decisions through approvals. And if you haven't discovered by now, we're trying to get you out of the approval business.
That is.
That's the best outcome we can envision for you. So how can, your citizenry up here pays a lot of money for these things. And they have concerns about how the place operates, don't they? And when they show up for a meeting, what are they gonna be talking to you about? This stuff.
And how they weight it.
So if they have concerns about facilities, discipline, HR, there's no way you can not have concerns. I mean, you've been elected by these people, and you can't ignore those concerns. But instead of approving, why don't we think in terms of a set of policies called operational expectations, which say from the board to the superintendent, up front and in advance, you're in charge of HR, you're in charge of the buildings and financial administration. But as you and your staff go about managing these functional areas, there's some things we will never accept if you did. Don't do these things. There's some things we will always expect you to do. Do these things. So it's a set of do's and don'ts. So think about this again. If you're on board and you've already told your superintendent in advance that with regard to HR, you can not put anybody on your payroll unless they first cleared thorough background checks. One thing we expect in terms of our staff is that every person be thoroughly trained and prepared to do the job they've been hired to do. We expect every person to be evaluated in a manner that will determine their contribution to the success of the organization. We want the evaluation, in other words, tied to the outcomes. If we've said all that in advance, why then would you need to approve everything related to HR? All Jason has to do then is to come back to you through a monitoring report proving to you that he and the staff have complied. Now, I don't want to simplify that overly, but I will say the purpose of the monitoring report is to provide documented evidence. It's not nice to know stuff, it's documented evidence. You said you wanted the buildings safe and clean. They are, and here's how you know it is, or that they are. It's not, I did it, trust me. It's based on solid evidence that's been compiled and proved that sure enough, the place is running the way it should.
It makes me think of like the Williams complaint. There's legislation around that, so they have to abide by the law and legislation, and then they bring it to us.
Yeah, we have a fit assessment, we
Right.
don't typically go through that with you, but we could actually provide it as evidence to the fact that
Right, that's what I meant, and then, so then this would be,
Something
instead of
says-
trying to approve all those things, no, that by law has to be approved, right? But I just, that's what came to mind, and then here is the evidence of that.
It's based on pre-approved indicators too. One of the things we'd say to the staff, if the board is saying to you, we want every building clean, what are the indicators of cleanliness? How do you know the building's clean?
I'm looking at
Good
Jeff.
road.
Jeff knows all that.
There's lots of different ways, but teacher feedback, inspections.
Right?
student response.
One thing it would not be would be a list of the cleaning schedule.
Yes, yeah, no.
That's not an outcome. That's what we do, but what you're identifying through inspections or teacher feedback or something independent that you can document and put a quantifiable.
Even attendance.
Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
boards that do this kind of governments have more information about the condition of their districts than you've ever thought about having. I know you know a lot of things through the approval process. You make a lot of decisions on your agendas. But what do you really know about how well this district is actually performing through documented compliance reports?
One other part of the approval part feels like it's, and I know Victoria's not here earlier, where she is. Like, I know she has a calendar of which it all happens, but sometimes I just feel like it's piecemeal, and I'm like, oh, yeah, what did we talk about last week? Because I don't want to ask them the same questions I've already asked. But I'm like, well, what was this? And so it feels more piecemeal than the times, back to something that I could talk about, back to the owners, that I could then share information back. Like, it seems like it comes piecemeal. And Victoria, I know it's on schedule, but right, something like that, I would feel like more confident in what I was saying.
This could still feel a little piecemeal, and I'll tell you why. Most boards end up with about 12 or 13 OE policies. The way this is normally monitored is you take that annual calendar that we talked about, spread these things out over the course of a whole year. So that 1 month you may get a compliance report on the instructional program, 1 month on facilities, etc. So you're really decentralizing the function of evaluating the district's performance. But guess what? When you get to the end of that cycle, you will have evaluated everything that happens in the school district.
That makes sense. Yeah. That 12-month plan is really interesting, how it's a holistic approach of a functioning district in a year.
And then someone asks you a question, and then we can go back to where that fell on the calendar and go look up whatever information. Right?
The calendar is not magic, it's just simply deciding what makes sense to mark or when. But the beauty of the system is nothing gets lost, everything gets monitored. I don't know, under the way you're currently operating, at what point, if ever, you take a good solid look at how well HR is performing, or facilities are performing, or the instructional program is performing. You get snippets of it through various approvals. But when do you tie it all together and make an informed judgment about how well the instructional program is actually working?
That's what I meant by piecemeal. Not all of those together, but I meant like we get pieces of it all the time instead of that one area of focus, that complete thought around what is in Lisa's role, right? You said earlier, the capacity of all of that, and how is that really functioning? Yeah.
We try to do it in the evaluation process, but then it's still,
Yeah.
it's massive quantity of everything at once, and it's a challenge to put all of that together, for sure.
Well, if you try to do it all at one time, it'd be impossible. That's
Yeah.
why we try to spread
So
it.
this is not for the faint of heart, however. I mean, this would come into your decision making again, is putting those monitoring reports together the first time is a chunk of work. But once you're done, you've done an interpretation of the board's value, you've chosen indicators, you've supplied the evidence. You're pretty much done unless the policy changes. And then it becomes like an ISO standard. You're familiar with that, right, process of plugging in the information. And we've had clients, including in Palm Springs, that said, even if the board walked away from this, they wouldn't, because it gave them what they needed to investigate and assure operations are at their highest level on an ongoing basis.
Plug in one more piece here. And really the most important piece. The final category of policies is results policies, which are all about kids and what your expectations are for their achievement. We talk with you most of the morning about a best hope. Our wish list, if you'll let us refer to it, our wish list for you is that you can find a way to get the stuff off your agendas and replace it with something related to how kids are achieving. Your life will be more enjoyable. I'm going to predict you'll be a more cohesive board, and I know you'll enjoy your meetings more. What do you expect kids to achieve in terms of reading and writing and communicating? What are your expectations for math and science? What are your expectations for a foreign language? I don't know what those results will look like. This is blue sky work where you simply sit down, put on the hat of one of your owners. I would venture to say only maybe 20% of whom have kids in your schools. What are they buying from you? Obviously, they're paying a lot of money for buildings and bonds and boards and buses, all the B words. But that's not really why they expect you to, not what they expect of you. They want you to produce kids that are educated and ready to live life. So what does that look like? That's the fun part of defining those expectations. And then, just as was done here, monitoring whether it's happening. The only difference here is when you're looking at an operational report, you're simply looking for compliance. Did the staff, did the district comply with what we said the expectation is in terms of whatever, discipline, HR. Here you're looking for reasonable progress.
Randy, can you repeat that? Because I had put my hat on for a minute and I went somewhere else into my blue skies. What did you just say?
What you're looking for is, you can't see it, reasonable progress. We are at point A, we should be by this time next year at point B.
Okay.
Are we getting there? Does the data show that we are achieving that incremental growth?
You got this. So this one was compliance,
Yeah, I got that one.
this box, and this was reasonable progress, a different kind of.
I was going to point out, you have a much prettier picture of this in your handout.
I know, but I want this the way I want it.
This is essentially the system that we're talking about. Simple, at the end of the policy work, you'll have about 30 or fewer total policies. About 8 or 9 would have some bearing on you, the 5 of you. Only 5 of them have anything to do with Jason and his job and the way he would be evaluated. I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. Typically, the OE policies number about 12 or so. Results could be probably not more than 4 or 5. So it's a handful of policies, but it positions the board to govern, not to help your superintendent make operational decisions. The final concept here is there's one policy in the BSR section that starts off by saying the performance of the superintendent and the performance of the district are identical. Are you tracking?
Mm-hmm.
The district has, again, what 2 things to do? What are the expectations you have of the district? Number 1 is
Bigger one is that it operates.
that it operates effectively and efficiently based on your policies.
Right.
The second thing you expect is
Achievement of the students.
that students achieve. That's your quick learner.
So you want well-educated, thriving.
So if that's what you expect of the district, and if you've hired a superintendent and charged him with running the district and producing those outcomes, are you tracking?
Mm-hmm.
If he produces evidence that the district is complying with your OEs, and if he produces evidence that kids are achieving the way you said they should, doesn't he deserve credit for the district's performance?
Yeah, that is the evaluation.
You got it. So here's the concept. If you divide all of these into monthly increments, and you divide results into hopefully looking at something every time you meet, what you're doing is doing what teachers do. They've got a classroom of 20 kids, and they're going to give these kids a test, they're going to grade papers, they're going to do project reviews, and they're going to compile evidence of how the kid is performing, right? End of the semester, what do those teachers do?
They were great.
They pull all that evidence out of the file cabinet or off the hard drive, and they look at what it tells them, and they assign a grade. So at the end of this cycle, when you've compiled all of the district's performance data, whatever it is then transferred to Jason as his evaluation. So at the end of this cycle, there should be no surprises. If there's a problem with student discipline, he's going to know it when that policy is monitored. If there's a problem with math achievement, he's going to know it when math is monitored. So it's a rolling, continuing evaluation. The subtle difference is when you get a monitoring report on a monthly board meeting agenda, you're not really monitoring Jason at that point. You're monitoring the school district. But at some point, it's transferred to the superintendent. Jason is just a comfortable concept for you. You're not going to run bolting into the sunset.
I stayed just long enough to say yes, so I can use the restroom, so I think
This sort of reminds me of teaching a school year of like scope and sequence. Because when I used to help train teachers at UCI when I was a fourth grade teacher, I'd say, look at your year, here's your content, you have to chunk it. I'll give you an example, California history has to make it through these months. And the moments of like aha for young people training, we're like, oh, I'm like, yeah, don't do it like week by week, you'll go crazy. Like, this is a year commitment to create knowledge in these students so they learn. To me, it's the same for us. We look at a year, we look at all these the OE policies, we get updates, we follow the that's really pounding me.
It's elegant in its simplicity,
Yeah.
but I'll tell you, when you put it on the ground and make it roll, it becomes a more difficult challenge, especially for these guys.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, the first time out, it certainly is.
Yes.
Linda is going to show you a few samples, I guess walk through them, they're in your handouts, about the way the system actually looks when it's put into effect, and the way some districts that preceded you have chosen to implement.
Should we wait until Jason?
Yeah, I have to go back in 2 days.
Probably
Sorry, all the water.
Right, so
Yeah.
that 5 minutes maybe.
Hold on, let me have her stuff that I don't see.
So where are you next?
We'll be in Colorado Springs, and then we're gonna be in
Now, is your home house?
No, it isn't. Oh, interesting. But we both lived in Colorado.
Back up here for a while. Remember the principle number 8 that we talked about? Anybody remember what it said? We spent some time reinforcing the importance of principle number 8. What was it, Carol?
Whoever makes a decision is accountable for the result.
So especially in your OE policies, this becomes pretty paramount. Who is familiar with John Carver's policy governance? Anybody? This is a fundamental difference between coherent governance, and Carver's policy governance. When you're developing the OE policies, think in terms of a continuum of decision making. You start somewhere and off into infinity somewhere, there's an outer limit. The board is never told how far down this line to go in terms of developing policies. We say to the board, legally, no, that's not what I want to say. We say to a board, you have the power. If you think of it simply in terms of raw power, you can do anything you want to do, as long as you're legal. You agree with that? It's unlimited. You can run the district into the ground, as some boards do, and nobody's going to stop you as long as you're legal. So where's the limit? Where are you comfortable in terms of staking out your turf in all of these operational areas? And then beyond that, delegating to the superintendent. We've worked with a couple of boards that seemingly wanted to fill up that line with board authority. One of them's not very far from you. And that's as far as I'm gonna go with that. But the question is always the boards, at what point are you comfortable now? You said, I've got all I need to do to satisfy my concern about the buildings in this district. Beyond what I've said in policy, Jason, staff, it's all yours. So,
You have to have a lot of trust in that one, right? Because you're speaking about trust of your leaders. The board only goes so far, because that's where I feel like trust comes in again.
Remember, I think one of you said earlier, trust but verify.
Yeah.
And when you're doing the monitoring, you're verifying all of that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So in my world as an administrator, everything would be going along until it didn't. And then that hit the fan, and that's what preoccupied board meetings, because we didn't have processes in place to monitor what was being done. We just kept rolling until it hit the fan.
you know, having trust is always better than not having trust. Agree?
Yes.
We spent the morning talking about that.
Yeah.
So one would hope there is a high level of trust between the
Yeah.
two parties, but Linda's right, it's not unbounded trust.
Right.
There's still some parameters, there's some limits within which Jason and the staff have to operate.
But the difference though, I think in filling it, I'm not sure if that's all trust as much as how much operational work, how much do we wanna go back to policy 8, whatever or 8.
Principle 8.
Principle 8, right, of what we're gonna say we're gonna own and what we are saying, we still own it, but we're saying he used to own it to run it day to day. And that's what that line is, right? That line is,
Jason owns and is accountable for
right,
any decision that he and the staff make beyond where the board stopped.
Yeah.
If you think about legislating,
right,
because that's what you're doing.
yes,
As long as they're down in this area, everybody's happy. What happens when they find themselves faced with a decision that puts them pretty close to where you've drawn the line? It's theirs to make, and they know it's theirs. You know it's theirs, or his, not theirs. It's Jason's guy, he's the guy that wants it. It's his decision, and he knows it, but he also knows that there could be some backlash, there could be controversy, could be perhaps internal disagreement with you five. What does he do when he reaches the point that he recognizes that to be the case? What do you expect him to do?
to have a conversation with us. Ahead of time.
Talk. Here's what would not be recommended. Jason would not come to you and say, guys, this is going to be a tough one. It'd really be great if you could approve this one.
Oh, hand it to the board to take the hit.
What would you do?
Sorry, that's the best way I can frame
It's
it.
excellent.
Yeah. Which has happened in previous administrations.
Yeah.
But
The board got things they
Way back over
shouldn't
there.
have, so they got the hit in the meeting.
He's transferring ownership to you.
Here's my monkey.
Yeah, wow.
So it's not intended to say the big stuff belongs to you. The little stuff that's not the point here. These guys are gonna be responsible for a lot of big decisions, but they're also accountable for them.
And they're only being guided by our big decisions and what the policy is, okay. And when they think that's questionable, they would then inform us as they're going along, and they realize that it could end up being something.
I'm gonna play this out in an absurd fashion.
Sure.
Let's say the issue is student discipline and you've got a problem. These guys get their heads together and they say, one of the best ways that we believe we can resolve this problem is to put uniforms on all of our kids. Okay? What's gonna happen in the public arena when they start requiring uniforms?
And they haven't spoken to anyone about it.
No, he's coming to you,
Oh, so I'm gonna have to say, we're gonna do uniforms.
but he's telling you, he's not asking permission. He's telling you, this is where we are proposing to go with this issue. We're gonna require kids to wear uniforms. What if you're not prepared to accept that decision?
As a board or as individuals?
as a board.
Oh,
Using that example, what if we knew that that already come up twice over the years in this district and what the reaction was? Can we share that or not share it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the board does next.
but are you saying, so we've said these are this is our guiding, there's nothing within any of our guiding policies that would be against uniforms?
That's right, you've
Okay, so
given him no
nothing in there,
guidance.
there's no guidance in there at all.
None at all.
And his staff has come back, the way to deal with this discipline issue, the only way to deal with it effectively, is to take this bold step. And there's gonna be this uproar, well then I guess we either support him as a board, or we would have to fire him as a board.
Well, no,
No?
not quite yet.
I'm not so sure I like this.
Off with the head.
I totally agree that he did it, but if we came up as a board and said, we don't agree, we're not gonna move the line,
You are a smart girl.
we have one of two
Well,
choices, to
that's it.
support it or not move.
Move the line, take that decision away from you.
Oh, take the political heat,
You want it now.
but we decide to do that.
You have prevented him from doing it. That's what.
Oh, well, then we're
You
saying
say you
no.
don't do that. You move the
Oh.
line.
But then you change your policies.
But that's what I say, but then we have to actually move the line.
Right.
I think we were scared to move the line, that
Because I
was
thought
trying
that
to
was the line.
overstep and operational.
Well, you're gonna consider it carefully, but if you're
Okay.
saying, we've tried this before, we've had great community upheaval, we don't believe that's gonna solve the problem, no, you may
Then we
not.
change the policy so that's not even an issue.
It's
Is that how we
taken
move the
off.
line, is by changing the
You
policy?
change the policy.
And then it's not an issue.
Right.
But, I mean, they can't consider that as a solution.
See, your sensitivity to the community, since you were their trustee, your sensitivity says they would not accept that. That's more than we want to have this district
Okay.
to deal with.
Okay.
So we can't buy where you wanna go, therefore you may not require kids to wear uniforms to school. I told you this was an absurd example, and
No, but it's cool,
But
no, it's a good example.
It's valid.
but the point is, you always are in control of what you will delegate and what you will not delegate.
Okay.
Okay.
But we have to be in control as an entity.
As an,
Not one person goes in and says, don't like this.
that one person can talk to their other four,
Okay,
which is where that conversation should be had.
okay.
And then what type of meeting is that conversation had at, so that we can all talk about it?
I guess.
Public meeting.
Yeah, but I mean, like a workshop meeting around the policies, is it done in a, like, let's say he realizes, I'm not gonna bring this forward because they're gonna strike it down. We decide we're gonna change policy, like, the communication of that, is that superintendent president conversation, is that whole board conversation?
So-
Okay,
See, I would rather see you deal with this issue at the policy level.
yeah.
And the discussion is, do we amend the policy? I'd rather see you do that than to approve a recommendation to put uniforms on kids.
Right, knowing there's gonna be this big backlash.
That's right.
And he'd rather not approve that or do that if we know it's gonna backlash and he needs us to protect that and take it off the table through policy.
See, does this make sense to you?
Mhm.
I will do one more thing, then Rhoda can do her thing.
Sorry, it's not whole. I got fire.
When you've got all of this done, what is the district intended to look like? Still got the owners at the top of the page, they've hired the board as their representative. And inside that first circle, the big circle with the overlapping superintendent role, that's the governance team, that's minus the central staff, that's who's in the room now. The board are the official members of the governance team, that with Jason's support.
I just want to point out in the 3 bullets, the governance team addresses results, expectations, but look what we talked about this morning as inner engagement, that you haven't been intentionally as a board mapping out.
You have it written a little bit differently on the sheet. You have results, operational expectations, and linkages.
Okay, same thing,
Okay.
inner engagement, linkages is the same.
Thank you.
But that's essentially the elements of the governance, and you're driving what happens throughout the district through your policy work. Jason, who is a member of the board's team, leads the strategic team, or the strategy team. He, the senior administrators, and including the principals at the site level, are in that second circle. They're responsible for taking the direction you're giving through policy, forming strategies and actions, and developing programs to make those results and OEs happen. Then that same principal, who's a member of the strategy team, leads the instructional team, which is responsible for everything that happens at the site level along with the staff. Two things here to point out. You can't see it except on that bottom circle, but from top to bottom on the right side, there's a blue arrow, a blue line. What the board is doing through policy there is driving everything that happens in the district. This requires alignment, but if nothing gets out of the boardroom, this is going to go nowhere. It won't do anybody any good if you guys just come to a meeting and play around with policies. But it's intended to drive everything that happens from the boardroom to the classroom. On the other side of the circle, which is red, and again you can barely see, is the accountability that flows all the way back from the classroom back to the boardroom. That's the alignment that's required from everything that happens in the district if this is going to work. The two things I want to point out quickly. Jason has two jobs to do. You see those? He's a part of your team and he's the leader of the strategy team. What happens if he overplays either one of those roles?
Ouch.
What if he becomes such a member of the board's team that these guys don't even view him as their leader? Or what happens if he becomes so identified with the staff that you can't trust him? But of equal concern to me would be the role of the site administrator, the principal. They can become so identified with the central office group, they lose their teachers, or vice versa. So that the balancing act that those two people have to play, those two entities, is pretty crucial. Terminology may be a little different in your handout, but that's the kind of stuff.
So, when we've been working with the client, we go in and we walk through schools or talk to teachers, and they don't know what the board's results for student achievement are. We haven't been successful, right? We can't stop in here. And the goal here is alignment, because if you align resources, all resources, you have a better chance of students actually achieving at a level they want, right? I think Calgary, Canada did the best job on this when we worked up there for many years. And the results were everywhere, very visible, and especially in the boardroom. So we go into boardrooms in Issaquah, Washington, Calgary, someplace else, Arlington, or Fairfax, Virginia, and they've got the results mounted around the room. And in Harrison, Colorado, and I gotta characterize this. The board president is this tall Nubian princess. Got a vision? I mean, black as coal, and hair stacked up on her head, so she looked even taller than her 5'10". And they would start to talk about something and they'd veer off. Oh, pardon me for a minute, can we just talk about? And she would look up at the walls and say, what does this have to do with that? And just bring everybody back to where's the student focus on this? Oh, I was spending our time talking about the color of the linoleum flooring in the new high school. Yeah. That was a little segue. I'm the color. So should we walk through some examples? Yes. And then we'll be, James has to leave at 3. So
before.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll try to get as much of this done as possible. After after the grid that you have here on the front is a sample policy. When we do this work, would it make sense that most school districts would have great common concerns in those areas, right? So why start from ground zero? If we came in and said, okay, let's understand your values about this, it would be a month of Sundays before we would get done. So we take our template language and we're always refining it and making it better, but you read the template language and then you customize it to your unique community needs. So the first one is governing commitments, and just read the first opening paragraph. Isn't it remarkable? That sounds like what you all said all morning, right? I think it's my favorite part of the entire policy meeting. If that actually happened, we would have a fighting chance of being just a superior board and district, right? So then we call that the preamble statement. Here's what the board is saying about how we're going to govern. And then we go down to sub-policy. So 1, function as a single unit. Opinions and personal strengths, D, of individual members will be used to the board's best advantage, but you will still make decisions as a group by formal vote. Number 2, we talked about this. Board is responsible for its own performance and commits itself to continuous improvement. That's professional development. 3, ensure board meetings are conducted with maximum effectiveness and efficiency. A through J. Consent agenda, you have one. Number 5, how you remove something from the consent agenda. Number 6, we talked about this a moment ago, the board will direct the district through policy. Your major focus will be on results expected to be achieved by students. Do you have subgroups of students in the district that you don't believe are achieving at the highest level?
Yes.
Okay. Do you diagnose those and target them?
Yes.
That's what this is about. So it's not just the special ed students, but what about the other end of the spectrum? What are we doing for the gifted students? Okay. Look at 7. So the beauty of these policies, it's not in that big thick manual, is you own these. And if you find reason as a majority board, they need to revise them, do it. You own them. Okay? All right. The BSRs, the board takes responsibility for the relationship it has with its CEO. The beauty of this system too is, have any of you ever had a job where you are hired and within a week or a month, you're being told how to do your job? No? Really? Man, I was there way too many times. Yeah. And I would be like, why did you hire me? Why didn't you just do the job and take my salary too? Okay? So here we're clarifying how the board will give direction to the superintendent. And the beauty of this, again, is through written policy. So there's no, I like the word disclarity. Okay? So 1 is the results, 2 is the OEs, 3, as long as the superintendent uses any reasonable interpretation of what you've said, he's authorized to establish any additional district policy or regulation, make any decisions, establish any practices, and develop any activities he deems appropriate to achieve the board's results policies. You're getting out of his way and letting him fly. And you're doing more than getting out of his way. When we go through the GCs, you're supporting, encouraging, advocating for results and for allowing him to do his job. Okay. Look at 5, BSR 5 then, the superintendent accountability. Great. He's now actually given the authority to do the job you hired him to do. But the converse is the accountability piece, right? Look at number 1. The board will determine organizational performance based upon its defined systematic monitoring processes outlined in its annual work plan. So if you decided to do this, we'd take all the OEs and all the results, and Jason would be tasked with saying what logically would fall in what month. So that you have the most complete information possible to present to the board. At some point, it doesn't matter, if you will, because it's circular. And you just need to have a chunk of 12 months worth of monitoring. But they take the first hit at that. You'll acquire monitoring data on the results and the OEs by one of three methods, and the board chooses the method. By an internal report, so the department heads draft a report and present it to you through him. By external review, so we all know that you could have anything in a school district audited by an external party, if you want to pay for it. But there will be times outside of monitoring financial administration when you might find it valuable to have an external audit of some area that then is presented to the board of don't just take it from us, but okay. But you would make that choice. So an example would be we worked with a system where 2 out of 9 board members thought that personnel were being treated fairly and equitably. And they didn't believe the internal report, that these 2. They kept muddying the water. They hired Enspro to come in, did a communications audit, found everything was fine. Didn't change the 2's opinion, but it gave them the ability to move forward. And then there's direct board inspection, which we've seen done just a couple of times. And that could be the whole board or a committee of the board wanting to see firsthand compliance. Okay.
And is that different than walking like a school site, or is that walking a school site?
It would probably be different than that unless walking the school site, you're looking for, let's say, that state and facilities of clean, safe, and well maintained.
Okay.
But you would have to agree on the criteria for that before you just start the willy-nilly stuff, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think we'll do that.
Now,
I don't think we'll do that.
if you get to that level, something's wrong.
Well, I just wanna make sure that wasn't just walking the school sites, because I love walking the school sites, that's why I was not like, walking the school sites, it's just walking the school sites.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. 5, 6, and 7 will have more meaning if you decide you actually want to move into this. It simply is that annual calendar, you'll decide how you're gonna monitor on what schedule, and then you're gonna draw conclusions. And the conclusions on those monitoring reports, again, become the substance of Jason's evaluation. Is that, okay? So when we go in to work with the majority of our clients that that want the support, they'll have the cover pages for each monitoring report, and that's what we draw conclusions from. So here's an interesting thing. We had a client in Minnesota who the superintendent had difficulty communicating, and they kept pushing and trying and talking, hoping we'd get there. And when we got to the final evaluation and we were drawing summary judgments, the OEs, it was glaringly apparent there was a problem with communicating with the public, communicating with stakeholders, communicating with personnel. It just was across the board. And so they were able to draw some pretty significant conclusions. We've had other superintendents where the problem was in finances. So you've got one on the budget, financial planning, financial administration, asset protection. And when the things bubble up and you go, you know, obviously you look for patterns, but it doesn't always happen that way, but it just is a process that allows you to look at the whole system and see where there's achievement and where there's concern. And those drive your priorities for the next year, and in fact may drive what goes on your annual calendar. So if you're concerned about communication, you might not wait a full year, you might put it on twice on the annual work plan to monitor. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is why we do this work. This is about a board doing board work in a very systematic, logical fashion, in a powerful way that can lead everyone, staff and community, to focus on student achievement. And you do that by defining these expectations and monitoring them and getting at the truth. And it's not off with your head stuff, it's transparency stuff. There's things that are gonna happen that are beyond the superintendent's control. So, we've got one on learning environment, school safety, and God forbid you have a school shooting. What happens to your superintendent? His fault? I mean, this is grown-up work, but it's powerful work. Okay, next page. Asset protection we put in here. Who is this, Lisa? Is this yours?
Jeff.
Jeff, okay. An interesting list of protecting the district's assets, believing in the top, properly maintained, appropriately used, and not placed at undue risk. Look at number 9. Oh, wow. Do you believe that the district's public image and credibility is an asset?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why we talk too with all boards that want to hear about this, is that the board is part of that public image and credibility. And that's why we encourage you to back away and look at your board meetings. Look at the body language. Look at the setup. Is it working? Are your communications as a board promoting the public image and credibility of the district? Are you contributing to that fabric or detracting from it? Okay. The next one is an actual monitoring document. This is from Harrison School District in Colorado Springs, Colorado. They have fairly good money. They have good schools. They have an abysmal, what did you say? Abysmal? Student achievement rate, yeah, they really struggle there. Huge Army base with a lot of turnover, you know, and it's just always going through. But we like this. The superintendent who did this this is the monitoring cover sheet, and he asserts that they're in compliance as of this date, January 23rd. We don't have the whole thing here, but he gives a summary statement of what he thinks is going on. Actually, this is not, I've got to change this. Okay, and then he takes each piece of the policy, and on the next page, you'll see his interpretation of the terminology. Takes each piece. And the board would decide, is that what we meant by saying that? Yeah. Is that a reasonable interpretation of our value? And if so, good. And so then he goes to 7.1.
Before you leave that, this is one of the reasons you can have a 30-page policy manual, because the values are stated very broadly, but the interpretation fills it in. And you're simply saying to Jason, these are the broad values and expectations. You guys flesh it out through the interpretation, and then we will accept it as reasonable or not. We always maintain the role as a board to judge whether we're tracking with each other.
The good thing about this on the side is the board writes the policy, right? Here's the values. And you guys have to say, okay, we get it. We're going to interpret your value. And 2 things. If you are interpreting, you can't restate the language, right? So if you want to know the definition of personnel, you don't go to the dictionary, and the definition of personnel is personnel. So it has to be a reasonable interpretation that shows you, that they understand your value. So the entire policy can be interpreted, or you can take the key pieces and interpret them. And then you'll see the indicators of compliance at the bottom here. How will we know that the superintendent will ensure that payroll and legitimate debts of the district are promptly paid when due? And look at the 2 bullets. Hard evidence. When we first started doing this, one of our clients said, I did, trust me. That was it. No interpretation, no evidence, done. And then the response was, what? You hired me and you can't trust me? Trust and verify. Next page. He's got 3 more indicators. We'll know that we've done that when these conditions exist. And then he gives evidence of compliance, and it's not a process, it's evidence. So when we get reports from clients that are loaded up with process, that's the first thing we go after. It gets highlighted in yellow and lined through. So process is good to know, but process doesn't assure you that that standard has been achieved. Do you want to, this is your favorite thing. I don't like doing that.
What's so important about the interpretation of the indicators? This staff got pretty creative. Look at the highlighted part of 7.2. Here's what the board said. The superintendent will assure that all purchases are based upon comparative prices of items of similar value, including consideration, cost, and long-term quality. They basically said anything you spend, when you spend money on something, we want to be sure you're getting value for what you pay. That's the board's value. Look at the interpretation. Purchases shall mean acquisitions of items with an individual cost in excess of $5,000. What did the board say? All. The interpretation said it didn't really mean all. We buy a lot of stuff in this district. No way can we price shop it. Why don't we just agree between us that if it's 5,000 or more, we'll price shop it? Well, the board accepted that as reasonable. So at least they're on the same page. But it didn't stop there. Look at the indicators on the next page. We'll know we're compliant when 95% of the purchases of items with an individual cost above $5,000 that don't have to be competitively bid, a price shop and value compare. So now they've given themselves just a bit more wiggle room. Not only is it 5,000 and above, but now it's 95% of those items. Would you accept that as reasonable? I have no idea, and you probably don't either. But at least that was the conversation. And the staff essentially was saying, you know, we're willing to grab the big picture, but again, we're a big organization and we buy a lot of stuff.
So we've had other clients who say, we warehouse all our supplies right down to pencils and paper clips. And so we're comfortable with the percent.
The good thing about the indicators though, they're measurable. You can document it. You can pretty well prove based on the accepted interpretation. We either comply or we didn't.
That's an OU report, right? The compliance. The next page is a results monitoring report on the use of technology. So up at the top, there's their policy, use of technology to gain, analyze, evaluate, and present information. He says, we're making reasonable progress with the noted exception. And this is right on the cover now.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so you're set up for what's going to be in this report. What can I anticipate? Then, I can't remember where this came from. She put in an executive summary of what the board is going to see in the report. So here's the beauty of this. You get a monitoring report, math, science, arts, music, social emotional learning, the whole 9 yards. You're told up front, are we making reasonable progress? Do we have exceptions? Are we failing? And then you're given an executive summary that says, okay, here's what you're going to be seeing in the report that follows. So you're set up for understanding. If you don't have those two things, in my opinion, then the board struggles with, what am I reading? What does this mean? What's the context I put it in? And you make your own assumptions, okay, or determinations.
A lot of room for that.
Yeah. So the board agreed here with the superintendent's certification, and then wrote their own summary statement, which you might find interesting to read. So here's what's good about this summary statement of the board. We're thinking again, right now it's about district. But in a period of time, it's gonna be about, you know. So you take out your cover sheets, and you've got this part of your evaluation already done. Right? Now, we've worked with districts like Racine, Wisconsin, urban, very low achieving. Oh, I think 90% of their school buildings were over 100 years old. I mean, it's just,
Wonderful.
tough environment. And they hired a superintendent out of Washington DC. Who was that superintendent?
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle Reed, yeah.
No joke lady. OMG. We worked with her, yeah, anyway. So she came into the district and they had been getting, you know, the fluff job. Yeah, we're doing okay, we're doing okay. And she came and said, hell no, we're not making regional progress in any year. And it was a cough syrup, a dose of medicine. But the board agreed with her. And then the following year, when she started to make incremental progress, they said, man, you're being tough on yourself. Let's give credit where credit's due, where things are happening. So, but the exchange, the value of having that kind of honest conversation, right? Okay. We can go into more detail on this later if you want to, but what do terms mean? Here's one of my experiences, Jason, and Linda's as well, is we see boards seated and we assume that they know sometimes more than they do. And our experience, board members are not going to say, excuse me, what does an SAT really tell us? What does the state standard really tell us? What do these terms mean? So part of this is teaching the board what the terminology is and how it can be put together, because it's a complex thing, right? Mm-hmm. Overlapping all of it. Okay. All right. The rest of that report gives you a lot of good information. On the last page of that, we should have numbered it. It says for a separate vote. I'm on this page.
What packet are you in?
I'm in the same one. Oh, you have yours. Oh, yeah.
For some, very last page.
Yeah,
Wait, where are you? Are you
page.
still on
Yeah.
results monitoring
Yep,
of this
yep.
district?
Yep.
Okay, last.
So the very last one is interesting. Separate vote request for board approval of new targets.
Oh, I see.
See that? Advanced and advanced proficient will each increase by 5% over the prior year. So the board's control is, you've said what you had to say about technology, and now you're saying, okay, reasonable progress with exception, but next year, here's the targets we want. So it's a board being involved in establishing student performance outcomes.
Okay.
Pardon?
And then you can own that.
And then you can own that. Yeah. Okay, summative superintendent evaluation. We used to, when we ran Colorado Association of School Boards, we'd get a Friday night phone call. Can you send us a form to do the superintendent's evaluation? We're meeting tomorrow. We'd be like, based on what? Based on some generated form from the state association or the school administrators or NSBA or what? The thing about this, again, it's an honoring process for the superintendent. Again, one of the reasons we do this work is we've seen too many superintendents abused by a governing board that doesn't say straight up, 1 year from now, here's what we're holding your account for, and you know it. We worked with boards that, I think it was in Vail, the superintendent they hired up there had big hair, just had big hair. They didn't like it. They wrote it in his, excuse me, I was gonna get profane, in his evaluation that they didn't like his hairdo. It looked too front range for them. Front range being Denver. You know what? If you're gonna do that, write it in policy. We're gonna hire you, but don't have big hair.
Like the Yankees, gonna have a beard.
Yeah, no beards. We had a guy that worked for us who drove a red Porsche. We don't like your car. Put it in policy. No fancy cars.
I didn't say that to him.
I know that was nice.
Different job.
Different job.
Ours is if they get a workout during the day or workout right after work or something.
Yeah,
Then the community would, man, worked out.
yeah.
But if we didn't want that, then we got a policy that says, and you can't work out
We had another superintendent who was obese, and they wrote in his contract, you will engage in physical program, yeah. So, do you get my point? I'm giving you extremes,
Right.
but it's fair. It's fair if you're gonna expect it and you're gonna evaluate it on it. The way you control the system and your relationship with your CEO is in the policy.
And then what if it's a complaint that the board doesn't, if they don't agree with it? Right, like, that he's obese and he has 4 gaps. Would you then just say that's not our issue? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, that would be your debate. I mean, they really
Right.
liked this guy and they wanted him to survive and his blood pressure and everything else
so
was.
they want him to take care of himself.
They wanted him to take care of himself and they were saying, we are going to give you the time and compensation to take care of yourself.
Ask your HR person.
Requested that sample language for you.
I know.
That seems
I can see
legally
her approach.
dangerous.
I know, that's what I'm feeling, that's why I'm like watching her, and what else can you say?
Understand, I'm giving you extremes, but
We know,
you get my
no,
point.
we appreciate extremes, it helps.
Okay, all right. So, the superintendent evaluation, again, I'm not gonna sit here and read it to you, but I think it's honoring. It, gives the summary on the front, signed by each person, and then it does exactly what we talked about. It takes each OE and asserts whether they find him to be compliant or not, and gives commentary where appropriate. Actually, this isn't a he, this is a she. In California.
Now, in order to create this, is the board having a meeting before the evaluation to sit down for this together, or because it's, well, these are the responses, are they meeting prior? How do they compile it?
We compiled this one, you can do it yourselves, for sure. The process we recommend is you take those OE cover sheets
Right.
and the results cover sheets, and you sit down and you look at them together.
Okay.
How did you vote? What was the feedback you gave? And reiterate it here.
Okay, and then we would,
Draw conclusions.
but that's prior to the actual evaluation.
Yes, yes, so, yes. So the board would do this, or draft it, make sure you agree to it, and then you meet with Jason and present it to him and talk about it. Okay? Okay, then you'll see on page 6, there's an appendix that this board included, summary resolutions for the coming year, and this drove their annual calendar. It also helped focus the superintendent on, here's what we want done, here's what we expect. Got it? It's not the checklist that you get from the association, this is board work,
Yeah.
it's honoring work.
I like that line.
Yeah. Me too. GC 60 is a sample annual work plan. And this is for a board that's just moving into this form of governance. And it's got 12 months, it's got the legend at the bottom. It's got what typically happens is all of the governing culture policies are monitored at one time, and they chose to do that in August. And at the same time, they do the board CEO relationship policies. Are we in fact honoring our relationship with the CEO and how we're gonna work together? Those are done at the same time. Look on the far right corner then, under other business. At the time they monitor those, they do a retreat for the CEO summit of evaluation. So they monitor themselves, and then they monitor the CEO. There's a reason why the GCs come first in this portfolio of policies, because we happen to think if the board can't self-govern with integrity, what business does it have to monitoring CEO? So it's yin and yang here. Then under the OEs, as I said, again, they went through with their superintendent for the OEs and the results and decided how they were going to flow them in there. And they had to start with reasonable interpretation on everything. Let's get that decided and agreed to. They had linkages with their legislators. This is just preliminary again. They determined what kind of board development they needed. They did MBTI training, they got negotiations training, they knew their parliamentary procedure was kind of sucking air. They wanted to go to NSBA. They came to our annual meeting, which is called the Wisdom Sharing. So all that stuff was there. And then other business. So they know a year in advance, and this can be a rolling calendar, right? They know a year in advance what their agendas are going to look like. It's driven by this. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, and the next page is the sample agenda. You'll notice down the far right-hand corner, or column, everything on their agenda is tied to one of their governing policies. If you can't tie it to a governing policy, maybe it's not a board issue. Does that make sense to everybody? So, I forget who brought it up, Peggy, at the beginning, you said, it makes sense to me that you have the president and the superintendent sit down together and establish agendas, but you had a friend who's another board member came.
Yeah, they rotate.
And we recommend that practice for 2 reasons. Establishing the agenda determines what the board's work is. And getting to know these policies is a body of work in and of itself. So rather than saying, Victoria, would you go and make all the policy assignments and just, okay, she did it, Victoria, we love her. Instead, she says, yeah, I know we do. So instead.
What's she gonna do if we change all this? She spends all her time xeroxing and organizing.
I have plenty to
She has
do.
plenty of.
Should go home on time.
The point of having another board member involved is that that board member, the third board member, or the second board member, would do the policy assignments, and it forces you to get to know your policies. And then at the board meeting, that individual is like the third eye, or the conscience of, are we staying on target? Are we allowing ourselves to get off track? Are we honoring each other's contributions? Are we, all of that stuff. And then that board member would lead the debriefing, which we're going to talk
And that person rotates, is that what you're saying?
So up in St. Helena, my friend who's on the board, a board member rotates in planning the agenda. So the president's always there, but then so you have a little more knowledge, and I thought that was a really impressive idea.
It's building capacity, it's building leadership capacity.
It's building and just greater knowledge across everyone,
When we talk to boards or clients and we say, oh, what is it, a GC or a BSR? And they've been doing this for a year, we're like, oh, OMG, this is not working. And we just call it. So that builds, again, leadership capacity. Look down at number 10 then. We've got board development at 8:15, and we cite the policy, what it's about. Then we've got board debriefing before adjournment. So boards always say to us 2 things. You want us to debrief in public? Yeah. You want us to debrief from people who don't like us and want to see us doing the wrong things? Won't they get engaged? No, not if you don't let them. And we can't do that. What about the Brown Act? What about, every state's had something, right? And we say, do the debriefing, find a way to do it. We've got various tricks of the trade for making that happen. It's only 10 minutes long. This is not a regurgitation of the whole meeting that you just engaged in. And someone leads it, and then you still have the ability to contribute to that. This is the time when we say, I felt like it was a really intense conversation, and I felt left out at times, overwhelmed. I wanted to participate, but I didn't feel like there was the opportunity to do so. I felt like that topic dragged on for too long, and it started getting circular. We just were repeating what was being said. So here's our experience. If you don't debrief it, it's going to happen. You're going to go walking the dogs. We had one lady who said, I used to go home and drink a bottle of cream de mint. Okay. Another would wake up her husband and make him go for a walk with her. Or it's out in the parking lot, or at the ice cream shop, or at the bar, somewhere.
It's coming out somewhere.
It's coming out. So why not do it here when it's fresh and meaningful? And this is board work with the superintendent. Okay.
That's the meaningful part, because the other part,
But it
it's not meaningful.
follows in the law?
Pardon me?
I'm concerned it doesn't follow in the law that it would start to become a discussion about an agenda. That's my worry.
Then it stops.
Okay.
Then it's right.
It's about our feelings. It's our feelings of the meeting, or
No, it can be, what did we do well? What did we mishandle? How do we want to do better?
Okay.
we didn't make good eye contact during the meeting. And I can't read the back of people's heads.
Right, you can't go back and discuss the actual plan. Right,
Yeah.
But it's how
But
the
if-
meeting it.
but if debriefing's on the agenda, then you can have it.
We just can't rehash previous items.
Right. But then would you
Right.
have to have public
Specifics.
comment, would you have to have comment to that agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, so then someone else could debrief their thoughts,
They can debrief us.
they could debrief us, yeah, I mean, so, okay, well, then that's all fair.
So I
Very
think one of the best we've ever seen do this is in Shorewood, Wisconsin. Interesting little community, 1 square mile. Very, right on the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee campus right by there. And they stand up, they're in the library like this, but there's another room. They stand up, go to a circular table and do their debriefing and they're done. And it is what worked, what didn't, what should we be doing about it.
But we legally have to have public comment before it, correct?
You know, even though
No
it's
one's
technically
published
an
on there.
open meeting, they're not, they may stay with you 1 meeting or 2,
They're not
but
speaking.
it's not exciting. They're not gonna
Definitely
maintain
exciting.
that.
Usually everyone's gone by this time,
Yeah.
except the poor staff who's been here all day, and
And
they're
the
falling
staff-
asleep,
Yeah,
they're way in the back.
Yeah.
Let me point out a couple other things about this agenda. 2 consent agendas, 4 and 5. Why 2? First one belongs to Jason. These are things that you've delegated, but law still requires you to approve. You have some of those, I'll bet, don't you?
We didn't.
So let's assign all of those to Jason's consent. And he's just telling you what he's done, and you bless it with a vote.
Pull it off.
Yeah. The next one is your consent agenda, which basically you put anything on it you want. Anything you don't want to talk about, put on your consent. Look at number 7. And 8 for that matter. 7 is where we're going to spend time on kids and how they're doing. So whatever, it doesn't always have to be a results monitoring report. It could be test results that sooner or later might be folded into a monitoring report, but right now it's just for your information. But at least it's focusing on how kids are doing. And then number 8 is the same thing with regard to operations. Our hope would be that every board can find a way to do an agenda in 1 page. There'll be things underneath each one of these, but the big chunks of work, it's pretty simple, but this is not being critical, it's just trying to draw a distinction. This looks a lot different from the current agenda. The only approvals on here are those that the board has reserved for itself, which is number 6. You won't delegate everything, but those things that you do retain, you slide underneath that.
This is both exciting and frightening all at the same time, isn't it? Like just even reading these is like, that sounds wonderful, this looks daunting at times, my brain is like, whoa.
That's what I was saying.
I just wanted to share that debrief.
The structure is simple. All the pieces that have to go into
Yes.
using it. And you know, I want to say again, this is not for every board. It just is not. And it's not for every superintendent and staff. It's the best system for governing we know of. If we know the better one, we'd be doing that. But, you know, if it fits,
Where does closed session fit?
pardon me,
Where do the closed sessions fit?
Where do you want it to fit?
usually up front, I guess, is where you're at.
We have some clients who do a linkage before 1 meeting a month, a dialogue with some,
What do you mean by linkage? I don't know.
linkage would be like a focus group where,
Community engagement.
So you do that instead of closed session, is what you're saying?
no,
No.
I was just gonna give you a pattern. Like, Issaquah, Washington, again, a very high-end district, and they do a linkage once a month for the hour and a half before their board meeting, and the one they have coming up this month, their meeting with the Chamber of Commerce.
In a public session so people can come and watch it, okay.
And the closed session or executive session is, every board does it differently. Before the meeting, at the end of the meeting, or they stop the meeting and do it and then come back, which is not really me, but whatever.
Yeah, we usually do ours at the beginning,
Yeah.
so, and then the open starts at a certain time, so the
Yeah.
public knows.
Okay,
So how do you, from your experience of this works and doesn't work, what are the ways that it's worked? Like, why has it worked and why has it not worked with different districts?
We've got a chapter in the book on that. Actually, it's not an automatic success, you gotta work at it.
It's work.
And it's foreign work. You would be doing work you've never done. These guys certainly would be doing work they've never done. So it's not something to tinker with or play with for a year or two, and, you know, if you're not committed, don't do it. If you nurture it, if it becomes your standard operating procedure, the places where it works is where people don't focus on the mechanics of doing it. If you get consumed with doing it right by the numbers, you'll get lost in the way. A certain amount of discipline has to go into it, but you can't be a slave to the model. The model has to work for you, not vice versa. But I'll say again, it's like, in fact, when we do the training, at the end of it, we have the board members write their name with their hand, just normal handwriting. And then put the pen in their other hand and do that again. So you can imagine what happens that second time out. It's messy, it's slow, it's awkward. You have to think and work hard to make it, and it's the same.
And then what are the steps, if this is something that we would like to do, what are the steps to do that? I know you wanted to have more than one day with us, but what are the steps then?
Maybe we can hire you as a consultant and then you can use your materials and have ongoing.
If you did it, it would take 5 days, spread over 3 sessions.
Say again, I'm sorry.
If you did it, it would require 5 days of your time, spread over 3 sessions. 2 days to do GC, BSR, and OEs.
because that's working from templates.
Right.
Take a single day then to do the results policies, which is blank paper. And then 2 days to do implementation training. We just gave you a snippet for implementation, but if you're gonna actually put this stuff into play and use it, then here's how to do it.
You'd come out of that with your draft annual calendar, your draft agenda, you know, the understanding of how deeply to pull out the monitoring reports. And linkage definition. Who do you wanna link with when and about what?
We're gonna try to link back to protocols at all
Yeah, we'd like to more try to get,
before Jim needs to go. You know, we got no time.
Yes, we have 7 minutes.
So what you've got included at the back here is just what we think is pretty good work and results. This is from Calgary again. They didn't do it in one day, they took 2 days.
Okay.
But, yeah, I just think it's great work for getting at the non-academics as well. Very purposeful. Okay, you've driven the timeline here, buddy. We're gonna talk about your protocols. Okay.
any other questions or concerns about any of that that you just talked about?
Really interesting.
Okay, protocols, and you shift your thinking and take a quick look at these. We had identified in yellow at the bottom of the first page of procedures. Where are they?
They're in folder number
Morning,
1.
the morning session.
Yeah, sorry, not 1, then 1.
Given the time limit, let's suggest an alternative, a slight modification. If you will, work through the protocols, and rather than assigning a letter grade, if you think you're doing fine, there are no issues with your performance in any of those blocks, put a plus. If there are issues that we need to talk about, put a minus. And I guess I would say
You're
also,
saying individual and jointly, we evaluate ourselves.
in each of the blocks,
Yes.
No, so individual.
yeah. If you're doing fine, put a plus. If you're not doing so well, put a minus. And if there's anything in here that's worthy of amendment, modification, put a minus by that too. In other words, if there is work to be done, identify where it needs to be done.
Clarification, they're doing it based off of the board's performance, not the individual.
Thank you, Jason. It
That's
is,
what I was asking, okay.
That's clarification, it's the board's performance. You're doing it individually, but based off the board performance. Board Clinton.
pretend
So
for a
much
minute
easier.
that you're one entity.
I know, that's why I call it clarified, because I think what you were saying was
Yes.
what,
Yes.
you're doing it individually
I like
based
the
off
end
of the
sticker,
board.
got over there.
And you're not rating you, you're rating the board, okay? Getting close. Tell us where these came from. What's the history behind these?
Previous meetings, governance meetings. Excuse me.
In my binder, every time I get a word binder on the side.
You started out fall of my first year. We had a facilitated with an attorney from one of the law firms that does just education law, Peter Fagan, who's one of the his name's on the firm.
It is. Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
Effective governance and collaboration. So the board worked on that, developed those, and then we've revisited them annually, made edits to them accordingly, but never have taken formal action per se. It's always been an agreement during that meeting that people, but I think that's something that came up more recently, is that it's never been formal action that the board's taken.
So have they worked pretty well?
I don't understand what they are exactly, do other boards have them, are they?
Which require from them.
Cause if they're just bylaws, then the bylaws exist, I guess that's, I've never really
There's
understood.
not a summary of bylaws.
Okay. I mean, I came on in
I think a lot of this
2016
has
and I was
to do
kinda
with
like,
compliance.
Yeah, to make sure we're complying with the law. But that's what I meant, kind of like a summary of all of them.
okay,
It sounds like it's, I don't think it's bylaws, it sounds like it's just informal agreements.
it's not some bylaws listed.
The bylaws that are listed relate to the topic.
Oh,
So
okay,
that you can
okay.
find more information on where that came from.
Okay.
So if I could just get consensus, we have changed some of those bylaws since this, if you don't mind, I'm just going to update those with consensus of the board because they still relate, they're
Yeah,
just
okay.
different numbers since we did this.
That's unanimous.
What?
I think he's just gonna update the vote.
It's just a bylaw number.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's working. How about getting questions answered? Anybody do a minus?
It's hard to know how other people get their questions answered because we meet individually sometimes, but I get mine and I like to see the responses for others' questions in an email because it's really informative. Other people's takeaways. I gave it a plus.
But your procedure seems to be working, and you're following it?
Just my opinion.
I don't know, sometimes don't ask all, like I use my time differently. Don't get to some of the questions I wanna ask, so no, I would say I don't, and then I ask at the meeting.
Well, it sounds like what's the intent here is to get your concerns identified at least before the meeting, so.
And I'm
Let's
thinking
just
about maybe on Tuesday or a different meeting, that's what I mean, like that's not, right, like I'm calling right now for a meeting, asking something as well.
Well,
Well, sometimes a discussion prompts a question that you didn't have before, so we have flexibility for that. But the idea is that to be helpful, if you need information, you ask ahead of time so that they can provide the information. If you ask it just at the meeting, it may not be on the top of their head.
And that is
So-
why in full integrity, I gave it marks. Just last meeting, I forgot to ask something before.
well, if you follow it, two good things could happen. One, you might get your itch scratched before you go to the meeting, and you don't even need to ask.
Right.
Secondly, if you can't, then at least they know how to respond when you ask the question. So if you're not doing it, do it. Okay? Number 2, setting the board agenda.
Since only one person needs to set it, where I think we could start to do that rotation, this one is hard to interpret. My assumption is the agenda comes, I have a binder that matches it, but I don't know about setting it.
Well, actually, we don't do that, so it's an agenda review. And so they go through the agenda and it's already put together.
Okay.
And it should depend upon what we as the board have asked for at
Correct.
the end of the previous meeting.
Along with the timeliness of when
Some business
they have their scheduled reports that are coming, or whether it's budget approval, or whatever category, LCAP, whatever reports are coming, those are their planning. And then again, like what Jim said, things that the board has requested, if it's timely. Because we let them, even when we have consensus on an item in the agenda that we like, if it's timely, rather than just saying we need to do this at the next meeting, regardless of whether you have 16 other things to do.
And I put a mine in, oh, sorry.
I think there's also a little bit of gray area about when the public requests something. When the public thinks, I mean, it says that anything that has to do with school business, but that's not really the interpretation. So maybe that needs to be worked on.
That's the bylaw you guys are bringing back again at the board policy workshop because of that context.
And then I put a minus on.
I just wanted to say, and we really do want to hear from the public. We don't want it to limit them more, I don't think.
Well, hearing from the public is one thing, but having items on the agenda that are a public request, that's why we're bringing that back to discuss the policy workshop, because that becomes, that's why we did it this way the last time, when they submitted that request, it was printed just like our agenda items, that if it doesn't allow for staff time for preparation, or if it's not something that we really have authority over, then yes, technically by the law, the public can ask to have something placed on the agenda, but there has to be a reasonableness to that. And if we don't have the reasonableness to that, then it could quickly spiral the other way, that we can have some very unusual things that don't belong on the agenda.
But the law is that it's clear, you can place anything on the public, you can place anything on the agenda that is within school business. And has not already been voted on.
Right.
So anything, not the thing with the weighty grades that we'd already voted on it. But the law is they can place anything, it does not mean they do anything, and it's really hard.
That's the position that we took, that's what came on as an information item, because before staff did work on it, that it had to come on as information. The public person makes their presentation, and then we decide if we want to give direction to
And that is what that means, and they can put anything, like I want to make sure that every time a snake is cited, that we're getting public information on these snakes or coyotes or whatever. It could be anything, and they could come every single meeting, that is their public right.
Is that Brown Act?
Yes, and that is their public right.
I didn't know the public could control your agenda.
Public can put anything on, they can't control it, they're not controlling it, they can put anything on.
That's control.
Now, a lot of times it becomes a conversation where then they're like, oh, now I understand that. Or you might want to say it 3 minutes, thing not on the agenda. For most people, that's what they don't know how they
You're
get
saying
their
they
point
want
across.
information.
Usually it's what they want, or they just want to constantly tell you every single time, every meeting, that it's important to have proper hygiene before you jump in the swimming pool. Whatever it is, there's something they want to address, and in the Brown Act, it is clearly stated, it's the law. They can put anything they want on there, as long as it's in the purview, and it's not something already voted on.
And I
It
think
does
we
not
can
define
also-
the time frame of that vote. Right, could have been a vote on 50 years ago, it's already been voted on, so it's already been voted on, but anything they want to discuss.
I don't know that I've seen that in any other state.
No, it's unique.
Well, any other district in California.
It's only recently that it's become this issue here. Oh, I mean, many years we've never had an issue with it.
I'm sorry?
Only recently has that become an issue with a certain faction of the public. We've never had an issue about it as far as demanding
Right,
things
because
on
most
the
people
agenda.
want, what they want is just like, they want some information of what most people want, right? So when they address it, they go, oh, well, here's the information, oh, that's what I needed, thanks, I don't need that to be on the agenda, right? But it isn't a lot.
Okay.
Sometimes they want to give information, they aren't really asking the staff.
But they can come to
spend
public
more
input
time.
on agenda.
But they want to give us some information, like you were mentioning, the people who came and talked about fertilizer. They could have put that on the agenda and just given us information.
Or they could have done it that way as well.
I've heard a suggestion about possibly adding a second board member to the planning board.
Yes, I put this for amended, that's what I put negative, because it could be amended
Is that
to.
real?
Doesn't get us far.
Is there anything else about this that
It's
needs?
really, at this point though, it's really been reviewed. I mean, there's been, I think, that real misunderstanding that
But whatever it is,
you'll have a list.
it's a place to have knowledge as
Right.
another board member because it would,
Building
I think
capacity
it's,
for
yeah.
leadership is important.
I think it's a great idea.
That's fine, but I will just guarantee, you'll find out.
Okay,
There's
and
no
that's-
information in there that's.
but that
That's
finding
not
out
everybody
is
gets.
informative to those of us that don't know, so.
Because on this board, you're the only one that has seen that process.
And it's changed over time too.
Right, no, I mean, but you're the, of the board now, you're the one that's in the process. So it's just more of like, what is the process? It could be like, oh, please don't make me rotate through that again, it's fine, I could be an answer too, but I think in the capacity of leadership is more of the point.
Yeah, it's interesting because the title of this,
Setting board agenda?
Yeah.
It says order the agenda. First sentence, second sentence, third sentence are all about ordering of the agenda items, not anything about the
setting.
actual agenda itself,
Yeah.
content.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last sentence is about content.
I think that the,
Just, I mean, I'm not making a judgment, all I'm saying is the title of it even says.
And by ordering the
Yeah.
agenda, it's something like, there might be saying, with this item, should it be on consent or should it come as an action item based on maybe the dollar amount?
Right.
And it's just, it's asking an opinion. How do you think, like, the board members will feel about this? So if it's something that's going to be pulled off, put it as an action item.
Yeah.
That would be order.
And sometimes the order of
but
the
it's-
information based on how many people we think.
Right,
So we
right,
put
that's what
that
I was gonna
information
say,
in
I think
first.
you do a good job figuring out,
But
this
it's
is
not-
something people wanna talk about.
It's not to say, no, that shouldn't go on.
But that isn't setting the agenda or the content of the agenda, it's ordering the agenda.
Like I have to say, I was very surprised when you said that you never put things on the agenda yourself.
No,
I was very surprised.
because I'm no different than any of the rest of you. It would have to go through the consensus process and be the last agenda item.
Do you guys wanna change the name of that? From
Yes, please.
setting board agenda
And the reason
to-
for that, Dee, is just
Board
because it would
agenda
not be
preparation.
appropriate for one member to have that kind of authority.
The question is, do you wanna change the title?
Board
Or
agenda
should we do that at the policy? I mean, what is the policy title on the agenda?
No, the board policy is agenda/meeting materials.
Okay.
Am I reading this correctly? Any citizen can impose an item for your agenda, but any board member cannot.
No, we do it by
Yeah,
consensus.
You are exactly, that is correct. So,
Not individually.
but now they really can though legally as an individual, but not on the diocese, so then it's cutting off and submitting it as an individual. So-
Well, what I'm reading, maybe I'm reading it incorrectly. Board members may request an item be placed on an upcoming agenda if no consensus exists. The board member follows board policy.
We get,
So
They
if
go out as a
I
member of
wanna
the
place,
public.
I'm a member and I wanna place something on an agenda.
Mhm.
And I don't get consensus to do so, then what happens?
we do it as a member of the public.
And then
But
it
then
will
you-
have staff
So
work
it's
done.
then, so
right.
as
And then it
board, we're
becomes an
directing,
information item.
we're
something-
directing him.
Yeah, it could come as an information item, but it still would then require majority of the board to want to pursue that. Because I think the intent is to not have one person direct what could be a significant amount of staff work.
I understand, it makes
To research or
perfect
prepare
sense.
for an item that,
Okay.
But if I'm a board member, I have less authority.
Exactly.
Right, then the
Because you were
public-
elected
No,
to a board.
You have the same authority.
Yeah.
Eventually, if I go through that second
Yeah,
loop,
you do,
Correct, you have the same authority to add an item.
Well, and I think you actually have more
But the
because
intent
you have a
is that you would
consensus.
bring it first to the board for consideration to give board direction to staff to create an item, then to present. Because when the board says, we want you to put an item on the agenda, that now directs our work that somebody in staff's gonna do it. If the board says, no, we don't want that, then that person can then utilizing the policy at the next meeting, go ahead and place the item on. But then in doing so, they have to recuse themselves to be a member of the public. They cannot speak to the item as
I
and I
just think
think
the
they
whole
would figure
idea
out
is
if it came into the
items
meeting
on
and
your
didn't go, it's not gonna go.
well, it doesn't,
you
yeah,
can't control.
nope.
No, that's what, but
We
what I
control
liked
the
about
workload.
your policies and agenda was you're not trying to fix all of this and the history of it and whatever, you're just putting that aside and saying, okay. That's what I liked about what you guys were saying.
everything on
Plain
here, almost, not everything, a lot of what's in here would end up in policy.
Right, that's
in
where
your
it should
GC
be.
policies.
Yes.
What do you wanna do with that secondment? Anything more than adding a secondment and maybe changing the title?
Change the titles.
Well, the other part of it is that I guess I'm not clear about is if somebody from the public or a board member, as a member of the public, puts it on the agenda, then that board member can do their own research and have their own people come and
You
present.
get 3 minutes, you're a member of the public at that point, you
So
get 3 minutes.
so even if it's an agenda item, it doesn't get longer than 3 minutes.
You get 3 minutes like a member of the public.
Okay. And other members of the public can speak to it though, because it's
3
on the
minutes.
agenda
During
for
public
3
comment.
minutes each. But, yeah, during that agenda item.
That's what I understand, the way Mark
Sure.
explained it. We did, that's what happened with, we did with the last item, the
I know.
green item. It was 3 minutes. There was no presentation from staff.
Right.
The community had every opportunity to, each person could speak to that item. If they did their 3 minutes, just like we did last time. You can have a board, you can discuss it as a board. But if a board member places it specifically on the way that Mark explained it, to me, was that then, if, as a member, as a citizen, that member is not allowed to then sit on the dais to have that discussion, and instead needs to sit in the audience. And gets 3 minutes from there, but doesn't get to then come and sit up here.
But you were in your.
That's my
3
understanding,
minutes.
we can get clarification from Mark when we do the policy workshop.
Okay. That's what I thought, I just can't remember if the 3 minutes, right, how that.
Are we good on this section?
Yeah.
All right, next one. Board member announcements or requests or board reports. Did anybody do a negative or minus on that?
I did a kind of a so-so. I think it doesn't, well, personally, it doesn't help me that much to just hear that somebody went to something. If they don't, at least, you know, like if Carol goes to Community Coalition, she tells us a little bit about what happens. To me, that's much more valuable than just hearing, you know, I went somewhere. Jan, you tell about, you know, a few things maybe that happened. PTA council, that's more helpful to me than just listing off some things you did.
Yeah, I think in that role, like, it's easy for to me, I sit on just getting weeds and share stuff, but actually Jason gave me some good advice on just looking at, like, what's the 30,000 foot level of what but I can still then share it, but not sharing all the depth, and also we have a representative from the district who sits on that committee, and so I'm really just listening to it, and he's taking the information back and putting it where it needs to be, but I really want them to understand this.
Yeah, we need it from his.
Right, because otherwise they wouldn't know any other way. And so those committee meetings, like giving some information besides you went, I think is very helpful. And remembering though at the 30,000 foot level, because other people in the room might have also been in those meetings as well, but just so that we all, because we're all just going to come back and share that information, so we're not all going to the same thing, and because Brown Act can't.
Well, somebody gave some thought to this with the suggestion that you ask yourself, does this need to be said?
Right.
I guess your point is, it's nice to know,
Just the
but
just the pearls that something that we should all know from it, not just, hey, I went.
And it shifted my focus in because it's a long meeting, it shifted my focus in my listening in the meeting to what, kind of when you're talking about like what applies to the sorts of policies, like what is this, 30,000 foot level of this, what is this that's important, right, for the other board members now. And then you're listening in the meeting very differently than for yourself.
The second paragraph, Victoria pointed out to me, needs to be moved, because it fits on the next page under, end of meeting requests, both from the bottom. So that section doesn't go on here. The one about request for consensus doesn't go with this.
I
No,
thought we
it
had
goes with
moved,
the
I thought we
end
had
of-
moved something.
Because this is the board reports at the start of the meeting, where we report on
Right.
something that we're assigned to represent.
Yeah, we'll just move it to the end of the meeting
Right.
I
request.
thought we had already done that.
There is there is one on the second page, you should move that paragraph
Yeah.
over.
I just didn't want to do it arbitrarily.
you get a lot of requests for information.
It depends, at times I do. The challenge I have is, in making sure that the board members utilize this process to be fair to all board members, and it makes me, I feel bad oftentimes when the members will ask me for something and I will say, you need to take this to the whole board for consideration. I cannot, it's not the duty, it's not mine, it's theirs, you need to bring it to them. Then they can tell me what it is as a group and collective consensus, what they would like. But otherwise, if I do simply receive that and do it, then I'm being directed by one, and that's not, it's the majority rules, and that's what they've been very clear with me on.
You're handling it exactly the way our proposed policy would have you handle it, so that's, it sounds like the right procedure.
Right.
Because if we said it, you know it's right.
Exactly.
Right,
But I
exactly.
like, I'll start typing something to them and I realize, okay, now I have to talk to the board about it, right? And then I get a phone call and say, I wanna talk about this, I need to bring it in, right? And he's great at supporting that.
Just be judicious. If you need to know it, go, but if it's something you can be respectful of their time, try to handle it as.
Well, I appreciate when Dee raised the questions, because I don't spend a lot of time writing, but, because then we all benefit from it, right? So it really is beneficial.
And I've learned that I was trying to be more cognizant of Dr. Flores' time and just going to people myself to ask them who I thought could answer the question, but that didn't work that well. I wasn't supposed to do it that way.
Can we move? Meeting norms, do you behave the way that says you should?
Nope.
No.
What's wrong?
We sidebar, talk over each other.
Don't stay on topic. Don't keep discussion moving forward. At times, this is all at
Sometimes
times.
we do.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do it all.
Did Mark Reese facilitate this?
No,
Do you know?
he marked it up.
Because these meeting norms are ones pretty close to what we've developed over the years.
Well, let's look at what you've said. Does anybody disagree with any of those bullet points?
Well, it should be.
Do you disagree with any of the bullet points? But you're not,
Well, sometimes we end up sidebarring, or sometimes we talk about it, and sometimes things that are confidential don't remain confidential.
well, the confidentiality seems to me to be a legal issue.
It is.
It is.
Well,
I think we're much better on the sideboards actually, than.
I know, but I just felt like I can get the integrity of answering it.
so sidebars and protecting confidential information are issues?
Yeah.
And also sometimes keep discussion moving forward. It can sometimes get a little circuitous.
Jim would tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He tries really hard to get it to move forward, but
Call for a
then
question.
everybody has different opinions, because sometimes you can sense people need to get some stuff out.
And that is our only time to discuss.
Yeah, and
So-
we're entrapped by this is our meeting, this is it, we're built up
Well, it's
on
always
this topic, or,
I process out loud. So
I can
I'm gonna be processing out loud, and that's how I'm gonna process it, right? So maybe Jen should call me at the very end to talk, so that I hear Bill's process, so, right, but it's still gonna come out loud.
Well, you have been,
And I try very hard not to, but I don't know how to.
I assume you've given your president the authority to control the meeting.
yes.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna get offended when Jan hits the gavel and says, the conversation seems to be stagnant, I think we need to move ahead.
I know, she just did that, she just almost writing, I was gonna say, she's like.
We need to get back to.
Well, if these are your rules, and if you
Yeah,
agree
we
with
should
them,
follow
and you just said you did, then it's the president's job to help you enforce them, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I agree.
We'll do it.
Maybe we need to put these on the wall somewhere, Roberts.
Yeah, cause that's what it was like, oh yeah. Somebody saying,
Just a reminder.
Yeah, a reminder for all of us, so we
Yeah.
don't feel bad when Jan says something.
Yeah.
I'll tape them to your seats.
we put them on, oh, we can come up with like little placements.
All right, next one, process and options for community input. Anybody doing negative on that?
I wasn't even sure how to score this one.
Yeah, I can.
I have to be honest.
Why is that?
I mean, it's the law that they have public input at the podium before any item. I don't understand why this is in here, I guess.
Yes, lots of amendment.
The second part is kind of more helpful. I
Okay.
thought that we
Oh,
could do a study session.
Opportunities, okay.
Yeah, the first part I
The
did.
first part wasn't very helpful.
Okay, the first paragraph, right, I felt a little
Yeah.
lost in it, but I would agree with the study session, or an ongoing like committee to address it.
Yeah, so that part, I was like, okay, but so he said,
First paragraph.
Renee said if it needs to be amended to put it negative. Oh, okay.
So you're good with it?
Well, we're saying that first paragraph, we're not,
This seems extra.
extra redundant.
Well, what the first one qualifies as what we currently do,
Right,
okay? That's current practice for it, but
right.
Okay,
if you wish to receive additional input,
oh, okay,
that's option 1 and 2.
okay.
So the first one is simply staff presents an item, we see public input on the item. But at that point,
Can we
then the
word
staff,
that slightly different then, so that
Okay.
what you said is just that if we, maybe it's,
Additional-
maybe because it's divided on the page, but so if we need additional information.
additional information is requested, or if additional input is deemed necessary by the board, here are the 2 options that the board can consider.
And also just stuff in,
Do you wanna work on it with me?
Sure.
Because I need to reorder it also based on our other protocol.
Can I make a recommendation, that, and this is your decision, because this is you, but I simply, not having Dr. Kelly here,
Right.
for this discussion, I think is concerning for me,
Me
because
too.
he is part of
Yes.
your board. I think going through and simply not breaking them down one by one, but maybe if Victoria can simply, you can go through and say, are you doing this, yes or no, and if the 4 say yes, we can not necessarily have to revisit that when and then the ones that we do need to revisit because somebody says, no, we're not doing that very well, then we can bring that one forward so that we can use this time more adequately, because
Okay.
I think going through them without him here and then bringing them back, we're just gonna have to start the whole process over again. I think I believe he may have left his, so maybe Linda can.
I'll give them to you first, I'll do.
Well, you speak to him,
But
if
can
you
we
like what he
just,
says,
but at the
so.
same time,
He
then
didn't
can we
write
just,
anything, he just put plus or minus.
right,
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
can we
saying, what's
can we just
the
not
minus,
give these to
how's the
Victoria? Can we just not give these to Victoria and then Victoria can
We
just have,
can do them
Because-
part of a regular meeting.
yeah, because also
And
we
then
have them here and I feel like this isn't this, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's this.
We'll do whatever you want to do.
I was just making,
I think that's a great
that's up to you as board,
I think it's a
your
great
decision,
suggestion as
but-
well.
Cause I'm tired. And I think all of you might be too, and then I'm not sure having Dr. Kelly not present, him just saying plus
We
or
agree.
minus.
We agree. I just meant like he wrote them so we could just then,
Why don't you give them all to Victoria to compile the pluses and minuses, and then that can be a launch point. And I'll put Jim's name on this one.
I'll redline your suggestions made already, so Jim knows what, okay, is that okay?
Trying to go sit in D to get the darn thing to go down. I know that's not saying much for about my weight, but
No, it's alright, we're getting out of these people.
I know. But D couldn't get the darn chair down. I was a pain in the rear, and then I couldn't go back and go. All these high school kids do these things.
we're gonna put no flashing trucks.
Victoria.
Okay.
Okay, what was your aha today?
There's a better way of working.
Okay, what did you say?
There's a better way of working.
This is not the fickle finger of fate, but
You're assuming there was one.
there,
Well, there were many, that's why I was trying to use so much for one, so.
yeah.
That, now,
That we can work at a higher level
Uh-huh.
instead of getting stuck in the minutia. And we can also, as elected people in this community, turn to the professionals who are really well educated and smart and commit every day to our students to do really good work. While we look at that.
Okay.
For me, that's my takeaway. It's like, okay, this is nice.
So because I was trying to pick my one aha moment. So I think the mother may I comment as in how that leads to that friction and that I've always felt in the district, but it's and the role confusion and the fact that there's a way to define it and a process and policies to align it, and for us a pathway that allows us to self-govern. And I think the other aha, which is the fact that we owe it to each other to go, hey, you can't get in my space, and you're left-handed, stop it. Or whatever it is, right? Whatever it might be, like to be able to say, hey, to talk to each other and just say it. It's not that your dog's gonna hate this, but it's much better than, you know, us all walking around for
Or just feeling all the stress.
and feeling isolated.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you described a way of not being isolated, that a functional way of not being isolated.
What I heard you guys say is, you wanna hear me be that? Your 3 minutes is up, and we'll have our SRO here, and you will escort them out of the meeting. So if that's, you know, if there's gotta be support for that, because there will be backlash to that.
Oh my gosh.
There will be backlash, and we have been overly generous, and I'm always aware of that. But if we wanna change that and we wanna be strict about it, there will be backlash.
As district is just abiding by the law. But the
That's
main
true,
thing
but-
to
but-
turn it
but
is abiding
it's-
by the law.
There won't be cooperation on the other side.
Do you have any
So
aids,
that's
like a
what we do.
timer that?
Yeah, we
So
do.
we have it, they
I wanna
have it.
qualify though that Jan does an amazing job of managing.
Yes.
And I wanna say, I don't wanna be in your shoes. It is a difficult job, and I don't want you to feel picked on or
I'm
criticized.
not picked on.
I'm frustrated by the public, and you are respectful, you are measured in your comments. I mean, it's impressive. I leave and think, I can't sleep tonight, how can she sleep? Cause you have to really confront them. So I wanna compliment you on
I've
that.
had my stationary bike for a while.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, I just wanna try and do small measures that put some
Right.
kind of consistency to actually support you more.
But actually, if we read the things again, which I did at that one meeting.
Yeah.
Which seems almost like you're giving instructions to your children.
I know, but we have
But
to.
if they could cooperate,
I do like
We did
the
pull the
when you
weight
say,
response, right?
I'll give you 30 seconds to finish up. I mean, that,
you heard the backlash that when I did that one time, you just used my time. Used some of my time to tell me that I was almost out of time.
Look,
But you have to ignore those comments.
here's what I'm gonna say, my view on it. If you're gonna give them 30 seconds, give them 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If you're gonna give them 3 minutes,
just
give them 3 minutes,
Yeah.
and you need to tell them, you have 3 minutes. They can read the clock just like
Right.
everybody else can.
Right.
Extending them
Just
30
reduce it.
seconds is giving them more time. It's like, no, you
Do
see
it
the
in the
clock.
city.
You get 3 minutes,
Well, I would tell you what, like.
and, I appreciate it, but you need to stop at 3 minutes, and, I don't wanna be rude and interrupt you, but you're done.
I'll be rude.
We can also
We can
post
put that
the
in
rules
mind.
on the screen
Right?
for you, just so you can refer
We
to
talked
them.
about putting
Great
that up.
idea.
Yeah.
Put it up there.
They do that at my friends' meetings in Northern Coast. She said the rules are read before every meeting.
We'll
About
have it
input.
posted on the screen.
About
And then
input,
post-
and if people yell out, they have a male president, they will stop the meeting and say, this is not your turn to talk, this is the turn of the board, and the rules are always posted. So I just asked her, what do you do with people yelling? So just curious, different strategies.
I asked some other board members too, and one thought it wasn't enough time, so they went to 5 minutes.
Oh.
And they said that didn't work that well. People still weren't stopping at 5 minutes, so I don't recommend that. I just,
No.
Yeah, if you give it more, they're gonna
But
fill it up in one more.
when you think about it, if you're asked to speak for 3 minutes, it's a long time. If you're succinct and organized in your thoughts, that's a lot of time. Because then you'll.
3 minutes is too
I think your 3 minutes is up.
We have a few times where people stop before.
No.
I mean, they said what they want to say, they don't.
She says you're being.
Is that your aha?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Victoria,
individual discipline, group responsibility, and the fact that you all agreed to that, and the courageous conversations you had today were fantastic.
Thanks, Victoria. Lisa?
I like the idea. I know you said it sounded like scary to hear about the results reports, the reporting piece that we're not used to doing, but to me that seems really exciting and would help me focus my work.
Jeff? Oh, Jeff's all choked up. Well, Lisa, why don't we go to you and we'll come back to,
Thank you.
Yeah, you just want more time.
yeah.
30 more
3 minutes.
So for me, I agree with Lisa, the idea of focusing work and being very intentional about what I'm reporting. Sometimes in the weekly, I want to put something on the radar, and sometimes it's just, I just want you to know information should you get questions, but it's not intentionally focused around, here are the big things that we're doing and that we're really excited about. So that we might better articulate the work around an LCAP goal, for example, in a really focused way. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay. Aha.
Ready? But the process itself, I can add an aha, because I think if you move everybody up, superintendent and put business right below that, we do a lot of the monitoring and compliance, and I give Jason progress reports on that constantly, so I felt like we already kind of do this internally, just not to the board level. I think board eventually sees everything, because the interim departments. So I actually felt very comfortable with the process.
Dee?
That there's a positive way to go forward. I think all of us want it to work out for our community and the board. I personally wasn't really seeing a good way to do that.
Did we
But
get
that's,
it?
that's a good way to do that? Is that what you're saying, or you still
Yeah.
see a good way to do it?
No, I see this as a better way to do that.
And yet there is another. Okay, I was migrating. Okay, so now, reflecting on all that, a personal commitment to improve the performance of the board that you will make. Personal commitment to improve the performance of the board. We'll go backwards. Dee?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Go backwards.
Lisa?
Alicia, I like I'm gonna go back to focused areas, and so I think what I'd like to do is add the purpose and the why behind our reports and how that aligns to the greater work of student achievement.
Great. Are you ready?
Not really. Not ready yet.
Lisa?
Sorry.
Keep thinking. Jason?
Just to continue to support the board in whatever decisions they make, as a collective group, and try to support their bylaws that they have set forth for themselves. And because oftentimes I get put into that role of making sure that being fair to everybody, and I want to make sure that they don't feel that's giving one a different treatment over another.
Victoria?
Within our current system, remember to share the board calendar with them more regularly so they can see the upcoming meetings and past meetings and know what we've discussed and what we're going to be presenting.
Okay, good. Jan?
Well, I like the idea that came out of adding another member into agenda review, because that will take away the mystery that seems to still exist, that there's something going on in there that gives one board member more influence than any other, and that's not the case. So if we can clear that up, that'll be a big step.
Good for you. Carol?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
I think being really cognizant in the meeting of listening to everyone and realizing we're trying to talk to each other is an area I could focus on. And I also, nerves get me in a meeting, so if someone's interpreting me as angry, that's not my goal. My goal is to state my position, but I'm of course nervous because I've been, the public has commented, so being a little more aware of my own, the way I present myself and engaging with my fellow board.
When she gets angry, say, just cue her, angry face.
I don't even know.
I have not perceived her as angry, so maybe there's, that just goes, our realities are our perceptions or vice versa, whatever that is. I just have not, I always say, you're strident, and you're very, you have your focus but I've not perceived that, so that's interesting to me.
Yes, I think Jim used filler, so. Okay, Dee?
I think just going to a higher level, looking at student achievement more, but also for myself, going to a higher level in my own thinking with the other board members and the superintendent and thinking more the best instead of, oh shit, they don't care about that either. Because I feel like that way.
Okay.
They don't care about kids who are suspended because there aren't that many. They don't, I do that.
You have to find a way to articulate that when you feel that way. Yeah. Okay, that's the good listening.
Carol.
Carol?
Okay, so the, my commitment is that the frustration we feel at a meeting or after a conversation or something, instead of remaining frustrated or allowing the less gossip to remain that way, to own the group responsibility and pick up the phone and call my fellow board members.
Good for you. Okay.
If we don't end up adopting another policy, which I really think we hope we adopt you guys and then we have a debriefing. But if we don't, but until then, that's what I'll say, until then, my commitment is that I pick up the phone and say.
Okay. Jeff and Lisa.
Well, I'm just committed.
That says it.
To make the, through the superintendent, whatever the board wants done, to make sure it's done right and well.
We feel that from you, I wanna say that.
We do.
I'd say the same, I think just to continue to provide, to work toward providing clear and focused communication.
Good.
Yeah, we feel that.
I have to say, in due respect for them, because we had years past really silo workers, and I remember a time where it was a real struggle. Is a number of years ago, the superintendent was trying to get the chief business official to realize that they needed to come in and really explain all the budget things to the superintendent. They didn't want to do it. It's like, okay, this is finance, you won't ever get it. And it was, so we're so far beyond that as far as collaborative working and information that they all share among each other, which then translates to us. So I just think for Jeff to say he's committed, I think that really sums it up, because we have a high level of commitment.
Okay, I'm gonna say a couple of words and then Randy will wrap it. I think you're good people. And I think your lack of trust is getting in your way of being a high performing board and district. I shouldn't say in district, I don't know enough about how you are performing as a district. But it should be very doable. I mean, you're in a great place and you're not overwhelmed with 20,000 students. You've got 4 buildings, this is doable. For me, trust is built on vulnerability and honesty. And that calls for high communication. So it is that picking up the phone or saying, wait a minute, what's going on? This is going south. Or owning, Peggy, my hat's off to you today for saying, oh, well, okay, I'll think about that.
Right, that's the interpretation, yeah.
So I think all of this, you're smart and dedicated people and you want it to work. And for Dee, you took a lot of feedback today. You took it well. I think it's pretty consistent. And they need to know that you're part of this team. And I sense that you want to be. Your team is not out there with anybody else that's here. And until you want to be part of them and they want you to be part of them, it's not going to work. You're going to keep limping along.
We're here because we want to be part of it.
I'm sorry?
We're here because we're.
Yeah. Well, it has to be, she has to feel wanted. And you have to recognize which team you're part of. So that's my 2 cents. I hope you do grab hold of your meetings, by the way, and make changes so that you have eye contact, circle the tables and look in each other's eyes. And I think you move forward. Jamie, do a nice job. Welcome. Okay, amen.
Well, I'm sorry we didn't get to spend adequate time on the protocols. I know that was scheduled to be the centerpiece of the day's work. But I'm not remorseful that we made the choices we did to stay with that. I think that's important work, and we will summarize what you said and get it back to you. Value of that, as we said earlier, you have everything up there on those charts within your span of control. I wish we could bring solutions to all of that with us and unload the suitcase and just give it to you.
So nice.
It's not what anybody can do, though. You've got a tough environment to try to pull together here, and I think we probably prepared more thoroughly for this job than anything we've done in a long time. Because we knew it was going to be difficult. We talked with all of you, we looked at board meetings, we planned and replanned, and you are where you are, and only you can move you from here to where you want to be. Agree? So we wish you great luck in the journey, and if we can be of help to you, we'd love to be. But I think your future's in your hands, not ours.
You give us that aha moment too.
Well, have a nice evening.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Victoria for all the food.
We need to get a motion to adjourn.
Before we adjourn, can we not have a motion, I won't be at the next meeting, can we have a motion to bring this to the next meeting, bring whether to move forward? I don't wanna, I feel like I'm wasting my whole day if we're not gonna talk about next step.
And we also, are we doing the protocols of the meeting, but we want Carol here, so Carol.
I'm gonna call in.
Well, that's discussion, we need to see your face.
But there will be no eye contact, that's true. The protocols,
We'll
that's
figure
the
that
next
out,
one, but
but.
following
I
that.
have to be July because of the LCAP.
Right. I believe you're gone the last week for that meeting, so yeah, we're gonna.
Did you want to bring this back sort of as an information item or as a?
I think you take that, do it. Well, that's
Well,
what
we
we
have to
discussed.
discuss information because we don't know where we're going.
Maybe
We
it's
can do it in July when you're all seated. I think everyone's here in July.
Yeah.
Yes. Why don't we do it in July when everyone's seated?
Oh, that's come as information,
And
yeah.
then we can do, we're gonna have to probably change that meeting up anyways to be less business, because we have a little bit of policy we have to get through, protocol. But we'll do business, it'll be a regular business meeting, but because we're gonna have some topics, it's gonna take, clear more. Maybe we have to.
I did say we have to have patience, didn't we?
July is the sixth. Motion to adjourn, yeah.
What's the date?
So moved. Second. Carol, all in favor?
Aye.
July 6th. 401.